Weighing us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd. We're making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Stop, ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box, no. We don't quit, we won't stop, no. Ride us all to the top, whoa. We won't fit in your box, no. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok.
Version 2.7 will be available soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. The long-awaited Dragon Ball Super collaboration is officially here. We'll be bringing you 2 new game modes for this collaboration: Dragon Ball Super themed mode and Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super themed mode will be available in Erangel, Livik, and Sanhok. In this mode, we've incorporated Dragon Ball elements into the classic Battle Royale gameplay. All players will embark on a journey to find the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. Collect the Dragon Balls scattered throughout the map. The team that gathers all 7 will be able to summon Shenron at the Shenron altar and make a wish to obtain powerful buffs. Maybe if you're super lucky, you'll get 3 wishes at once. During the journey of collecting the Dragon Balls, players will obtain a type of energy called Ki during the game. Players can use Ki to unleash famous Dragon Ball moves. Players can obtain the Kamehameha by picking it up. It equips to the pistol slot. After charging, it will release a continuous high-damage beam. Fukujutsu is another skill that can be picked up during a match. Players can use this skill to fly freely in the air and make quick tactical maneuvers. The Senzu Bean is a new recovery item that is incredibly effective. The Dragon Radar can display the location of Dragon Balls that haven't already been claimed by other players. It can help you collect the Dragon Balls more quickly. The Air Car can carry up to 3 players. It's easy to put away and has better performance than regular vehicles. Tenkaichi Budokai, Kame House, Korin Tower, Dragon Ball Village. These are some famous landmarks that will appear in the game. Call your friends and explore with them now. The collaboration this time even has a hidden challenge, named Dragon Ball Trial. Win consecutively in the themed mode for a chance to take on the challenge. After accepting the missions, the team has to follow the instructions and gather 7 Dragon Balls. During the process, your team's location will be exposed to other players. All players will be drawn into battle for the Dragon Balls. To win the game, the trial team must successfully secure the Dragon Balls, defend the altar, and then summon Shenron. Are you ready for the challenge? In this standalone mode, named Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super, players can roleplay as iconic Dragon Ball characters, use powerful, unique moves in a brand new anime-style map, and become the ultimate victor. There are 5 Dragon Ball characters in this mode. They are Son Goku, Vegeta, Ultimate Gohan, Piccolo, and Frieza. Select your favorite fighter. Master their skills to suppress your enemies and achieve victory in intense battles. In the new version, the new Ace-32 firearm will be made available on all maps. It uses 7.62mm ammo and has 6 attachment slots. What are you waiting for? Go try it out now. Furthermore, this update also includes a firearm attribute tag display. Newer players can go to their backpack to look at the tags of a firearm they've picked up to quickly grasp its characteristics. The new Cycle 5 Season 13 begins on July 18th. Be sure to stay tuned for the new season rewards. That's a wrap for the main new content of the upcoming version. For more information, be sure to follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
The rules are different. Your teammates are now your enemies.
لذلك بدنا نتحلى بالروح الرياضية وجمال الإي سبورت وننطلق في هاي المباراة المجنونة.
One of these legends is going to be able to take $30,000.
But he got it! Oh my God! في يعني تخيل لاعب يلعب على 30 ما راح تحرك مكان.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. It is Championship Sunday and we are backstage at the Boulevard. My name is Banks and I'm joined by Maxman over here. So good to have you here for this pre-show segment. First of all, we've got to kick things off by talking about the TDMs that we've been having at the beginning of each and every day, and then also moving into the main BR tournament.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, as we know, the European streak has ended on day 3. The two MEA teams did win the two TDMs back-to-back. We had some really cool moments with some snipers, some shotguns, some sliding animations, so great to see overall. We'll see if they're going to be able to tie it in day 4, but hopes are still alive for the European teams. Though, into the BR, the main mode of PUBG Mobile Esports, looking at REGNUM CARYA. Absolutely insane day 3, 4 chicken dinners out of the total 6 matches. A record-breaking day in any PMRC that's ever been done so far in PUBG Mobile Esports. And now they've created a little bit of a lead for themselves of 23 points, just above NIGMA Galaxy. It's not going to be easy to break that lead.
Well, you mentioned NIGMA Galaxy, they're sitting at the top, so what about the rest of MEA? How are they kind of faring coming into this final day, Championship Sunday?
Well, NIGMA Galaxy, the thing that's very scary about them is they're super consistent. They get always towards those late placements into the game, getting constant eliminations, mainly thanks to Coops, which is one of the top fraggers and MVP contenders in PMRC MEA versus EU. And we know that REGNUM CARYA have some really high highs and some pretty low lows. So if they have a bad day, the doors are going to open, and it might just be NIGMA Galaxy to take home that first position and the championship title.
Well, let's talk about going into Championship Sunday. Are there any teams that may be a little bit lower on the board that can make a late dash up that leaderboard and try and secure a higher place at least?
Well, currently you have FLUX in 3rd position. They have a 33-point lead just above 4th, which is held by Brute Force. But Brute Force, we saw yesterday, 2 chicken dinners total able to be brought back with a lot of eliminations on board, especially on their first game. If they can just start playing even more aggressive, taking more control like they did on that day 3 today, that point lead could be reduced significantly in a single match against FLUX. So I'm looking at Brute Force, also Falcons. If they start to be a little bit more confident, not second guessing themselves too much and just fully sending it on breaches in the late stage, they could also have a chance to close that gap and maybe breach in the top 3.
Maxman, you're an absolute fountain of knowledge, and I absolutely love it. That's all the information that you need to know going into day 4 of the PMRC. Maxman, I can't wait to see all the fire that you bring on the desk, and I'll see you guys on the main stage.
It's the final day here of the PMRC. It's the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, MEA versus EU, as we're going to find out which region is the best here, with not only the best host, but also our best analyst, with Maxman and 7 Worlds Gaming here. How you doing, Maxman?
Great! It's a great day here for PMRC for day 4. We're going to have a lot of great plays. We're going to see stuff all over the place. You almost just died there. Okay?
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it.
But no, fantastic to have 4th day here and see who's going to be on top. MEA or Europe? Ooh, don't know. Nothing?
Yeah.
Just stop. Okay, yeah. Cool.
Good rehearsal, good rehearsal. Okay, so everyone, welcome now. 7, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. I want to see if anybody's going to be able to catch REGNUM CARYA, especially after they did yesterday. I know we got a chance to talk about it a lot during lunch. They did some really good things, and they also did some things that we have to nitpick on, but that's for later on. How are you doing, John? Jason?
Whoa! Whoa! Okay.
With the shirt tucked in, I was like, you kind of looks like John.
It's over.
Oh, man. Do you wish you had these irony skills? Well, I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. No one ever asked the host. I appreciate it.
That's why I messed up your name.
I'm glad to have you two back on the desk.
That's why you messed up his name?
Yeah.
What's the...
I never asked him.
Where's the logic in that?
There's no logic.
Yeah,
7 Worlds Gaming, there is no logic. Well, there is logic to our format, though. Let's take a look at what it is if you guys missed it in the last 3 days. It has been 4 days of action as we get into today, with 6 matches a day, with 16 teams, 8 teams from MEA, 8 teams from EU, and then also some TDMs, which yesterday, as you said, talking to Banks there, were pretty damn exciting.
Yeah, we saw a lot of variety. I was expecting just the M4s to be coming into play, but we saw some M101-4s, we saw some M24s, we saw some sliding animations being used, so it's making it a lot more interesting, especially on Ruins, which is got a lot more depth as a TDM map, right?
It really does. I mean, the different level changes that you have there, also there's different positions that they can hold. The M24, though, I want to continue to see more of it.
It was really fun.
Those no-scopes are just so fun.
I feel like you should make this an only M24 game mode almost. That would be actually a really fun TDM.
I think we would have a chance at getting one of them.
I can go one step even further.
Oh.
A solos tournament, M24 only, no scopes.
For real? For real?
So imagine those final zones.
Tell me
You'd be able
more.
to do a 360. When you're in like top 10, you do a 360 final zone. Everyone's just spinning around trying to hit a no scope in a field.
But if you actually hit the no-scope 360, you get like extra 10 points.
Or $100,000.
Extra prize pool for how many 360s you do, yeah. That's good. Hey.
If you better get
Have
that
fun keeping track
sensitivity
of that.
turned real high. But let's see. Take a look at the prize pool, right? Because they're all playing for money here. There's $100,000 for all these teams to win, and it's going to be $3 grand for first place here. And you can see the breakdown on your screen. So a lot of money going towards all of these teams and all these players, and obviously get to experience an offline event here. And for a lot of these teams, it's the first time.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really interesting to see this clash of MEA and Europe. I mean, we talked a lot about this, right, Seven? European teams known, especially the Turkish squads, known to be a lot more aggressive, loving to breach and control central positions, compared to MEA teams tend to be a little bit more reserved from time to time back in Arabia. So I'm loving how this thing... I'm loving how things are working out so far. I don't like how we're focusing on how expressive I am with my hands. It's just how I talk. It's a very normal thing. But the clash of metas has been pretty interesting. And I'm still doing it.
That's not fair, though, because they just give out free content where you normally make people pay for it.
Oh, okay.
Your hands.
Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, I could do like a mannequin, you know? I could.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. And maybe it's a good
And
career.
modeling?
Yeah.
Playing PUBG Mobile.
Pokey-mokey with the boys.
I thought it was on a site called Only Hands. But let's take a look at the participating teams here as we'll talk about a little bit of them, because it's important for a lot of these teams here. The experience, getting to meet your teammates. And so far, like we saw, REGNUM CARYA has been off to a strong start. NIGMA Galaxy. Yes. I think for me, NIGMA Galaxy, we haven't seen the full potential out of this team just yet. We've seen just glimpses of it. And the glimpses we have seen, we've been happy with.
I think we got a glimpse of it on day 2, but yesterday just complete fall off from what we were able to see in day 2. A team that's actually surprised me considering it's their first LAN event, it has to be Brute Force. I felt like yesterday with those 2 chicken dinners, for this team to be currently in 4th place, that's going to be so much experience gained from this event that hopefully they're going to be able to transition that later on to future events.
I am just going to forget that second chicken dinner on Rozhok. Like that. That's just the circle that came their way. The first one, though, actually decent plays.
On that first one, right? I think the zone, you went to them, right? And I think the zone was almost talking to them.
I mean, they just stayed north of Rozhok, and then the circle just kept coming their way. So
what is
yeah,
it?
kind of.
What was the
What do you
zone
think it was
saying?
probably saying to them?
Oh, it's just, you get the circle, Brute Force. Oh, it's great. 3 points. I didn't want to do this. I don't know why you made me do this, Jason.
I
don't
like rehearsal.
I don't
was
like
much
this.
better.
I don't like this.
Even the audience doesn't like it. Here's people booing. But yeah, you're very right indeed. And honestly, Brute Force, I mean, even with some of REGNUM CARYA's wins just seemed a little like, just because the zone favored them. They didn't really have to work hard. They didn't have to put up a lot of eliminations. You're not happy with me saying that?
Actually,
you go.
Max, you want to start?
You start.
We talked
You go
about this
for
for
it.
like 10 minutes during lunch. I felt like it came down to how fast they were able to transition at the beginning on the first circle. They would always just go to the middle, and they would be, if the zone shifted away from him, something that they worked out really well was their 2-2 splits and being able to move right away. As soon as the zone, pretty much the new zone popped up, they would make sure they try to get to the middle of the circle as fast as possible, and it worked out wonders for them.
See, I'm talking about their Miramar wins.
Oh, yeah.
Where they literally didn't have to do anything, where they had like 3 and like 4 eliminations.
But even that one, I feel like they actually positioned themselves in a good spot that they felt...
But they didn't have to move.
They didn't really have to move. But it was just the positioning from the first circle that I felt like helped them out in a big way, especially with the circles that we had in Miramar, with that awful terrain. It was so valuable for them to get there first.
Of course, in PUBG Mobile Esports, Circle there's going to be that part of RNG. Yeah. There's always going to be in play to some extent. This can be hard to deal with, but their playstyle actually kind of leans into it really efficiently. They're always going to go center on phase 1, split and try and regroup in the better position on phase 2 to phase 3 typically. And what that allows them to do is to negate the impact of the circle. very rarely, because of that playstyle, the circle's going to be completely on the other side of the map compared to their position. So because of that, they're always in decent spots, and you can tell pretty early if they're going to be in a top 5 position to get some points in the game.
I'll say
go
this.
on, I'm actually going to back you up real quick. I'm going to back you up real quick.
I'm going to back myself up.
Oh.
I'm ready for this because we have to get into other things here we got to do on the show. Saying REGNUM CARYA worked hard on that Miramar where they just positioned themselves early is like me saying I worked hard my entire life building this business where I got a small $10 million investment from my parents.
Fair enough.
Okay, that's some analysis.
They did one thing, rotated early, and they just sat there and profited.
That last game, I get it.
Yeah,
that was like the circle did come their way really, really heavily. I mean, they got, what, 3 eliminations?
Yeah,
I know, that was a brute
to back
force,
you
but
up
was
on
low.
it, whenever they did have to rotate out, whenever they had to crash into compounds, they would get absolutely demolished. And that is something that I was kind of nitpicking at their playing style from yesterday. They were not able to make some good decisions when they had to rotate out of those late circles.
Okay, well, let's take a look at our overall so you can see what we mean by talking about them so much, because they had not 1, not 2, not even 3. They had 4 chicken dinners on the day yesterday, smashing any previous record we've seen, and they got themselves up to 176 points in first place.
Yeah, 23-point lead currently against NIGMA Galaxy, which NIGMA Galaxy, the thing is, we know how consistent this team has able to remain throughout this PMRC. And REGNUM CARYA, their highs are very high compared to yesterday, but their lows can be low. If they are not able to convert some games, and as Jason said, if the circle doesn't go their way, they're going to be in a very, very bad spot, and REGNUM CARYA might be falling off on that top position.
I'm going to be keeping an eye on FLUX. This team has been super quiet, but they've been very consistent when we end up going to Miramar. I think so far up to this point, they have 4 podiums in a row when we go to Miramar.
Yeah.
And starting off the day in Sanhok, that has been one of their best maps as well. They need to just make sure they dial it down when we get to Erangel, because if not, then NIGMA Galaxy and REGNUM CARYA are just going to run away with it.
Yeah.
You know, Max, you said you were surprised, with Brute Force a little bit early on with how well they've been doing. I'm actually surprised with Nexus Gaming and how bad they've been doing, because we've seen them be such a strong team online over the course of the last year and a half, whether they're known as Eastern Stars or Nexus. Like, they have had strong players, a strong team, but in their first LAN event together, they have not been able to replicate that performance.
I think I memed in the green room yesterday that they were going to get a 5-point day. I wasn't actually that far off at the end, unfortunately. But yeah, first time playing at a LAN event, first time meeting together, it is a little bit of a drastic change of pace from what you do playing online. So that transition has been tough for them. I just hope that, I mean, clearly this event is over for them. They can take these learnings back in their home region and just, try and build on top of that. So hopefully don't change the roster, okay? You guys have a good roster. You just need to get used to these bigger events, because clearly there's potential for this squad, especially with Dorian and Exo and what they did in the championship. It just needs a little bit more time to perform outside of Europe itself.
I mean, with what you're saying, then I would expect them to actually have a better performing day-to-day, right? 3 days
Hopefully.
of experience, being able to get accustomed with their teammates, talking to them, with pretty much being next to them. Hopefully, today they're going to be able to get more than 5 points.
So
do you think they will be able to?
6-point day.
It's 7 for me.
Of course.
Okay. But the thing is, you think down the line, right? PMGC.
Yep.
PMGC points get you into PMGC, and they already had a really good first season. There's potential for them to carry this forward into PMGC and qualify, or into PMPL and qualify, and then having an event like this under your belt where you're offline can help alleviate that pressure when you get into a multi-million-dollar event.
Yeah, especially because a lot of the PMPL EU teams, not the championship, but PMPL EU teams have not participated in these type of events. So I feel like they're going to take a lot of learnings from this back in PMPL EU and do really well. I feel like it is a team that has potential to perform outside of EU, but they just haven't had the chance to do it just yet. But yeah, I think with extra time, maybe not this year, but with extra time, maybe in 2024, they will be able to get those results in.
I think alongside of what you're saying, Jason, if you're going to end up choking at a LAN event, you'd rather be at one of these events, right? Instead of the final event of the year when they if they end up getting to PMGC.
Okay, well, you know what? As we move along, we got to hop back in and talk about one of our teams in particular, REGNUM CARYA, and take a look at their player stats so far in this event to see who the real standout player is. But as we kind of hinted at before, as our MVP was yesterday, we kind of know it's going to be Loxy at 37 eliminations. And Max, you were definitely talking about one of these players in particular during rehearsals, and I feel like you almost need to bring it up again.
I mean, mainly Wild was the player I was looking at.
That's not who it was.
I mean, I was looking at Wild in particular for a player that stood out in Turkey. Tron is not doing as good as I wanted. That's where you wanted me to go, Jason. I see where you're coming from. Tron has not been doing as well compared as Loxy, Azel, and Wild. I have compared to like a Ravenclaw for Vampire, I don't know if you agree with this, Seven, but compared to a Ravenclaw Vampire, I do not see the impact of Tron on when the team is securing those big chicken dinners like we saw yesterday. It is mostly just Wild, Azel, and Loxy's show, and Tron really just not fitting in, it seems. So if he starts popping off too, maybe they can just start breaching positions when circles don't come their way, which is pretty rare. But when it comes to fragging power, 3 players is more than enough, and they are doing great so far.
I agree with you on that. And also, I mean, yesterday, the thing that kind of saved the stats here for Trong is the day that he was able to have. Before yesterday, coming after 2 days, he only had 5 Illims, and he also only had about 1,400 damage. So he was able to use those all. I mean, the positioning that they had, Jason was talking about it, how they were kind of blessing the circle with some of the maps there. He was able to output that damage. He was able to increase more than double it, and he was also able more than double his Illims. Can that continue today? And then another thing that kind of comes down to, right? We have seen pop-up performances out of these players. I want to see some consistency out of these players here today, right? We're not expecting a pop-up performance every single day out of a different player, but I mean, if they can just continue to carry some consistency, that's what, in the end, during PMWI, ended up winning Vampire Esports that event. So hopefully REGNUM CARYA can kind of mimic that here.
Actually, as you were talking about Tron, I just thought for a second, which is very rare, so you're really lucky right now. Actually, Tron... just attack myself, I know. But because of their playstyle of centering really quickly, going for the 2-2 split and phase 2, phase 3 regrouping as a full squad, a scout/support won't be as impactful as a team just trying to sweep edge, trying to gather information and go for those late game plays. So because of that, a non-fragger role is a lot less impactful, which is why Tron, I feel like, has had less an impact here.
Okay. Fair. All right, to be fair. By the way, slow motion makes everything better. I'm watching this video, I'm like, damn.
You don't want to see me running in slow motion. What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
No, it's more like...
It's a good point. I take it. Are you scatting while you're running?
Scatting while
No, you seen that dude on Instagram that comes out and dances with the belly? Yeah, that one. That's me.
Yes.
That one.
I'm way too old for this because I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't worry.
But that's fine. You know, I do know what we're talking about, though. Brute Force obviously had 2 victories yesterday. One of them kind of gifted. But we need to see maybe their stats over the course of yesterday in terms of individual players, because this is going to be important going into this final day. Brute Force do have the chance to move up the rankings here, get themselves a little bit of a higher placing. Whether they can do so is obviously going to depend on quite a few different things. But pre-pod, 11 eliminations yesterday. Definitely one of the star players, as we saw.
Oh yeah, potting the competition, Seven, for sure. He's having a great time. As a whole, their first chicken dinner yesterday was the best showcase, I think, from we saw from Brute Force this entire PMRC so far. The way they just split out, got so many off angles, and the teams, as they were just going downhill, started to get eliminated one by one. Thanks to the angles they secured themselves, was really good. Of course, that win in Rozhok was just gifted to them, but we see the potential of this team. So if they can just be a little bit more consistently in those late games, I feel like we could see more consistent points coming out from this squad.
I feel like going to that first Erangel win out of them, then being able, like you were mentioning, with those 2-2 splits that they have, the confidence that the players were able to showcase during those 2-2 splits, taking fights with different people. And I mean, we saw 2 players being able to take on a full team of the MUERTE, regardless of where the MUERTE currently is on the overall leaderboard. They were able to perform that really, really well without getting any of their players knocked, and then that kind of allowed them and positioned themselves to end up getting that chicken dinner. So the confidence out of this team right now is at an all-time high, and I hope they continue on that today.
Yeah, currently in 4th place right now. They still have a big gap between them and FLUX, to be fair, of about 33 points, but it is doable. It just comes down if they can make it happen today. And speaking of today, a lot on the line here for quite a few of these teams, and that brings us to our player to watch. And I'm curious, who did you choose to select?
Not gonna put it on because, you know, I can't, but none other than Coops. I mean, we've been talking about him for such a long time, and we were also hinting at how the performance he had, especially the first 2 days, right? Yesterday, there was a bit of a drop-off because the team wasn't performing that well. I feel like if NIGMA Galaxy expects to be hunting down REGNUM CARYA in first place, they need a good performance out of Coop. They need Coops to be able to do what he was able to do within the first 2 days, which was find those angles, get away from his squad, and be able to frag out, because ultimately that's what ended up working out for them.
Yeah, it seems like yesterday Coops wasn't in a position where he was set up by his team as much as we saw, especially on day 2. And we saw that, I think, on the first Erangel, which was won by REGNUM CARYA, they just sent one by one and they were all so split far away from one another. You know that when you have like 4 squads all around your position, constantly scouting your spot, you are going to be struggling. So we know what Coops can do, but if they just stick a little bit closer today, it might just be what they need to try and overtake REGNUM CARYA in first place. It's only 23 points they need to overtake it. One good game, and they're back in the race.
Yeah, and I expect them to bounce off. I mean, day 1, he ended up with 15 elims. Day 2, he ended up with 11 elims. Yesterday, 5 elims. I know he's not going to be happy about it. He's going to be looking to bounce back from it.
All right, well, we obviously do have the TDMs to go before we do hop into those matches. And first up, looks like it will be GANGSTERS up against NEXUS Gaming, which, based off how the seeding worked, it should have been a really good match. But obviously, with how it ended up so far in the tournament, we don't really know. But to follow that up with, we've got GEEKAY and FLUX. And I say GEEKAY has been preparing for this TDM the entire event because every match, except maybe yesterday, they've been hot dropping. So they've been looking for those fights, and I think they're going to slaughter FLUX.
PMWI, screw that TDM. That's what we're here for right now. I mean, I think it's going to be close, but if I had to pick one, I think FLUX might be my favorite.
GANGSTERS, what are they going to be doing? There's no blue zone here.
Well, we're going to find out. So we're going to head down to the stage to kick off this day.
What is the true test of a competitor? Well, to put it simply, it's not how you start your journey, it's how you finish it. We see teams rise and fall like the tide, week in, week out, but it's the teams that look forward to the path ahead, not the path that they've created, that truly succeed.
البدايات دائما تكون صعبة، في فرق تتعرقل، في فرق تسقط، في فرق تطلع، في فرق تقاتل إلى آخر لحظة، لكن كل هذه العبرة منها هي في النهايات.
They are over your shoulder. They are waiting for you to make a mistake. They move with patience and they strike with deadly force.
والحين بعد ما وصلنا إلى اليوم الأخير راح نشوف العبرة من هذه الرحلة كاملة، من الفريق اللي راح ينهي لنا إياها، من الفريق اللي راح ياخذ اللقب.
The air changes. There's just something different about Championship Sunday. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. My name is Banks and I'm your host, and joining me here on the main stage is my co-host Atik.
والحين بعد ما شفنا هذه المرحلة اللي وصلنا لها الحين في النهائيات اللي راح نتوج فيها أبطال هذه النسخة. أهلا فيكم أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور في PMRC اللي راح نشوف فيها أبطال نسخة 2023.
And so, with that being said, for the final time, let's introduce our teams to the main stage.
والحين ولآخر مرة خلونا نرحب معنا ب16 فريق هنا على المسرح.
One final chance to make a move on the final day of competition. It is NEXUS Gaming.
خلونا نبدأ في منطقة أوروبا ومع أول فريق. أعطونا تحية لنكسس جيمنج.
A varied performance so far up to this point, so today could be a big day. It is MUERTE.
والفريق التالي اللي أبدع معنا في هذه الرحلة أعطونا تحية لمويرتي.
They finished off day 3 with an impressive performance. Can they carry that momentum into day 4? It's G.GLADIATORS.
الفريق اللي قدم لنا عرض رهيب أمس ووعدنا اليوم بعرض أمتع. أعطونا تحية لجي جلادياتورز.
Top 3 is not entirely out of sight at this point, so can they make a move? Next, RÜYA.
والفريق التركي واللي جاينا بشكل قوي. أعطونا تحية لنكست رويا.
A team renowned for playing with aggression, so could that be the answer coming into day 4? It is MADBULLS.
عندنا الفريق اللي ما يستسلم. أعطونا تحية لمادبولز.
Moving into the top 10, we've only got 6 points off of 4th place currently. It is Excuse Me.
والفريق اللي ما هو بعيد عن الأربع مراكز الأولى. رحبوا معنا في Excuse Me.
Sitting in 3rd place. A solid day could see them lift the trophy. FLUX Esports.
الفريق اللي مستواه ما نزل على التوب 4 وفعلا اليوم برضو مؤدي أداء جدا ممتاز. رحبوا معنا في FLUX Esports.
Your current leader coming into Championship Sunday. Gamers8, make some noise for REGNUM CARYA Esports.
والفريق التالي اللي أبدع معنا أمس ب4 تشيكن دينار وبرضه متصدر المجموع الحالي. أعطونا تحية لريجنوم كاريا Esports.
And now, moving into the region of MEA, with one final day to impress and make a statement, Vision Esports.
والآن مع الفرق من منطقة الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا. أعطونا تحية لفريق فيجن Esports.
With their unique play style, more chicken dinners could be on the way for GANGSTERS Esports.
الفريق اللي لعبه جدا مميز وبرضه نجوم المباريات. اعطونا تحيه لجانجسترز Esports.
Coming into the PMRC as one of MEA's favorites, can they turn this around? GEEKAY Esports.
فريقنا التالي غني عن التعريف، هذا يستاهل تحية كبيرة. أعطونا تحية لGEEKAY Esports.
Just 2 solid chicken dinners from a potential top 3 at this point. It's Road to Glory Esports.
الفريق التالي اللي أبدأ معنا أمس وشفنا منه مستوى رهيب. رحبوا معنا في ملوك غابات سانهوك Road to Glory Esports.
We know them, and can they recreate their day 2 finish coming into day 4? It is Team FALCONS.
كلنا نعرفهم وحضورهم دائم قوي. تحية كبيرة لتيم فالكونز.
One of the most consistent teams that we have had here at the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. It is Team GQ.
الفريق الاندفاعي الهجومي اللي ما يهاب أي شيء. أعطونا تحية لتيم GQ.
An impressive day on day 3. Can they continue that kind of momentum? Anything can happen for Brute Force.
مستوى عظيم شفناه منهم امس، اذا قدروا يكملون على هذا نفس المستوى ممكن يحققون اللقب. رحبوا معنا في فريق بروت فورس.
And now, Gamers8, make some noise for the powerhouse team hot on the leader's tail. It is NIGMA Galaxy.
وبالوصيف الحالي للمجموعة ما هو بعيد عن الصدارة. أعطونا تحية لأسود الرافدين نيجما جالاكسي.
Atik, we are here once again. $100,000 still on the line. The PMRC trophy, and one region will reign supreme. I think I hammed that one up a little bit too much. Anyway, let's go over to the casters to bring us into our final 2 TDMs of the tournament.
والحين أعزائنا المشاهدين بعد ما شفنا كل الفرق المشاركين معنا في هذه المرحلة راح نبدأ فيها مبارياتنا اليوم. But thanks. What are you doing? Oh my God.
Team EU are still in the lead.
Well, don't be so happy. We still have one more day. We still have 6 more matches to finish this off. So let's head up to the casters and start the match.
Six more matches indeed. Oh, I always love to see some hype on the stage. What's up, CalRs? How are you doing today?
We're back, man. We're back. We're good to go. We got our TDMs on the way, as well as looking at these boys here. REGNUM CARYA so far. Yesterday, Hot Jukes.
Oh my
gosh.
That
was unprecedented.
Unbelievable.
What did we watch?
The most incredible day of PUBG Mobile we have seen it in a while. I mean, that is crazy. 4 chicken dinners. Yeah, we saw, Vampire go crazy in PMWI. That was a legendary performance. It wasn't 4 chicken dinners in a day.
That's true.
So it's good to see that get upped a little bit.
Yeah, it was interesting to watch as well throughout the day because, of course, we had 6 games and only 2 winners.
Yeah, crazy.
But the 2 games to start off for REGNUM CARYA were very different to the 2 victories they got at the end of the day. I felt like in those first 2 victories, they were playing kind of checkpoint PUBG Mobile while going for strong place to strong place. The last 2, they got themselves decent compounds and they did what they had to do to win. They let the circle come to them to a degree. Good defense on all of that, and it worked out nicely.
It did. I think the big part of winning a championship is, you're not always going to get that circle. You want to put some points on the boards when you don't. But when you do, you want to really optimize it. Now, I think they definitely did in the first 2 matches. The last 2, I think that zone really gave them a lot of love, They got some chicken dinners without very many eliminations. So it's crazy because I remember at the end of the day, you were surprised at just how the gap wasn't bigger than I think we thought it was going to be. So, I mean, there's still a chance for a lot of teams to come back. We just heard it there on the stage that there is 6 more matches here to go. And we're going to start off with some TDMs today, CalRs. You know what? Honestly, I'm super jealous because I know you've casted so many TDMs before, and this is my first time, so I'm excited. Let's get it started.
This is an interesting one. GANGSTERS versus NEXUS, 2 teams that have got varied play style. Let's put it that way. So let's see how this is going to play out. Already, nades are going to be thrown on in the M114. Going to try and do some damage, but not against the M4. Swinging around the corner. Goes to a slide. Whoa, did he just get a double on that to Jafar?
That's what I'm talking about. Jafar sliding with style. Oh, tries to catch one. Fedora with the sawed off. Okay, it's good to see some secondaries coming out hot here. I noticed a lot of teams here in this style, either like the sawed off or the Scorpion.
There's a Groza and M1014 in that loadout as well. Seeing Groza being used a lot. It is great up close. Going to charge up a nade here and try and hit Doran. Likewise, he threw one forwards, but it did bounce further away, so not exactly easy.
Everybody just holding angles right now. Start to throw all that util out. Getting ready. So far, we're seeing a little bit of a lead here from the GANGSTERS. That's going to help them out towards endgame.
Jafar's on 6 already.
Wow. He is getting it done by himself.
Yeah, big performance so far. He's using that M1014 very, very well. really doing a lot of damage. Walsh was able to also claim one as well. Now it's Kevin on board with. He's going to be going for the Groza, sliding forwards. Kappahala, though, big spray through with that Scar L, and actually making it work.
Ooh, hits that lay down, gets that cover, pops back up, and gets it done there with that Scar. Now, you can run out of ammo here, so he wants to go pick up as much as he possibly can.
Yep.
Yusuf holding down that angle with the shotgun. Miss, actually does tap Kappahala one time, retreats in the meantime. I like Gangster strategy here. They got a couple players just free-firing corners and then sending up their teammates like Jafar with that shotgun up close.
You got to be careful with the vaults, though. When you're actually going for that, you are vulnerable. So I was surprised that they were trying to move up in that direction. But I mean, so far so good. It's working out here for Gangsters. They do have 16 on the board, so a little bit of lead goes their way. Although this M1014 from Kappahala doing some work. Will he finish it? No, he will not.
Tried to hit that gun switch, couldn't do it in time.
Jafar's all over the place, man. 8 limbs now.
Make almost 9 right there. Yeah, this shotgun has come in hot here. Kevin goes down in the process. Here comes Doran picking up that Groza.
I mean, it's a big gun. We were talking about how much we like this shotgun compared to some others. We use it a lot on Livik, etc. Very, very fun to use.
And I guarantee you, like, if we would see this shotgun in Erangel, I wouldn't be surprised if we see people pick it up over the DBS.
Maybe, maybe. It is strong. It is strong. We've got ourselves a little bit of a standoff for the moment here. Walsh are moving around on that right-hand side. Yusef's holding some high ground, trying to go around the corner, but it's not going to be successful. Kappahala, once again, from this high, able to hit with the Scar.
Yeah, I think Nexus Gaming realized they're getting behind now. So, okay, let's kind of slow things down. Let's hold some angles, try to catch some points on the board, play a little bit more defensive. But this is what happens. As the time goes on, if you are down, that clock starts to tick, you're going to have to push.
Definitely, definitely. Doran still holding it. He does have the sawn off as well if he needs to switch to it. A nade went through, but that was his own team, so he needs to back away for a second. Yusef, unfortunately, low on health. More shots will come through. Jafar finds himself in the corner, goes around the corner. He is very good with this gun.
He's crushing it. I mean, already hit a dozen eliminations, definitely putting the team on his back here. Exo Maki, that was 7 on the other side of Nexus Gaming. And that's exactly how many points they're down as well. Look at Jafar holding that shotgun. He's waiting. All right, use it up. Come to me.
Very patient.
Come to Papa. Get
1.
out of here.
Maybe 2.
2. That's 3 beat. Jafar.
Mate, why don't we just play Livik and have them, maybe they'll play a different playstyle.
Dude, that's what I'm talking about. Jafar, what was the patience to just wait and say, you know what, I got this, and crushes the competition. So now with this kind of lead, it's pretty much a Gangsters W at this point.
At 10 ahead. That is rough to try and recover from. We've got Exo still trying to hold things out here. But this spot is kind of annoying to shoot down on, and he will lose that out. Aiming down in PUBG Mobile is kind of irritating.
Yeah, it definitely is, because you got to watch your own toes.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, Jafar, oh my gosh, this slide
He's a monster.
Has just been ridiculous. 16 elims and counting.
Looking for the double peek, doesn't quite get it. And Yusef here in the long will actually get another elim himself. They've done so well with this. What a win.
Wow.
Gangsters, I've got to say, looking at how that played out, that might be the most dominant TDM we've seen throughout all of them.
And you know what, to be honest with you, I think they would have done 10 times better if they were in the blue zone.
Agreed.
Yep.
The bearers of the blue.
That's correct.
They created the blue. They were one with the blue.
They live in the blue.
They do.
Other teams, right, merely grew up in the blue.
Yeah.
They were bored.
Molded by it.
That's right. That is correct. As we look at the Gangsters getting warmed up here, I think that's good for a lot of these squads, especially coming into the last day. Obviously, a lot of nerves. Teams want to be able to put some more points on the board and get that. I love to see Gladiators, though, when they walked in. Just instantly pointing at the trophy, throwing up the X, and we're like, nah.
Not today, boys.
Yeah, not today, but hey, you know what? We can still definitely make some moves on the leaderboards.
Definitely could. Definitely could. I mean, there's little bump-ups they could make. Even if they just treat this as an opportunity to really scout out what other teams are doing, leading into PMPLEU, of course, which is coming up, it wouldn't be too bad a thing. But
hello, Sadie.
We still have, hello. We've still got one more TDM to go.
Okay.
GEEKAY going up against FLUX. This should be a bit of a banger, considering FLUX is doing great. And as you said, for GEEKAY, they've been doing a lot of fighting.
If GEEKAY loses this, I am going to be shell-shocked, because they had more practice in CQC action than I think any team in this lobby. It's been absolute craziness. So they're used, you know, to get hot right off the drop.
They better be. They better be, because they're going up against some excellent fraggers. Of course, from PMPL EU, we watched as FLUX, I'm not going to say dominated the region, because that's not exactly accurate, but they looked excellent in execution.
Oh, 100%.
And every single one of them can pop off at any given time.
And I think they should be proud of the performance that they did in PMWI. You know, they put up some good points there, and then now they're coming into this stage, so they're extremely warmed up. But yeah, GEEKAY is as well. So let's see who is going to win this match. Are we going to see some of them M24s? Huh?
I would like it. I really would. I do think maybe we'll get a lot of M101-4s, though.
That is the play, honestly. I mean, we saw that even from mid-range. It's just disgusting. Just
good.
Strafe back and forth. Just keep popping those shots, and you're going to get them down eventually.
Yeah, I mean, the bullet spray on those shells really isn't actually as spread as you might think, right? In terms of challenging the DBS for how much range it has and its ability to be able to do significant damage at that range, it exists and is scary.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I remember when this weapon came out in Livik, tons of just players were hot dropping, getting into the action off the rip, and here we go! Final TDM. It's GEEKAY versus FLUX and look at this, GEEKAY is coming out hot.
Yeah, they are already. FLUX is trying to hold this choke with a few nades to start things off, get that out, get it done. GEEKAY with the first limb will take Solus down, but responding Kai with the M24 from SoulK. He's here with the M24 action.
Oh, yes, he does. Yes, and that was a nice little try to get a little no-scope there. Very pretty. Ragnar jumping away from that grenade just in time. I do notice that the nades don't seem to hit as hard here. Oh! SoulK going for some kneecaps.
It's not even no-scope. He's actually zooming in with the M4 times at that range.
That quick scope. Very,
Love
very
it.
nice. Let's see if he can do it here, though. Oh, he quick scoped him. He did hit him. And gets, busted from the side. That's the way it is.
Blindsided. Blindsided. Ragnar's going to charge up the nade. What's he going to be able to hit? Solus is also doing the same. He needs to get rid of him before he throws his. Meanwhile, Ketch taking a little bit of an action up towards the top here. Nice nade, actually. We'll be able to get away from it, though. Never mind.
Bad bounce.
Yeah,
bad bounce, too. Yeah, I hate to see that there. Okay, Lutz does go down. Satan up top. Putting in some work with that shotgun. Solus going to go ahead and throw that nade in there, and Gate is going to be able to get away from it just in time. But it is tied up, 7 versus 7.
Bit closer than our previous one here. Lutz with the M101-4, still doing some work, some damage, holding out some of these angles, whilst Ragnar will start to move forwards, but he is seen thanks to the third person and gets taken out.
Yeah, it just gets popped right out of the air. Now we're starting to see a little baby lead here for FLUX. You definitely notice that FLUX is playing this a lot more patient. They're kind of waiting for GEEKAY to come to them.
Yeah, and I don't mind it here on Ruins. The one thing that can go against you is if your opponents are very good with nades, if you're going to play that kind of style, but so far so good for FLUX. They've not been punished too hard by those nades, that utility, so it is working out.
Well, I will say, like, just from looking at GEEKAY so far, I think this is why we see them struggle a lot in these hot drops. You notice how a lot of their players go out 1v2 situations rather than just working together like we see FLUX do.
Kind of bold, devil-may-care kind of plays coming out, which is kind of ironic considering he's called Satan, but you got him moving through now, and Lutz as well will get taken out. They actually get caught in the 2v1 situation themselves, and SoulK is still looking for those long-range limbs.
Okay, trying to get some of them scopes going on here. That 4x could definitely hit it. Oh, and now finally we see a nice nade limb there from Solus, tying the things up. Meanwhile, Hope popping Catch right out the air, and Lutz is going to get his get back.
I sometimes understand the jump around the corner. However, it does make your opponent very obvious as to how they're going to be falling through the air, so you can track the target very easily. It's a double-edged sword. Sometimes, you know, they don't expect the jump, but if they do, you're going to be able to track that target super, super clean.
Speaking of clean, SoulK still holding that M24, holding that back line, just trying to keep things in perspective. Here comes Satan with the push against Catch. It is going to be the M101-4. Yep, versus the Groza. And in CQC, it's all about some shotgun action.
All 4 of them were on that angle then. I thought maybe just the collateral of the M101-4 shooting through the air would have taken them all out, but not to be the case.
Satan's blind!
Hey, will move up. What can they do with this? The M24's in action.
And Satan's holding this angle really hard right now. Just that beautiful peek back and forth.
Jumps around.
Gets caught on the reload. Still surviving for so long. And finally does go down.
Tried to punch him. That's
The disrespect.
the disrespect.
Let's see what Solus does right now. Free fires the Groza. Oh, runs out of ammo. And Satan gets his revenge.
Nice, nice. Almost all the limbs now are M114s at this
That's
point.
right.
He's just flying on through here. 27 to 24, very, very close as FLUX needs to recover some room here. This could be a good nade. He knows exactly which corner he's on. And he moves out.
He does pop out, so it does tap him up a little bit. Oh my gosh, long range shotgun action, and it does piece him up.
Yeah, it's nuts how accurate it can still be at that kind of range. Tries to go for the pre-fire across just in case he stands back up from that little crouch. And the catch once again on that same angle will be denied.
Oh, FLUX is getting caught out here. Lutz does get a nice shot, but gets taken out. That angle completely eliminated. So it's 31 versus 27 in GEEKAY's favor.
How will FLUX make this recovery happen? They are 4 behind at the moment. It's difficult. You got to kind of group up here and maybe just make some big full pushes on individual members.
I think you're starting to see him panic a little bit. They're starting to press the action. They do close that gap just a little bit. Now it's a 4-point, but a couple of bad peaks is all it takes. 4 more eliminations, and GEEKAY are going to win this.
Looks like it. Looks like it. More nades will be charged up. Good to go. Lutz very low. Going to run away with 1 HP. Oh, not a bad nade. Does a lot of extra damage. But again, can they catch up? They're so far behind.
2 more is all it takes. Now the gap is really huge. We're going to have to see FLUX group up together and get some plays. Okay, there's 1. Slow things down a little bit.
Gotta go long range.
Yeah, Solkay with that bolt action. I don't think he's going to get it done. Nope. 1 more elimination. All it takes here. And
35.
35, 39.
It's going to be over. The M114 is going to clinch it here.
It's okay. I think he's going to be the final blow, and he is. GEEKAY, get the dub, and we see the pop off. They are so hyped, ready for today.
They love it. The crowd loves it as well. Everybody here watching GEEKAY being able to be victorious against absolute legends of the game in FLUX. Really, really impressive stuff.
It really is. I mean, it's good to see them, get that good practice, that CQC action. Now, my question is, are we going to see that hot drop action here today? Now, because we did see it kind of go away a little bit towards the end.
Well, we will see as we are done here. Time to move on, though. We have got many matches to come. Hello, guys and girls. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash here for MEA going up against EU. We're in the final day. My name's Kalaris, joined by Blank here to talk about a few of the moments that we've seen go down so far. And first things first, Blank, we want to talk about the amazing, unprecedented day that REGNUM CARYA had yesterday. What on earth did we watch?
I don't know. Honestly, we were screaming back in the green room the entire time because this team has just done amazingly well the entire time. I think that the way we looked at it, though, those 2 first games had a real distinct difference to the 2 last ones that they won.
Yeah, absolutely. The first 2, obviously, as we take a look at some of the moments from that day, the first 2, checkpoint PUBG Mobile, going from place to place. We said it ourselves. It looked flawless in execution. The second 2, good compounds, but still good holds, I think.
Yeah, 100%. I think that the way I see it as well is the fact that, they milk those compounds for every last ounce of usefulness from them, which was the really big thing. And it's nice to see REGNUM play like that because they obviously can play all kind of play styles and to a really high caliber.
All right, next up, we've got NIGMA Galaxy, of course, here, who have looked ultra consistent throughout the tournament. It's just unfortunate for them that REGNUM CARYA looked so awesome yesterday. But Blank, what do you think about NIGMA Galaxy?
Yeah, ridiculously consistent. I think that the fact that they were able to top their first day on their second day, considering how good their first day was, it is sad that REGNUM CARYA blew them out the water on day 3. But so far, they've done really, really well. And I think our concerns with MEA was the fact that they were quite a defensive region. Coop's coming to the team. Seems to have done very, very well for them. But Freak has really picked up on that aggressiveness, and I think the rest of the team is starting to adapt that playstyle, and they look even better. And I didn't think it'd be possible for them to look better in day 3, but they really do. Just hard to compete with REGNUM CARYA.
No, absolutely. There's been moments where NIGMA Galaxy has found really good high grounds. We're seeing a lot of moments here where they've been able to lock down positions and look excellent doing it. So hopefully they're able to persevere here in the last day.
Yeah.
All right, finally, let's take a look at FLUX here. Awesome roster as a whole. They're not quite able to attain the very top spots just yet, but maybe they can come back in the last day.
Yeah, maybe they can do it. I mean, it's kind of annoying because every single day we've had a different player stepping up in some form or manner, right? And we kind of expect Ketch to be that big guy at the top, but we've had Solus, we've had Solk doing well. Lutz has even had some really good solo games towards the end of those matches. And I think, honestly, if we saw all 4 of those players on FLUX doing really well on one day, you know, this might have been the team to take it all, but this was the Prince of Turkey coming into this, but we have the usurpers of REGNUM CARYA take away the throne right now.
Considering what we saw from Ketch in our region, I would love to see that kind of pounce here into the last day and see how this goes. Let's see. Well, that's it from us. Thank you very much, Blank. Let's go to day number 4 and see how the games are going to unfold.
Well, the games will most certainly unfold here today as our victor will eventually be reached and shown to us. It could be the new kings of Turkey, or it could be the kings of MEA. You never know, but it's going to be a king indeed here. As Jason Kaplan joined by Maxman and several Worlds of Gaming to break this down. And Maxman, I see you've occupied your hands this time with a card.
Yeah, and I'm not going to let it go. I'm going to keep talking and holding on to this one because otherwise I'm going to slap 7 in the face. And we want to avoid that.
Yes, we do.
So,
I was really hoping for it. But yeah, let's jump into this, right? We did have our TDMs, by the way, 4 for MEA, 4 for Europe. Equal. However, it's all about the eliminations that matter, right? It's not about who wins necessarily. It's about who gets the most eliminations. And GANGSTERS, my lord, they put up some big numbers really quickly.
Jafar popped off. I think he ended up with, what, 16 elims? That's good to see. You think maybe, like...
What? Where are you going?
In an imaginary world, do you think they actually like get like a confidence boost out of that? Especially for a team like GANGSTERS?
I wouldn't say confidence boost, but it gets you in the mood, right? You just play Lobov TDM, very
like a
quick paced. Yeah, exactly, because when you're playing the normal BR mode, you normally have fights like very spaced out from one another. Here's like they're just feeling good right after that victory, I believe, in their match. So maybe a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, I feel like if a player has had a bad tournament and they pop off, even though it is a TDM, they're like, you know what? I'm here for a reason.
Yeah, and our NEXUS is going to be even more depressed. And maybe... Okay.
You gotta go back to that region.
We can quickly see our regional rankings now, as we do have only the BR left in this event. And currently, EU is starting to build up a pretty big lead here, about 50 points ahead. However, that gap could easily be closed out on here with our 6 matches today. We still have Sanhok actually coming up next as our first match of the day. Then we go into triple Erangels and double Miramars. Sanhok, are we going to have a hot drop again? We're going to find out. Let's head over to our commentators to kick off the day here with Hot Jukes and Kalaris.
Here we go. Final day of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, EU versus MEA. EU currently in the lead, and NIGMA Galaxy not too far away from them. They could definitely have a comeback. And honestly, if it's going to happen, I think it's going to happen right here off the start. I think NIGMA Galaxy has to start off strong, get a nice, 10 elimination, chicken dinner, maybe a little bit more than that, and we can see it happen.
I think what we saw from them on Sanhok yesterday was very slow from NIGMA Galaxy. Of course, they eventually were able to get not too bad in terms of placement points overall, but they were hanging around way away from the circle for a little bit too long when this team could quite easily find themselves a better place in the circle much, much earlier. So let's see how it's going to react. Let's see what that circle is going to do for us as well and for the team of NIGMA Galaxy.
Yes, indeed. What kind of zone are we going to get? I'm still waiting for that Sanhok cave. Been waiting forever.
Well, you'll be waiting a long time.
I've never seen it. I think I remember seeing it one time, like 4 years ago in a game, but I have not seen it since. So one day we'll get it. Could that day be today? And it's gone.
And it's gone. That's unfortunate.
It's gone.
Just like $60, it's gone.
Just like that.
We've got ourselves, excuse me here, going up against Brute Force to start things off. He only has a car 98.
Hit it, please. Oh, come on. Oh, I thought he did for a second. I was so excited. I was so excited.
He did take damage, right, though?
He did.
Yeah.
He did hit it.
Yeah?
Yep.
Just not hard enough?
Not hard enough. You hate to see it. But you know what? I'll tell you what. I did talk to Brute Force, and I talked to Prepod before this, and I was like, hey, how you feeling? He's like, hey, man, obviously, we got a couple chicken dinners. He was honestly talking about what he should have been 3. Ooh. That one Miramar match where they did get a third-party by FLUX. That was kind of a tough thing to see for them.
Yeah.
But coming in today, they said, you know what? We're looking to hopefully get some good chicken dinners and maybe even, you know, get a third place finish, maybe even a second.
Well, and he's gone.
And he's gone.
Sorry, Prepod, sorry. As Beck will be able to take him out on a rock. It's always hard to make those transitions just blindly through here and not have the information. Meanwhile, Havlik still in this compound. We did see a reinforcing move from FURIA up towards this position, but I think he's driven all the way past, so he's leaving. He's leaving. He's out of there.
Out of there. See what the strategy's going to be. So, excuse me, Brute Force, both losing a player early on.
I mean, what you were saying about this at the beginning of the game, and whilst we take a look over at where Painan is, for Enigma Galaxy, this is a great circle.
It's just true.
So it's an opportunity. It's a launching pad for them to try and catch up with the train that don't have no brakes, REGNUM CARYA Esports, apparently.
Oh my gosh. I mean, if we have a trend of happening of what happened yesterday going into today, they should get circle every single time. So
and 6 chicken dinners.
Yeah, it's correct. Yeah, so let's see how Enigma Galaxy is going to stop that. Now, they do like to drop near Sami, so they are going to be pretty well set up for this circle, especially if that zone decides to go to that southern island. I don't want to see a split between the two big islands.
Oh, I'm gonna say we're getting that southwest island.
Okay.
Let's see how it goes. Just for you, Hot Jukes.
Let's see it. Let's see it. And we're gonna see, excuse me, losing a player early on, but they're in the US. Just go ahead, going on into another part of this island. Now, staring at the map, we do see Gladiators up at the top where they normally like to be. Pixie with a huge off angle. I want to see them kind of pick things up and get to that bridge a little bit sooner than later.
They previously did a little bit of damage to MUERTE on a drop like this, of course, because they realized that MUERTE was still dropping around here, as we're seeing a little fight from GEEKAY going on in the hills. But they've not done that this time for Gladiators. And Brute Force, fortunately for them, can't catch a break.
Yep. Losing player after player. Only one player up. It's going to be Neo's, and he is pretty lit as well. So Brute Force not having the start, obviously, that they were looking for. Gonna have to get it done in Erangel and Miramar.
Yeah, yeah. If there was ever going to be a victory that was extra that they did not receive, it probably will not be this one, as they've only got one limb point on their board. Neo's here, just going to try and scramble for a position, scramble for an eventual few placement points down the line. And here's Nexus on board with them now, who have they found themselves a very central spot. So it's a good start for a team that is struggling at the moment.
Oh, big time. Yeah, they got a big ladder to climb up this leaderboard. But you know what? Teams in that 4th, pretty much all the way down to like that 11th place finish, they can definitely see some big changes there. So if your squad, like Gladiators, right, I think this is a huge match for you here, because a good chicken dinner, you could be in that battle all the way up for top 4.
You want to save some face.
Yep.
A little bit, right? With a lot of people having big expectations on people like Gladiators. Now, the one thing that I want to see from Gladiators in this game is sometimes when you have a circle like this, they linger on that Northwest Island just a little bit too long. They have all the room in the world to play with here from that Northwest Island. So hopefully they mosey on a little bit faster than usual.
Let's see them do it. You know, we're looking at MADBULLS right now. We just saw some stats from the average 5 eliminations in Sanhok. Uh-oh. Flick.
Sees the feet.
Ooh. Zooming in on that 6X. Trying to get some shots onto Beck. Sometimes shooting in between these trees can be sketchy, though. Can he hit it? I wouldn't do it.
If they'd have both shot at the same time, I think it would have worked on out. But REGNUM CARYA here. GANGSTERS is going to be rolling up on them here in Painan. The move does happen. There is some mollies going through, as well as some nades being charged up. How well can GANGSTERS breach this location against REGNUM CARYA, who's normally able to hold down compounds very, very well? We saw it throughout the entirety of yesterday.
REGNUM CARYA, that's what they did all day yesterday indeed. Let's see how Yusuf is going to try to break this open here with that nade. Uh-oh, a little bit of mistiming from GANGSTERS. They lose one. A nice little return fire, though. Yusuf has to win this 1v1. Gets another. And, oh, Loxy almost made it happen. But REGNUM CARYA, first team out today. Was that on your bingo card?
Well, no, actually.
It was
not at all. You remember that train that had no brakes?
Yeah, that train. I remember that train.
I guess it's just a mountain in the way. It's just...
It was like, choo-choo.
Oh, sorry, train.
Hate to see that.
That's rough.
Yeah, but you know what? I think that they're panicking right now. That lead that they have, they are just like, oh, no.
That's going to give you some sweats, I think, for sure. Like, you wanted to come in here. Obviously, they looked great on Sanhok yesterday. To go out dead last in the first Sanhok of the day, you could let that get to you a little bit mentally. about this day, and it gives these opportunities for NIGMA Galaxy to catch right on up.
100%. I mean, if you got your ear to the ground right now, you can hear that door just start to creak open. And I guarantee you, NIGMA Galaxy, they saw that in the feed. So this is their chance if they want to get that championship belt on their way. So I talked to Coops. He said, you know what? I don't even want an MVP. I got too many MVPs already.
Yeah.
I want a championship. So this is the time to do it.
Could quite easily make it happen here. Not a bad circle as well. For a lot of focus now on this Southwest Island, so for a lot of teams are going to be trying to move on over there or position themselves on Painan as well as the river to maybe make a move if they need to onto the mainland, but that is very unlikely to be occurring, as we do have Toffee still scouting out this bridge. Taking the shots.
Got him. Got Volt. And the remaining member. Oh my gosh. What a shot. 2 players from Vision Esports just out just like that.
This bridge still has quite a bit of value even after this circle has closed, because it is still a good transition path and it will be in the blue, so teams might use it thinking people aren't here later on. So yeah, that's a good little spot to be able to camp out there for the moment.
Yeah, it was smart there from GQ. I think they definitely did their homework, realized that in a zone like this, teams like to think that they're safe going down that bridge, and we're able to take advantage of it. Very, very nice. Meanwhile, we're watching Painan. Okay, next RÜYA. Very close to GANGSTERS. GANGSTERS just being very, very sneaky right now, waiting to possibly spring the trap.
Next RÜYA, where are you off to here, Frozen? Looks like he's going to reposition this vehicle. Just use the small spot that he can cross the river with.
Yes, indeed. Let's take a look here at Wash, holding it down. So, I mean, this is that planning phase. You know, the zone is still big enough to be able to kind of get a little breathing room. I think this is a really good area and time as well to try and camp rotations, just like we saw GQ do right here. So, worst case, if it does go wrong, you still have enough time so you don't have to worry about that third party as much.
Yeah.
Next zone, that's definitely gone.
We give Toffees a lot of credit for that double there, but there was also supporting fire coming in from his teammate, so well coordinated by GQ, holding that down. Now NIGMA Galaxy, it's looking towards Excuse Me's compound. This is just a little bit north of them here.
This is where it gets a little bit risky, because the zone is starting to close. Timing is everything here. If they decide to take this fight, they have to put a little like a 1-minute timer on it, because it has to finish quick. Because if it doesn't, that third party is definitely coming.
Maybe. We will see here. Excuse Me still just using that third person to try and see exactly where their opponents are. Vision is rocking past this, but they're going to get absolutely exploded. Everybody's shooting at them as they move past. Next, RÜYA was able to start things off.
Bye-bye.
And they're finished, man. Done and dusted.
Just like that. Yeah, obviously we saw GQ waiting for them over there near Camp Charlie Bridge, and since then they were just trying to find another spot. Got taken out immediately. Next zone, about to pop. Are we going to go down to the southern island? Maybe even a Ruins finish? Let's see it. Or are we going to see a nice split down the middle?
Well, speaking of splits, I'm kind of scared about Gladiator split up at the top at the moment. If you're holding Trifecta, the last thing you want to be doing is having then an entire team coming across Trifecta like MUERTE up at the top. With a 2-2 split like this, it's a bit daring. But look at that. Okay, so Gladiators could move together and then start taking some positions on the west.
I mean, what do you feel about Gladiators deciding to take Ruins right now? Do you think that's a good idea?
Ooh, not Ruins. I'm scared of Ruins.
I am also scared of Ruins.
If the circle shifts there, cool, that's brilliant. If it doesn't, you're done.
Yeah, it is really hard to get out of here. Now, there is that little hillside up on top of Ruins that you can still rotate away if that zone goes south.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if that is where they're taking now. I am happy to see them group up together and head in that direction.
Well, it allows MUERTE to also pass on by across the water, so that's nice. But as you say, that kind of lip south of Ruins is amazing as a kind of vantage point to be able to work with. So maybe they go there, maybe they go to a compound, we'll see. But it looks like they might choose a compound. Next RÜYA here, rocking up on Octavian.
Literally rocking up right here. Let's see what Octavian could do. He knows he cannot get knocked. Has to play it very carefully. Oh, that Molotov. Forcing to run backwards. That is just instant knock.
Great zoning, great control there by next RÜYA, but at the same time, they're not done just yet because Kapahala is coming in as reinforcements to try and stop this. Frozen and Yekta a little bit far away on the angle to try and reinforce where Z-Wolf is.
Gets him, takes him out right now. Let's see what Kapahala does. He tried to throw that nade. There's going to be a nade thrown right between him. Frozen is down to 1 HP. There's a 2-1 split right now from Nexus Gaming. Beautifully done. Exo Machina able to get the double. I would have wished to see that timing be a little bit more synonymous, but they were able to get it done. But here comes GANGSTERS with the third party. This is what I was talking about. This is that time where once you get that fight, you got to finish it almost instantly.
Very quickly. You got to try and finish it off, but it's not to be the case here. GANGSTERS, I must say, you know, rocking up a few points here and there. 7 elims for them. They've approached this game in a bit more of an aggressive stance, and it's definitely worked out, even though they've lost 1 player. But, you know, 3 alive, still all right.
Yeah, I think this was a big day for GANGSTERS so far. I mean, this is that save face day for those teams at the bottom, right? Yeah. And I love the fact that they did their homework. They caught vision early on, and they are playing it aggressive. Now, they do have 7 eliminations with 1 player down. Great game still in the works for them. Now, the zone starting to close. 41 seconds left on the clock. A lull before the storm because zone number 4 in Sanhok, that's where it starts to get picked up.
This is scary. Falcons in 1 vehicle. If they pass by just a few guns, this could be absolute disaster. Let's see how far they're able to get. They're going to try and absolute blast through here. Where are you going?
I want to just hear their comms, and I wish that they were just doing nothing but Falcon screeches as they drive in on some MADBULLS. DBS is in hand. They get 1. They do have the advantage, and this is what happens when you split up. This is the main thing you have to worry about. A screeching Falcon, whole entire squad coming onto one side of your team.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult to even kind of predict sometimes in these moments. But yeah, MADBULLS is going to be falling as a victim to it. The car does explode now, but Falcons can get the recovery going here with a few smokes. That was successful.
Yes, it was.
Oftentimes it's not, but that was successful.
I mean, not to mention sitting at dead center of this next circle, so they're in a great position. And let's see what happens as Road to Glory Esports now chilling in the blue zone. His bike is getting shot up, and he gets knocked in the process as well. So Road to Glory are going to lose. Kalaga?
I actually just want to harp on that for a second, because that could be the winning play of this game.
That's true.
Falcons
Literally.
sending to that compound. It's high ground, a compound in the dead center of this next circle. It's a very, very extreme play. We've seen them try to do it on previous Sanhoks. Absolutely fail. It's the line between insanity and genius.
Yes.
And right now it's genius.
It's that big coin toss, and it could work out, and it looks like to be working out for them big time right now, because that coin toss could have been MADBULLS all 4 in that position,
blasting
and Falcons gone, gone. But they caught that split, took advantage of it, easy 2 eliminations, and now you're good to go. Final player from Brute Force does get knocked out in the process. Now we're starting to see Nexus Gaming get into it, and NIGMA Galaxy as well.
Let's see then, as all of these guys on the edge plays are going to have to scramble for a position now. You can see Road to Glory still held out. GQ's doing a really good job of it, but as time goes on, the longer Road to Glory just sits here and doesn't show themselves, it actually also hurts GQ. So they're actually moving 2 players north to try and get an anchor position a little bit later on for this.
Let's see where this next zone is deciding to go. So it looks like Toffees is opting to kind of just camp out and try to pick up these eliminations. Yep, they're going for the drive through the smoke. Toffees instantly. There's 1. There's 2. Can he go for the 3-peat right here? Full squad wide. He's got the angles, and it's over.
Really well done here, and I like GQ's decision making. You don't have to have 3 people to hold them dead to rights. Leave 1 person behind. Send everybody else forwards to try and get yourself a spot.
That's a huge play, because in Sanhok, there are some times where it's just so hectic. Trying to get a chicken dinner here becomes impossible. Let's see what NIGMA Galaxy can do against GQ as they try to get the drive up. Does not work out for them. So NIGMA Galaxy doing a great job of holding it together. This is a great example between them and what MADBULLS did with their split.
And they've got good transition points as well if they head north. This circle is about to shift as well. Toffees is going to be the last one in for them. Falcons has flexed south of their compound to try and hold some teams away from actually encroaching on their territory. And Gladiators still looking at MUERTE across ruins. And I'm going to say, I really didn't like MUERTE's transition into ruins in the first place. You asked me earlier, do you go into ruins? Almost every time, my answer will be no.
Yeah, 100%. It is Good Luck Valley, and Aces is definitely feeling that right now. Elementrix gets taken down in the process. Oh, a nice shot from Aces on the Kitsune. That does take away 1 angle, but now he's going to have to make it happen against McHugh. as he's going to go ahead and find a different angle here against Aces.
That nade.
Aces is done for.
That nade was unbelievably far throw-wise. But yeah, as you say, Aces here. He's going to try and heal out, but he has not much cover to work with. Meku and Tixi could just hold this angle for days and then still have a transition into the next circle if they so desire.
Let's see what they decide. This is always that tricky point because sometimes you want to prioritize zone rather than getting those elims. But McHugh is going to be right on the edge of this next circle. Now here comes a big important fight. NIGMA Galaxy could be coming up against the Falcons. And yeah, the Muerte eliminated.
Yeah. I realized how stupid my sentence was. They have a spot to go into the circle if they so desire. Of course they desire it, James.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
You know what? My big question is seeing Gladiators right here. Do you think that rotation was intentional?
Absolutely, 100%. Smart plays, just getting in there as fast as they did. Very intentional. Good question, Hot Troop.
Thank you very much. Let's see what NIGMA Galaxy and what their intentions are, because we did see REGNUM CARYA go out early. Got to remind everybody, this is that second place team. They're starting to put up some eliminations on the board. So if you are REGNUM CARYA right now, I think you got to start biting your nails.
It is a little bit difficult to deal with when NIGMA Galaxy is so good at staying alive into games. Even the Sanhok that I referenced at the beginning of this one, shots come through from Coops, where they were so far away from the circle, they still got themselves some decent placement points. So they will continue to persevere, but you probably want to get Coops back on his feet.
Yes.
Because that was a great shot.
Indeed. I mean, wow. Nice little double tap right there from Matic. And they are going to pick up Coops in the process, but losing this armor at this stage is never a fun thing. 30 seconds left on the clock. This is zone number 6. Papa Blue's going to come in hard and punish you if you stay in it. Let's see how they're going to move out from this position. Look at Gladiators.
I think Gladiators is going to maybe try and wrap north. That's probably one of the only entrances that I can see here for them. Likewise, NIGMA Galaxy. I think they wrap south, man, as we're looking at them here. I don't think you try, and they might try and push on the Falcons compound, but you need a lot of smokes to make that happen. They do have a few mollies, which could change, turn the tide a little bit.
Let's see how Falcons opt to hold this. If you're the Falcons in this particular zone, it's time to stand up and play hyper-aggressive. You want to be able to put some points on the board. So you do not want NIGMA Galaxy pushing on you for free. Nice smoke wall here from the Gladiators to push up on the MADBULLS. Zurich throwing out some nades, just trying to delay them as much as possible. But Gladiators did make it up to them, so this is going to be tough to defend. Nice nade from Zurich.
Yeah, very, very nice to start things off, especially since they're only 2. Remember, MADBULLS lost 2 to the Falcons crash earlier on. That is, again, more damage going off against Gladiators. Gladiators doesn't fully know this is only 2 players right now, so you can see that they're playing it patiently because they're not aware of the numbers game.
Uh-oh, Falcons were playing it very defensive, and they allowed NIGMA Galaxy to get close. Axer up in the front. Nice couple nades here, as we do see some off angles come out from NIGMA Galaxy. Shots coming from every single direction right now. Let's see what Rauf's going to do. Full snake play. Axer with this angle is huge for his team.
More nades. Oh,
here comes Coops!
That's the DBS singing its song here on Sanhok.
Ka-chunk.
Can he do more?
Let's see if he can. Coops holding this angle. Lord gets caught with a nade in his hand. That's going to force Coops to try to make a play here because 6 is coming from Tixi. Gladiators, I think, smells a little bit of blood in the water, but 6 holding it down with that M4. It's just Coops left.
GANGSTERS is also rocking up on this, and they were shooting from the distance as well. So this is going to be an extra third party. They realized that they could take an opportunity and try and control the south side of this. GANGSTERS is playing a game that we just haven't seen from them before.
They are picking their fights, and they're picking them well, right on time. Coops is going to go for this res here on the Lord. He does get it off, as he does have that angle, because Falcons looking in every single direction. Oh, Coops now got his eyes locked on to Gladiators. Yep, get the easy points while you can. They are completely stuck in the open.
And Coops is just like, I'm going to shoot at everything, as we still see NIGMA Galaxy here trying to push up and against it. Lord doing quite a bit of work. The nade going through, whelps out. And then, unfortunately for them, they go down. Falcons holds on to this, but they need to still deal with some GANGSTERS members.
And here they come. GANGSTERS.
It's just Jafar.
It's just Jafar. He wanted to do that solo third party. And honestly, the timing is looking pretty good right now. One nade could definitely take out these 2 members from Falcons.
They're so battered.
Oh, he gets caught though. 6 was, he knew it was coming.
Yeah, he did. They were so battered, they realized they had to get the heals off before anything was going to go down. That being said, GEEKAY, we haven't focused on them too much this game, but they've done a lot of work for themselves. S12K, round the rocks, going to try and dance Gladiators. That's a good start. Will he be able to get second? The turn! Oh, Ragnar! Yes, the two-piece.
This is why you play a TDM before this match right here. He's had that shotgun warmed up, locked and loaded. Let's see if they can bring it all the way to a chicken dinner here as the Falcons now have their back against the wall.
Yeah, the numbers advantage on GEEKAY, and will that send earlier on for Falcons be the winning play? I mean, they've got themselves up to second at least, but going up against this, I don't think there's much hope.
Uh-oh, Teak with the off angle. Last one up for the squad, but that is gonna be it. It's GEEKAY Esports with the first chicken dinner on the day with a lot of eliminations as well.
Yeah, not bad at all for a Sanhok here. 22 points going their way. And again, I think that obviously we saw as this compound became absolutely pivotal in this game for teams trying to get themselves placement, and then GEEKAY understanding exactly when they had to say, okay, let's get aggressive on this compound. Let's not allow them to reform, get some semblance of defense. They were in there swift, and they finished it fast.
Yeah, and you know what? I also got to give a big shout out to GANGSTERS as well. I mean, I think they played this game pretty textbook, you know, camping a nice little vehicle rotation from Vision early on, getting there, and their timing was good. They just had their whole team out by that end of it. So good points on the board for them, but at the end of the day, GEEKAY really clutched it.
I mean, we memed about the idea of sometimes about playing the TDM before this, but Jafar, man, in the TDM he had like 15 or 16.
That's true.
And he had 5 in this one as well. So he really did come in warm alongside these guys.
I'll tell you what, there's something about it, about being warmed up and ready to go. And speaking about warmed up, we know our desk is ready to break this one down. Let's send it on over to them.
I wasn't that ready. I wasn't that warmed up. I was ready to go. But you know who were? GEEKAY.
Yeah.
They didn't catch it on camera. You have to do it again.
Take 2.
GEEKAY.
Still didn't catch it. Do it again.
GEEKAY.
There
Okay,
we go. I think you were going to give up after the third.
I did kind of almost. But GEEKAY did not give up. They went the entire way, securing himself a great win here to kick off day 4, the final day of PMRC. And you mentioned it just before we went on desk here. Their split on the Northeast was pivotal to secure control and make sure that win was not going to escape their grasp.
It was so good, especially when GANGSTERS got eliminated. They started hugging that area and kind of pushing the other teams as well. Well, what a performance, right? Who could have thought if you don't hot drop at the beginning, you can actually win games?
The TDM buff is real, though.
It is. I mean, Jafar?
GANGSTERS? Yeah?
I was kind of, in a way, I was kind of joking a little bit with what I was saying earlier. Can they maybe get a confidence boost? It might be a thing.
I mean, they beat REGNUM, CARYA, and Painan, so it worked out clearly. Yeah, look at that.
And they pushed it too. Like, they wanted that fight. It's not that fight came to them. They wanted that fight.
Yeah, they were aggressive. Very aggressive, and honestly looked extremely good. I think Jafar had quite a few eliminations. This obviously is going to be brought to you by STC Play as we're going to break down this last match. And can we actually see the match rankings here in this one? Is how many points GANGSTERS got? Because I'm curious, because maybe, just maybe, this can push them up onto the leaderboard a little bit higher. And of course, a little bit of extra money in their pockets. But same for GEEKAY, considering they have fallen quite heavily off the leaderboards. 22 points.
I mean, mainly GANGSTERS, right? They started off the day in 14th position with 65 points total. And the thing is, a lot of the teams outside of top 3 are actually pretty close to one another. So it's actually going to be allowing GANGSTERS Esports to jump a lot of position on the rankings. Really, GEEKAY, an absolute massive game to kick off the day. And their transition away from bootcamp in particular, crossing that riverside, making sure they're clearing the back end with 5 Flux was so strong. This is what this team can do when there's no hot drop.
A nice surprise for me. It is good. A nice surprise for me, too, is seeing GG. I mean, we've been expecting to see them here at some point, right? Them being able to put up 9 points. And I'm glad to see that most of those points actually came from placement points because this team has been able to frag out throughout this tournament, but their placement points just haven't been there. And I'm going to go down even more. MADBULLS. We were so disappointed. We were kind of excited about MADBULLS play. I felt like they were watching REGNUM CARYA yesterday and what they were able to do. But at the end, they were just too split.
During that game, it was like, they're doing the REGNUM CARYA. And then until they were not doing the REGNUM CARYA anymore, and they just took too long, and Falcons punished it.
Well, let's be fair to them, though, right? Because they got crashed on by Gladiators and had to defend against 4 players as 2. And they actually were able to knock down quite a few players, Gladiators, to kind of keep themselves alive. And then there was some third-party action happening from Falcon, who then got kind of third, fourth party.
By
He's
GANGSTERS?
weird. By,
Yeah.
no, by NIGMA Galaxy.
Also, yeah.
Also GANGSTERS, kind of fifth party NIGMA Galaxy who were pushed on a FALCONS. So it was this really big chain of events that broke down there. And GK was just sitting there like, okay, have fun, guys. We'll chill.
Just wait it
We're just
out.
going to wait
That's
it
the
out.
right thing.
Get yourself chicken dinner.
It was really good too, because the moment that GANGSTERS started to push towards the side of FALCONS, GK, super quick on the swivel, start understanding that position is actually a lot more available on the east, start to split even further, getting full control of the eastern edge and pushing the remnant teams against the blue zone. And by doing that, of course, they're just solidifying their chicken dinner here. So yeah, one of the best games. That's what happens when they're not fighting early, and they were in a position currently at the start of the day in 13th. So GK and GANGSTERS, the redemption arc we were maybe waiting for.
For a team, too, that we have to point out, I mean, Team Falcons, I feel like the push that they ended up doing on MADBULLS was at the right time, considering that there was only just 2 players of MADBULLS. And they were able to save so many nades that he ended up helping them in a big, big way when NIGMA Galaxy tried to third-party them whenever they saw that they were shooting at the other 2 players of MADBULLS and also the GG players pushing into MADBULLS. Overall, great play by Falcons. Maybe they'll be able to get some wins again today. Maybe they don't have to wait until Miramar this time around.
I liked Ragnar's little clutch, by the way, against GG. The little 1v2 with the rock help was pretty sweet. But let's take a look at GANGSTERS player stats here in this last match, because FAR, how many eliminations? Put up 5 eliminations. I mean, really carrying the momentum from TDM over into this match, able to get a good amount going for them. And honestly, they could realistically push themselves quite far up the leaderboards if they can maintain a pace like this.
Yeah.
They've also stopped playing from the blue zone.
Yes. I was hoping you were gonna mention that, because I think when we saw them about to fight REGNUM CARYA in Pineham, we were all like, wait, is that, are we seeing this right? Is that actually GANGSTERS? But I want to continue to see what they're actually gonna be doing in other maps. Obviously, we're going into Erangel. I don't want to see them waiting so long in the blue zone. I mean, we have seen it at times where they're able to get out of the blue zone, but they decide to just extend it out, go the completely opposite way, and wait it, and we're like, why? Just why?
Yeah, it's very. I mean, it's a complete 9-day from their Sanhok of yesterday. So I like the control, the aggressivity from this team we were able to witness in this game. So hopefully, can transition, as you said, on the other battlegrounds.
Well, we did touch on MADBULLS and FALCONS a bit, and I actually wanted to see a head-to-head between these 2 teams when it comes to stats in this last match, because that was, I mean, it was very difficult for MADBULLS to hold on site with only 2 players. But as you guys were saying, if MADBULLS regrouped earlier, would that have been their potential victory? Because they did get crashed on by FALCONS. They lost 2 players, then the FALCONS were able to help close out the fight later on. But this is kind of frustrating for MADBULLS, I guess.
Yeah, if you just send the 2 other players that are south up north, of course you could do it the other way around, but I think the northern one is best.
Explain the reasoning as well, why you wanted them to regroup too, for people out there who might be unfamiliar with, like, why do they need to regroup then?
4-player stronger than 2-player. Easier defend compound, Jason. Way
that's not
easier.
what I thought you were going to say.
It's of course.
I don't like that you're casting now. You're getting too much confidence. We're supposed to be beating you down, okay?
No, because of course it's a lot easier to defend your compounds as 4 players, and you saw that FALCONS instantly understood if there's only 2 players in this position, we're going to breach as 4. You're going to win that one pretty one-sided. One-sidedly?
Yeah.
It's pretty one-sided.
See, that's not what you said in the green room we're watching. That's why I brought it up, because you said because of the amount of teams still left alive and because of the zone, teams would have to start crashing into compounds to start taking positions from outside of that area you were currently in. So regrouping to 4 towards the northern compound would have been better than staying 2-2 split, because you would have been crashed somewhere. So you had to regroup before that moment happened.
And the thing is that MADBULLS pretty much didn't end up making their mind, right? Because they were holding 2 completely different compounds, a little bit too far away from each other. And when FALCONS decided to push on the 2 players that were towards the top of that hill at the end, they were too late on reacting. By the time they decided to get into the vehicles and even think about maybe going to the challenge for FALCONS, they decided it was too late. The players were already eliminated, and they decided to back off and just stay where they ended up staying.
And also one thing that I've really enjoyed about FALCONS this tournament compared to how they played in PMWI, they're so quick to make a move when they see a circle pop. MADBULLS, unfortunately, a little bit too slow. That did hurt them when defending that position. But yeah, FALCONS, I love what they're doing and how quick they're executing their plays. And they could be a potential contender for top 5.
You're talking about teams moving on quick, especially the rotations and all of that. I'm looking forward to seeing what REGNUM CARYA is going to be doing here on this Erangel, because that was the main thing. That was their main bread yesterday to get those chicken dinners. And also, if they end up getting blessed by the circle some here and there.
I was actually wanted to touch on NIGMA Galaxy in that last match because REGNUM CARYA went out so early. this was a chance for NIGMA to actually catch up when it came to points. And I don't remember how many they got at the end of this. Hopefully it was enough for them.
NIGMA Galaxy ended up with 9.
9 points? Okay, so there we go. They took away some of that lead. I think it was like a 23-point difference at the start of the day. Take away 9 from that now. And they're getting closer. They're getting into reach to surpassing REGNUM CARYA. So if anything, I feel like the pressure's now on the Turkish team to maintain their kind of place. As we're going to take a look now at our overall so you guys can kind of see how close it is everywhere else here on the leaderboards. But yeah, REGNUM CARYA, I think the pressure's on them now to like maintain their position. They don't have to win matches. They just have to not go out early.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about REGNUM CARYA is their highs can be really high and their lows can be really low if, of course, sometimes the circle doesn't go their way. But if they get hot dropped and taken down by teams that really just don't care too much, like GANGSTERS, it is going to make it a lot tougher. And right now you can see that NIGMA Galaxy has started to close that gap significantly. And we know that they're really consistent, right, Seven? And that's a very scary prospect when you are a team that's very volatile like REGNUM CARYA. So you need big results coming in. Otherwise, I feel like NIGMA might just be not only getting in first place, but remaining there for the rest of the day.
And the scary thing there, we're talking about players to watch at the start of the day. We're talking about Coops, right? We saw Coops being able to go back to what he was doing day 1 and day 2, which was holding off those off angles, being able to surprise teams. And we saw that perfectly whenever they decided to push a little bit more onto Team Falcons. So yeah, REGNUM CARYA, I feel like they have to have a strong performance here in the first Erangel to kind of send a message to NIGMA Galaxy that no, we're not willing to concede this first place just yet.
They're actually looking at Team Falcons here that actually did a decent performance on this first Sanhok. That gap is going to start closing with teams around that top 5, top 6 position with the top 3. There is a gap that currently does exist, but
23.
with 5 Flux... Thank you. I was kind of like skirting not having to do the math. Thank you, Jason. I do appreciate it. But it is going to get to a position where if the top teams like 5 Flux don't do too well, Falcons trying to really speed up their game could allow them to breach top 3.
I'm so glad you mentioned that. And I mean, anybody from 4th place all the way down to 8th place and maybe even MADBULLS here, they could make that push to that top 3 if FLUX does not end up reacting, because we really haven't seen much out of them. I think we got a chance to see a little bit in Sanhok, and by the time we saw it, they were already eliminated. So
L.
Okay, well, you mentioned MADBULLS. You know, they had potential there.
Yep.
I have high hopes for them still. But it is also time to take a look at some content they filmed.
Oh.
Do you know what it is?
No.
I know what it is, but I know it's not ready yet. So they're still going to edit it in the back right now to get it prepared for us. They're just doing the final touches onto it. But MADBULLS.
Is it them just like watching gameplay from yesterday of REGNUM CARYA? Trying to just
no, it's actually, it's them watching Kalaris and Blink analyze plays that they've done.
Oh.
And they're analyzing the analyzation.
Oh. REGNUM CARYA's like, oh, they're analysts.
No. MADBULLS.
Analysis.
MADBULLS are watching Kalaris and Blink analyze MADBULLS. And they're going to analyze how the analysts analyze their gameplay.
I'm lost.
I don't know. I'm just trying to filter the videos ready, to be honest. And this is pretty much going out of hand here. But yeah, MADBULLS, obviously another contender. Okay, well, they're going to go to the video now. It's ready. It just I finished it for you guys. I was on my laptop here, and let's go check it out.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Show it to the camera.
Нормально написал.
Okay. Why do you think everyone?
Because everyone can be the MVP. Everyone have the similar chances for this.
Why do you think he's the best one?
He always supports us for everything.
Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Everyone. Okay. Okay. Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Everyone next to the top. Can you explain why?
Because he is emotional in games, always like screaming like this.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to erase my board as well. I don't know what play in that game. I don't know what kind of final shot that was. Gentlemen, okay, we're going to play a little game here on the desk.
Okay.
Okay, Maxman 7. I'm going to give you a question. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about your answer.
Okay.
And then you have to say it at the same time. So I'm going to say the question, go 3, 2, 1, and you have to say the answer when I say go.
Okay.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
This is going to be fun. By the way, don't say anything that could ruin your career.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, that's tough.
Ready?
Yeah.
Who is your favorite talent in PUBG Mobile Esports? 3, 2, 1, go.
Jason!
Maxman.
I'm just securing my future, man.
Hold on, let me clean your nose. You got a little bit of brown right there.
Oh, no.
Okay. You ready for another one?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Okay.
You can't go with Jason every time, okay?
Who would win in a 1v1? Maxman or 7? 3, 2, 1, go.
Me,
7.
easy.
Oh, what? Really?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
You play the Scorpion, I play the M4. That sounds fair.
I have some more questions, but they're on the border of probably being inappropriate.
Nah, they should be good. One more.
It's fine.
Go for it. Slay.
So, slay, Jason. Go for it.
Don't worry, they can cut this out.
Who is more likely to hit pedestrians when driving? Maxman or
Max.
7? 3,
Max.
2, 1, go.
It is me.
This guy.
It is me.
Okay, we'll move on from here. 'Cause I'm really getting some bad
double taps.
thoughts in my head, and I'm getting a lot of bad potential things I could say. But we do have some stats here, because as you can tell, the match isn't ready. So FLUX, we'll take a look at them, because this is a team that is in contention for potentially getting first place, but they have to step up. Let's take a look at their day 3 average, which happened just yesterday. We can kind of break this one down here, because it was not a pretty day for them.
Not good. That's all my analysis you're going to get. No, definitely some lower stats, not as strong a performance as we had at the start. I think it might be due, 7, to the fact that teams have throughout day 3, and we saw already on this first game today, started to speed up their rotations a lot more. And we know that FLUX like to punish slow rotations. They like to sweep edge, and that is going to be their approach to it a lot of the time. And because of that, the Mini 14 hasn't been as impactful. So I think that's been an issue. Though good to see Solke start fragging out. He was one of the most chill players on the team.
Yeah, he was. What actually surprises me, you're looking at Solskjaer, and I'm actually glad that you mentioned the Mini 14, because I'm looking at Solis. Like, what happened to Solis, right? Wasn't it after the first day that he had, we're like, whoa, this is going to be great for FLUX. They don't only have to rely now on Kedge, they can maybe start relying on Solis. I went up to Solis, Solis was like, best Mini 14 player out here. I was like, all right, I can't wait to see it. Solis, what happened?
Everyone's playing Mini 14 now, so maybe not still the case.
Maybe day 1?
Day 1, yes.
Day 1?
Day 1, 2, no.
Day 3?
Yeah. That's a great
what
segment.
What does this desk divulge into? I know it's our last day at PMRC, but come on, gentlemen. I'm in there with you guys. Don't worry. Well, we do have an interview. We do have an interview actually with FLUX. Why don't you take a listen on this, and we'll come back and hopefully kick off our second match of the day.
Nice.
İsmim Lutz, FLUX Esports'ta oynuyorum ve Türkiye'den geliyorum. PMVI tabii çok daha zorlu bir mücadele. PMRG her zaman karşılaşabildiğimiz takımlarla oynayacağımız bir mücadele olacak. Çok daha kolay geçeceğine inanıyoruz. Ya tabii tercih edersek her zaman Avrupa'yla oynamayı tercih ederiz. Çünkü alıştığımız takımlar olduğu için ve güçlerini biliyoruz. Hani aynı takımlarla oynamak bize bazen yarayabiliyor ama bazı takımlar var, onlarla oynamak istemiyoruz. Daha çok hani fazla agresif oyun tarzları ve hani bir şey üstüne değil de daha çok kill almaya oynayan takımlar olduğu için daha çok Afrika region'da öyle diye tahmin ediyoruz. O yüzden Europe'da oynamak her zaman daha çok tercihimiz oluyor. Avrupa region'ı biraz daha kontrollü oynuyor ama hani Afrika Middle East region ise biraz daha sanki kör oyun oynuyorlar gibi geliyor. Herhangi bir korktuğumuz takım yok çünkü bu oyun biraz daha pozisyon üstüne oynanan bir oyun. O yüzden tüm takımlar hani zorlu. Avrupa ile bir kez daha tanışacaklar. Umarım bu sefer daha çok hazırlanmışlardır.
I'm honestly surprised he said that. His message to all the other teams. If you guys missed that, go watch it again, because that was ballsy. That was impressive to say.
My favorite part of that interview was the part where he was talking Turkish.
It really was.
I had a great time.
I think I heard S2G at 1.2.
Really?
Yeah.
Were they there?
No.
Definitely not.
They haven't been here. I mean, they were here the first 2 weeks, but then, no, the first week, but they weren't here.
Then they flew back. Yeah.
No, it's like they were here, but they weren't here.
No.
Yeah.
This is a great segment.
Legends of interviews right there we just saw from Lutz. Been around for a very long time, you know. Footballists, got to see some great play out of them. Then they went to the Maldives, and then they didn't play as well anymore. Don't know why.
Somebody
it's a real curse.
Broke the wrist, right? Well, what was one of the excuses? I can't remember.
I don't know. What was it?
I don't remember.
I don't know where you're going with this. I don't have no recollection of what you're saying.
Yeah, me either, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then third position, that's pretty good.
That's
No,
pretty good.
I was thinking about STG still.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, you know what?
Okay.
Instead of us talking
Now you
nonsense here on the desk, I'm going to make the executive decision for us to head to a break, and we're going to delay the game just so we get our heads straight. No, obviously having some little quick tech issues. Hopefully we'll be back shortly, though, as we're going to drop back into our second match of the day. It's going to be Erangel, so don't go anywhere, guys.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Okay, well, we're back, and we're sending it right on over to an interview with Gaming Gladiators, as they did get to talk to them before the event began, I believe. And guess who it's going to be?
Kitsune!
Probably.
If
Makes
it's not,
sense.
I'm going to be surprised.
Hey, we had Tixie once, huh? Who knows?
It's actually Meku.
What?
I'd like
He
to hear
talks.
that.
No,
He
I-
talks?
Does.
How did they even get him?
Matic, we lost him. He split away from the team.
So Gladiators currently in a rough spot, we should say, overall in the event. But I think it's fair to say, and I know it's going to sound a little BM, but I feel like they're not really as invested in this event as they were in PMWI. Do you agree or disagree?
Agree.
I would agree.
Okay.
I feel like they're using this as a way to get ready for potentially the PMPL season and maybe trying to learn as much as they possibly can before that event. They have started regrouping a little bit quicker, I'd say, throughout especially the end of yesterday and this game. Like we did see that. It was actually a decent performance from Gladiators, how they played Trifecta, regroup, dodging de Muerte, clearing de Muerte, then in Ruins.
Yep.
But yeah, I would have to agree. I feel like it's just like prep for the full season. They're currently looking good when it comes to PMGC points, so they need to have another good full season if they want to qualify for that.
That's true. That's very true, considering Vampire is the one who got an extra slot for Thailand because they won PMWI main tournament. All right, well, we do have the interview ready, so we're going to go take a look at this. We'll come back, talk about it a little bit, maybe a little bit surprised at who the person is, and then maybe play some more games. Who knows?
Я считаю, что это будет прикольный экспириенс для двух регионов, потому что это единственный лан между регионов, который у нас будет. И это опыт для СНГ команд Турции, Африки и всех остальных регионов. Я считаю, что европейский регион сильнее, европейский турецкий регион сильнее Африки. В раза два, мне кажется. И думаю, победит команда из Европы. Но и в Африке, и в Европе есть несколько команд, которые играют агрессивно, но я думаю, больше всего команд агрессивно играют в Европе, а в Африке, мне кажется, в Африке и Арабии играют более пассивно и залетают в центр. Думаю, что это команда FALCON, потому что это единственная команда, кто прошла из своего региона на PMWI. Пожелать им удачи, но победа будет на стороне европейских команд.
It's Tixie!
Let's go!
The Tixie Supremacy!
Tixie Supremacy!
He's not only taking over a game, he's taking over in interviews.
It's a good time. I want to do more interviews with Tixie. It's fun. Though, twice as strong as MEA. Let me look.
What's it?
Wrong. As of right now. Objectively
That's
wrong.
factually incorrect. It's been fact-checked by the Maxmen.
It is. Definitely can trust my
Where'd
number
you get your
checks,
name
yeah.
from, Maxmen?
What check is math?
I probably am not going to dive in that story, Jason.
Where'd you get your alias from?
I'm sure I've already told you. And I should probably not say it on
I like
air.
it when you tell it.
So I'm not going to... No. We're not doing it. We're not doing it, but it's a decade
slowly
old.
move away.
Do you know what I used to? You know what I used to go by? You know what's funny? So my very first alias was actually Silver Saiyan.
Silver Saiyan?
Oh.
It's actually cool.
That's pretty cool. I will make you dashboard.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I will make you dashboard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
Well, obviously, yeah, we're not going to get to that because then if
You don't
he
wanna know.
answers, then we're
Okay.
going to go into yours, and we don't need to
fair
hear
enough,
about
yeah.
yours. We'll hear about it offline. But obviously, this whole event, the regional clash, has all been about MEA, EU. If you guys watched the start of the show yesterday, you saw Atik and Banks, both our hosts, are on the stage having a little fun with each other. Saw the EU rocks on Atik's card, and you saw MEA rules on the back of Banks's jacket. Well, I've heard they're trying to settle their differences here of what region is best on the boulevard here in Riyadh at G8, and they're ready to take it to us to show who won.
I heard they were going to do 1v1. I just thought it was going to be in PUBG Mobile, not in real life. So that's going to be a fun one. Okay.
Pans involved?
Shabam!
I pick Banks.
Yeah, Banks too.
Easy win.
He's taller.
Yeah.
I pick Atik.
Oh.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a surprise.
I back him. I backed MEA this whole time. I'm losing right now, but I won't have lost at the end of the day.
I mean, except for FLUX and REGNUM CARYA,
Yeah.
MEA's doing decent.
Yeah,
Well,
MEA is
and they're
actually
winning
not
like
doing
the
bad.
regional clash of like no points and everything. So
MEA's no,
No,
EU's winning.
EU
oh,
is
EU,
winning.
sorry.
But MEA is
Mix
still.
the two.
I feel like MEA is still performing actually pretty good, considering that everybody in the world usually thinks of the region as a very, very, very bad region.
Yeah, Blank and Kalaris were very. Well, we're not talking about NA here. I think you've heard Blank and Kalaris already. I mean, we did see an interview with Hot Chooks and Coops about something like that. But obviously, we heard Kalaris and Blank back EU quite heavily. So you guys have Banks. I have a Teak. Let's find out which region is better when it comes to our hosts.
Welcome to the Boulevard, essentially the hub of Gamers8. And currently, we have on the BR stage, EU going up against MEA. And we've got our own little EU versus MEA going on right now because I'm joined by Atik, my co-host.
Exactly, yeah. We have another competition here, and we're going to see who's going to win, regardless who's going to win on this stage. Well, they say 1 in to win.
1 in to win.
Can I throw it in my back?
What?
Yeah.
Trick shot from Atik.
He loses. Okay, just want to let all of you guys know. Both?
He?
Yes.
Which one? We'll never.
That's the question.
Oh!
But you know what? I will tell you, one of them does lose on this next episode of PMRC, baby.
I was going to
It
go
is game
Dragon
number
Ball. Oh, okay. Never
yes,
mind then.
Sir. Yes, sir, indeed. Southern play path as we see teams hop on out the plane. First Erangel of the day. Let's get started.
Yeah, I'm glad we just jumped on in because no one cares about Barney and the Teak.
Nobody.
So we want to get games as fast as possible.
You know what? I want to see the chat because you know the chat just says stop talk, start
Oh,
game.
yeah, absolutely. And ultimately, everybody here knows, as well as over in chat land, I'm chaotic evil. So I absolutely don't. Get me in the game,
Let's
all right?
go.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's get it started. The game has begun. We're starting to see some squads hop on out. Ooh, it's good to see Gladiators take that Primorsk drop. We saw them take it at the start of this tournament. It didn't really work out for them the way that they wanted, but with this kind of playing path, I don't think you have really much of a choice.
Yeah, it's interesting because Vision has kind of sometimes dipped in there. Now they've also bailed up towards kind of where they would normally go if they're going to be trying to find some vehicles. And actually the Circle's been kind to the playing path to get things rocking here. There is still the chance, though, of military with a Circle like this. So, scary times abound.
Oh, yeah.
If we do have that happen.
If we have a hard shift to military, you know, Gangsters and Road to Glory are going to be stoked, but everybody else going to have a bad time. So let's see where it does end up going here in the next few minutes.
Well, that's a good point. Does Gangsters now rotate southwest so that they're outside the Circle so that they can come back in? What do you think?
Oh.
Ooh.
Could be a play. Could be a play. Could be the play to also guard the bridge
The
just
blue
in
power.
case. You know, try to get some sight lines down in that range. So many different options if you're Gangsters, to be honest. I don't think going up to the top of Sosnovka and swimming to Main Island is the strat, though. That does not sound good.
Yeah. I'm just thinking to myself, could it be? It's blue Gangsters.
It's blue Gangsters.
They love it.
They love the blue zone. So regardless, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see that. Wow, a nice shot there from Gage. But GEEKAY, after winning the last match, are going to have 2 knocked. It does look like the rest of their teammates are trying to help them out.
No.
Oh, no.
No.
Not like this.
That's one of those moments where you're like, I really hope I wasn't on camera. I really hope I wasn't on camera. Unfortunately, you were on camera. I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Oh.
And when you just hop out that vehicle just a little bit too quick. But it doesn't look like they're going to get punished for it. So they are going to get that res. And they're going to act like it's never happened. You know what I'm saying?
Just look away, pretend. Tapok coming in with the AK.
What, did you see YDD? I don't think he did. I think that smoke just bloomed in the perfect second for him.
He's shooting wildly through the grass. He sees a vehicle.
Right peaks, and he's gone.
Putting some fear in them.
Just letting them know. You know what I'm saying? Hey, don't let me catch you slipping. Otherwise, de muerte.
He does that thing with the 2 fingers where he does the eyes.
Yes.
And he goes,
I see you.
I see you. I see you.
Yep, YDD getting res. So, Brute Force had a really rough time in the first Sanhok of the day, so looking to bounce back. Starting off with 2 limbs, and lucky for them, they do keep everybody up. They are in 1 vehicle and very underlooted, so they're going to have to be very careful with these blind rotations.
Yeah, not great, not great. Meanwhile, Tapok's going to be picking on up teammates so they can get themselves going. But again, being 2 down early on. Is it 2 down? Where did I?
Yes, it's for GEEKAY. That's right, GEEKAY. But MUERTE, they're big chilling right now.
Yeah, sorry.
But they are kind of trash looting, so that's kind of tough. You know,
yeah.
you saw them only with a pump shotgun. Excuse me over here, all the way up near George pull crates. Hopefully we could see them get more loot here in the future.
Yeah, they actually got up here quite fast. So, yeah, they're going to have an easy time to be able to eventually get towards that circle. They were rapid. Whilst now Brute Force is rocking up alongside them in terms of just the rotation path. So, take a look at the replay.
Oh,
he was dancing.
Yeah, we're in the game. Let's go all day. Hey. Hello.
Waving.
Goodbye.
Why was he doing all that?
I think
that's the big question.
I think it's because he maybe found a mini in that shack, so he's doing a little happy dance.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The happy dance.
Ah, he was waiting for his team to pick him up.
Ah, yes.
There was no point in exposing himself.
Played extra safe.
Yeah.
Smart play, to be honest with you, right? Hey, you know what? You got you're nice and looted up. Just hang out in the shack, wait to get picked up. As FLUX is going to be deciding to loot a little bit of Yasnaya. And they are the only team here, so they're going to have quite a bit of loot in the process.
It's actually my favorite thing about commentary, trying to solve puzzles,
right?
You know, that's what a commentary is, right? As when we're analyzing the games, we're trying to put the pieces together, figure out what the reason is. I don't think I've ever had to solve why somebody's dancing in a shack before, but we figured it out.
We did. You know what? We put our brains together, the years of PUBG Mobile experience combined to solve that mystery. Absolutely.
Like Scooby-Doo.
Hey, you know what? Sherlock Holmes would be proud.
They ripped the mask off him. It was soulless all along.
It was. I can't believe you. You got me. Well, let's see what gangsters decide to do, right? Because there's that puzzle. Do they go up, right, and decide to maybe, gatekeep a bridge, or do they try to send it up that western bridge into Main Island?
You're on about gangsters here.
Yes.
I'm going to be honest. They're moving out of the circle. Do you remember?
Smart play. Smart play.
I wish we could show the map.
Yeah. It's a bold play. It's a bold play. Hopefully it works out for them.
They went south. They're going to end up in the blue. That's awesome.
I think that's where that's their safe place. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They seem to thrive when they're in the blue zone. Next, oh, look at this.
Grows up with an SLR. We don't see too many SLRs nowadays.
Don't see too many Slurpees. I mean, it's just it doesn't seem to have that same power that we see from the Mini. You know, that bullet speed, so solid. But heck, I know some players that try to make it a thing in PUBG Mobile, and hopefully we may see a resurgence of it in the future.
Maybe. That Mini, though, it's reigning supreme, eh? Yep. Like, it's looking good. A lot of people go for the M16, too. Sometimes that comes into play. But sometimes, you just want something a bit more. I really want to see gangsters. They're actually in the blue now.
Oh, my goodness.
I can't believe they're actually in the blue.
They're going for a world record, I think, of most time in the blue of any team in the history of esports.
Maybe. We were, what was it, day 2, we were like, because they came in with like 15 minutes average time in the blue, and we were just begging for 20 minutes, me and Max.
Yes.
Begging. They're in the blue.
Maybe they're trying to make your wish happen here, because this is interesting. They have the entire Sosnovka military base island to themselves.
And they decided to go south.
And they went south into the blue. Very interesting. Next zone about to pop. Is it going to go all the way down to military base? Honestly,
please do.
I really want to see it. Please make it happen.
That would be so good.
Oh, it would be legendary.
Yep. I hope so.
Ooh. Oh, grows up.
That was almost a nice shot.
Almost was indeed. Just trying to poke some little shots onto Punch King as we look at this plane soaring through the sky.
Lovely. You can see MUERTE Power in the distance. And we have ourselves... Look, there they are. They're in the blue. You can see them down to the bottom. If anything, they've made a name for themselves. We're going to go to mainland here. Potato Hill, very much a focus point for this one, as well as that long road leading east of it. So we've seen a lot of battles along there across this tournament.
You know what? I think that was like a little ritual that gangsters were trying to do to try to force the zone towards them. They're like, maybe if there's nobody inside the circle, it'll come down to us. But nope. Not working out. Pushes all the way up to farm. And Potato Hill pretty much dead center. MADBULLS seem to be the squad to take that for now. Uh-oh, Kitsune getting caught in the process. Tixie trying to get off angle. Gets a nice knock on Elementrix. And That vehicle is close to exploding. He has to pop out of it. He wanted to rotate up that hill and get another off angle. He's going to have to wait for Matic to do that for him, though.
You can't bleed out this early again here, Gladiators. Going to be charging up the nade, going for the throw here. Tixi still alive, still good to go. Not a bad nade if they weren't actually getting the pickup just a little bit further away from that buggy, as reinforcements are now coming in for MUERTE.
They do come in and they do get the finish onto Kitsune. So here goes Tixi getting his little rock climbing shoes up and trying to find an off angle onto MUERTE. McHugh, all the way across the field. Quite in the open right now. That is a pretty good spot in this zone because you do have that hill line and that ridge, but there is that plateau just above it. I'm surprised he's actually taking that position in particular.
Meku very far out, yeah. This is switch over to the DBS, realizing that maybe he's been fed the information that they're coming a little bit too close here, so was ready to pounce on them if they were to able to come over the hill. Matic and Tixi, though, take down Aces together. Will they be able to do something? LeMetrix is actually driving around here to maybe get an off angle himself, but well, we'll see how this plays out.
It's looking like he's trying to get away from this right now, actually, because MUERTE is very, very hurt. They're going to lose one player, so Gladiators do even the score just a little bit. Tixi in the front line, smoke blooming. Catches him with the nade in his hands. Gun switches, but it's out of ammo. Tixi trying to make some shenanigans happen with the DBS. It's not going to work, though. He goes down.
Especially when the lip of terrain is in front of you like that, trying to make those long-range DBS shots is really difficult. LeMetrix, meanwhile, here, took a bit of damage against Meku. Try and find a little bit more pressure point here against him. LeMetrix moves to the left, Meku moves to the right, extra, as he will go down. Gladiators, wow. I have a sigh of disappointment. It's definitely not their tournament, and well, we saw that in their walk-in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bad, but I think they're just having fun at this point. And this is something to think about too. And this is why I was saying why yesterday was so important. Final day, you're gonna have some teams that just know that, you know what, there ain't nothing we're gonna do. So they got nothing to lose here. I think Gladiators is one of those squads. So for those teams at the top, I would definitely keep my eye out for them.
Definitely. All right, let's see where we're going to be going here for this one. Ooh, quite the shift over towards the west. So again, a lot of the features that I was talking about before are still kind of in. Obviously, Potato Hill is, but the majority of that road still kind of is. We'll see a lot of teams try and transition along that road south of it, as we're now on board with REGNUM CARYA, who are doing just that.
REGNUM CARYA heading into the zone down this path. Now, there are a couple places they could take here, but I think they're looking for a much more central position near Snake. And let's see where they opt to play. NIGMA Galaxy are already locked down here at this red. And it looks like REGNUM CARYA are going to take the shack here.
Yeah, I think they wanted this compound, right?
Yeah.
Down in the bottom, but could really...
It's gone.
An initial scout out made sure that they realized it was occupied at present. And again, NIGMA Galaxy, these two teams being so close to one another in the leaderboards being as they are here, Hot Jukes, that's a bit scary.
100%. I guarantee you, if one of these players goes down and gets thirsted and they realize it's this other squad, I would not be surprised if they decide to push the action. But a third party comes in for Vision. Volt beating NIGMA Galaxy. Now they are going to get both these finishes. Here's the thing, though. These eliminations, they're going to come on in the elimination feed. I wonder if REGNUM CARYA is going to realize it's them.
Yep, they will know if they're able to keep track of things. And now, they heard all that go down. They know what's at stake here. DP in hand, looking at those windows at the top, using 2 levels of landscape in front of him as defensive cover whilst looking through those windows. It's a smart move.
100%, yeah, because they don't want to get just pushed up immediately. So I think just seeing the movement of REGNUM CARYA, they definitely know this is NIGMA Galaxy here.
Yeah.
So they want to take him out as fast as possible because they do not want them to catch him up on the leaderboards. Ezel, that's the off angle. Gone. Over there by the Wizard Tower. That is tough. We're going to have to see one of the members from REGNUM CARYA drive possibly to go pick him up. That's a risky play, though, and here he goes. He does go with the buggy. Almost gets shot up, but is able to make it safe in the meanwhile. Let's see what NIGMA Galaxy decides to decide. I think that right now they're just opting to just chill.
Yeah. Now, the one thing that goes against REGNUM CARYA here is that NEXUS is coming in behind them. So, actually, no, they've turned around and are going the opposite way. They were slowly coming in behind them. You can see them in the distance there. But they've decided to abandon that plan for the moment.
Uh-oh, here come the gangsters all the way from the south side of military base, getting popped in the process. And we can see them just going through Pachinki, opting to take these trenches here.
Yeah, yeah.
And the only thing bad about that is that that's where you're going to stay for the rest of the match.
That is, and if anybody gets close up to you, it's kind of nade bait. You need to spread yourself out across those trenches. Here's RÜYA, who was causing REGNUM CARYA a little bit of problems up the hill, and it's a big shift once again up towards Potato as well as that road. So it is a big focus point. As you can see, Potato, with shots coming in from Lord as well, trying to stop Vision from moving forwards. But Potato currently has FLUX on that left side, MADBULLS on that right side. They can coexist on that mountain and actually find themselves in a very good, potentially winning position.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what, a very big heads-up play from NIGMA Galaxy to take this position knowing they're going to be near REGNUM CARYA, because due to how lucky REGNUM CARYA was yesterday with zones, might as well put yourself right next to him.
Just follow him.
Right? Put yourself close, because that seems to be the plan right now. This zone does go on in favor of these two squads. REGNUM CARYA as well, able to pick up one elimination for his team. Closing that gap, making that gap bigger and bigger as time goes on.
There's going to be some big crunch. Sorry, I had to interrupt you. There's going to be some big crunch down on the south side. You can already see teams here moving through. FALCONS as well as GQ is trying to send it forwards, and there's a lot of other teams down there that will eventually have to move on against this. You can see MUERTE trying to hold off FALCONS' position, because this fight needs to end soon, Hot Jukes.
Absolutely.
And get in the circle.
Only 2 minutes on the clock. I think FALCONS realize that they're trying to completely avoid this fight altogether, or maybe not. You can see Teak making a little drive around there, maybe looking to try to get some information. Let's take a look at this replay. Lord, wow,
Ooh.
Through the window.
That was a great shot here, and maybe some great shots from RTG. No, not going to be able to connect with FALCONS here, as they made a big send on through.
Push it all the way to center, all the way to center. It worked at Sanhok, do it again.
Yeah, I mean, it could. This is not exactly center, though. Going up against RÜYA.
Here they go, Axer against Doku Machine. Can he at least get one elimination for a squad? He does, so he's going to get that clutch with half an HP. Ooh. Last one up for his team. So this push not working like it did in Sanhok.
No, and there's going to be other teams rocking up soon, so you need to finish this fast. Already you can see MUERTE in the distance shooting this way, and RTG shooting this way as well. As I said, the crunch here is going to be severe. There was only one entry point.
Elementrix barely making it in there with that buggy. It's on fire. He's got the DPS, but Zwolf has one of his own. So RÜYA doing a great job of holding this down, but they do lose 2 in the process.
And it's still RTG taking their time about this, even though they've lost one member ahead of this. You can't be too slow down at the bottom here. Meanwhile, excuse me, trying to rock up on FLUX. FLUX needs to stay alive. They want to be challenging for the top spots, but they're getting absolutely brutalized here by excuse me.
Beck doing a great job of having that off angle right below that hill and just punishing the heck out of FLUX. Now it's just Lutz up. Meanwhile, you can see Brute Force is looking to try to get some cheeky runovers, and they do.
What is going on? Everybody is fighting everybody. Excuse me, gonna have to run, tuck the tail between their legs. Black White's on the other side of this. He's gonna be under some fire here as Furia, as Brute Force wrestle this spot away.
Prepod did shoot out Furia's tire right there, so
nice.
He was barely able to make it over. You can see it, it's completely busted up. So you can see how he's going to be able to handle it against Lutz. You will see this neat flight. That nade actually looks real good. Doesn't hit. Yeah, Lutz saw that one coming from a mile away, said, I'm out of here.
Yeah, still good tracking from Furia to realize exactly where Lutz had gone. Circle about to pop. Where is it going to go? I see you pointing at somewhere.
I am pointing right at REGNUM CARYA. Come on. I want to see the exact same thing happen yesterday. And REGNUM CARYA do end up in this next zone, so they don't have to move for now. But the zone after that is not looking too pretty. Meanwhile, we can see it's a battle at Potato Hill. Brute Force just use it like sharks in the water with those buggies, looking to run over anybody. Did they catch Furia out? I think they did, and he is taken out.
Unfortunate, very unfortunate here. Brute Force. They're looking for this. They're on the hunt, man. As you said, like sharks, swarming on their prey at the moment, and that's what it's all about. The trophy here for these teams to try and challenge for. For Nexus, it's out of reach. But maybe MADBULLS is not out of reach, as Doran was able to knock Zerich.
Well, I'll tell you what, it is in the reach right now of NIGMA Galaxy, REGNUM CARYA. It could be in the reach of FLUX.
Yes.
If FLUX was to have a good game here, but They did lose 3 players early on. Let's see what they can do with the rest of the matches, though, as we get a nice pull-up. MADBULLS, Nexus Gaming, the DB. Yes, it's CQC just too strong. Oh, nice little gun swap there onto Flick.
Completely, instantly realized exactly where he was, but that's a great spray from Flykey here to try and get that done. And Nexus, I mean, for all intents and purposes, MADBULLS really needed to hold strong on this side of Potato Hill, and they really haven't. They are losing people slowly, but maybe they can get them back up.
Frozen going to confirm these flushes? No, instead turning around to smoke his teammates out. Very interesting play.
Seconds matter, right?
Yes.
So you've got to make that decision very, very quickly, and I guess he's prioritizing just the longevity of the fight as opposed to the instant points.
Take it to the bank here. He does get that 1 res. And oh, look at this. Road to Glory shutting down GEEKAY Esports as they go out in 12th place. Still quite a few teams remaining, 11 total. 1 minute on the clock. Zone is starting to close. MADBULLS now starting to make that push on the Nexus.
It's not a big circle to house this many players here,
No.
Hot Jukes. So I don't know how these teams, especially on that east side, are going to scramble for a circle once it pushes, but we'll have another crunch down like we had in the south before.
There's a lot of hills, a lot of defilades, a lot of cover that you could still be had, though. So you could. That's why we see so many teams still alive. But this next circle is going to make things hectic. Let's see how MADBULLS opts to play this one. They did get a nice reset there.
Yeah.
So they have their entire squad up with 3 eliminations. Brute Force right now top of the board with 6 to their name. And we can see them controlling Potato Hill.
I think MADBULLS' campaign now is, yes, that exactly. You sweep Potato Hill, you try and clear out all opposition, and then you play from the north downwards here as them. However, Brute Force, I think, might also have the same game plan in mind.
That seems to be the play right now. You want to be able to control all that high ground. Don't even have to worry about your backs and just look straight down and shoot anything that moves. But for the meantime, they're going to have to share Potato Hill as neighbors. Meanwhile, oops, did get knocked, does get picked back up. Next circle, where does it go? Does it go up to Potato Hill or down into the south? You know REGNUM CARYA is praying it does go down to them. Because if it doesn't, they're going to have a bad time in the zone.
I mean, they've got the circle magnet, so surely, inevitably, maybe...
One time.
It does still include Wild.
They're still in there.
They're still
in there. Wild still making it happen. Nexus Gaming does go out. 10 teams still remaining. FLUX does have just Lutz up remaining for their squad. Vision all the way at the bottom. Coops does get knocked by Lathe. NIGMA Galaxy now have to focus all their attention here on the south side.
Board charging up. What's going to hit? And Lathe has already moved away from that. Maybe it bounces nicely, but it's not to be the case. Another one's going to be coming down.
Uh-oh, Freak getting knocked here. REGNUM CARYA could decide to sweep down here and take out NIGMA Galaxy as Lord tries to reset. Loxy just throwing the nades like crazy, trying to take out Freak.
He was looking great yesterday, was Loxy. He was definitely the MVP for REGNUM CARYA, as they're going to move down against this.
Got him.
That against Freak is a big pickup for them, especially because these two teams are going to have to move alongside one another if they want to find themselves a decent spot in this circle next.
I'm surprised to see REGNUM CARYA even looking upwards right now. I mean, there's still so many players here right below them. The zone is going to start crunching on them as we start see it starting to constrict. This is the thin side of the circle, so it's going to close a little bit slower than on the west side. A lot of smokes coming out right here. That's going to eliminate their sidelines on players coming on in.
This fight was brewing for a little while now. Control of the north. How are you going to deal with this? Already, nades are cooked on up. 8 smokes on Flykey, and he has an MG3 as well. So if Brute Force does breach the hillside a little bit too aggressively, he could mow them down in an instant.
Oh, speaking of mow down, Lord, almost with the run over. REGNUM CARYA focusing upwards a little bit too much, but they do get a nice knock onto Lord. Let's see, Loxy doing a great job of defending this pretty much on his own.
Yeah, NIGMA has taken this fight, and they have been left wanting. This is not easy for them to deal with whatsoever. I mean, they had to be the first team to really make the move, considering the circle and how it was going to play out. But so far, so good for REGNUM CARYA. They've greeted this in with both hands.
Yes, Loxy just holding down that shack, and meanwhile, you see them doing a 2-2 split. 2 players in that Wizard Tower, other 2 on the other side of the shack. Coops getting caught by MADBULLS. Likey all the way up north, making it happen, and that is going to be NIGMA Galaxy eliminated.
That, if REGNUM CARYA is able to convert on a big game here, that might end up being the nail in the coffin. We will see as time goes on. There's still a lot of games to play here throughout the day, but REGNUM CARYA has got to be licking their lips with the opportunity to put them even more distance against second place.
100%. 4 eliminations so far. The entire team is still up. They're going to have to sweep that ridge line and try to get up to that north side, at least depending on where this next circle is going to go. Now, it is a battle still in the north.
I mean, regardless of where the circle goes, I think they might just have complete favor. They don't know it exactly, but in terms of where the solos are, where the big battle is in the north, REGNUM CARYA might just walk into another victory here.
It's totally possible. Let's see how it's going to work out, though, because the battle in the north has begun. Brute Force getting a nice knock. That's Neo. It's Frozen trying to go for that run over. It does pop out. It's some CQC action, and Frozen does take out Neo's. Let's see the play here as it comes out. Oh, a beautiful shutdown. It's a back and forth. It is a 2v2 battle.
G3 actually trying to do a lot of damage here against it, and he will be able to fly key here, being able to make it sing as he's going to try and find the remaining members of Brute Force. But all these casualties, look, REGNUM CARYA on the move here, trying to take the initiative, trying to take out the most important location.
Beautifully done. The perfect third party. The timing is impeccable, and Wild has an MG3 in his hand. This look is looking poised to be an easy chicken dinner. You can see the smokes coming out in absolute recklessness. Let's see what Tron's going to do here. All they got to do is just throw some utility onto them, but they seem to be kind of giving MADBULLS a break here.
They've allowed them to recover here. This was not what I was expecting, but what they're just going to do is they're going to hold this side. They're going to try and slowly, once again, suffocate a team here out of it, because technically, Brute Force is not done just yet. There is still a solo in there, but MADBULLS has very limited room to work with here.
I think REGNUM CARYA decided to just prioritize position, right? MADBULLS, even though they have the north right now, they are outside of this next circle. So REGNUM CARYA just wanted to force them out and then make MADBULLS work against them with the blue zone. Let's see what YDG can do. He's the last remaining member. Oh, got frozen! Trying to confirm the point, not able to do so. MADBULLS taking out Brute Force.
Does REGNUM CARYA push on that knock, though? As they obviously heard that battle going down. Maybe they will try and completely wrestle the high ground off of them and take this fight. Because if MADBULLS isn't able to regroup, here come the shots.
Here come the shots as Ezel does take out one member of the MADBULLS. Meanwhile, we're going to go for a res right now. They have all the position, the angles in the world. MADBULLS have to hit some shots if they want to take out REGNUM CARYA.
Also,
this could be a grenade.
Nades coming in. They're so grouped up, so punished here with the position. It's going to be difficult for Frozen to do something. Tries to go for the nade, tries to go for the peek on over here, but the push up is not bad. Oh, he is able to return it here as Frozen, but the knock comes in. MADBULLS under all sorts of pressure.
Wild's going to try to get it done here with this MG3 and the CQC, and they do eliminate the MADBULLS. REGNUM CARYA, you can see Wild just leaning, saying, oh, that's how you do it, baby.
And Black-White here at this point, he's not even going to try and push on it. He boogies up and is trying to move forwards. But look, REGNUM CARYA has made some great moves in this game. I love that they went north. It was the perfect timing, the perfect play.
That is how you do it right there. When you don't have the best position, go for that third party, take advantage of all that action, and they did it to perfection. This is why we see them at the top of the table right now. When they do get those favorable zones, even if it's not directly on them, their timing is impeccable.
I wouldn't be surprised if they just blow up this buggy from that high ground. For Black-White, great stuff. You've got yourself a second place. That's awesome. 4 eliminations on the board as well. Here, they'll just kind of move from plateau to plateau, look around the circle, realize there's a buggy down there, and probably blow it up.
Well, I'll tell you what right now. I'm going to ask you a question. When it comes to REGNUM CARYA versus NIGMA Galaxy, is this game the nail in the coffin for them?
It may be. It may be. The thing is that NIGMA Galaxy, they have shown excellent consistency throughout this tournament. There is the potential that they could have a day 2 again, right? Compared to what we're seeing. And then maybe REGNUM CARYA, maybe they don't have a decent spot, but that's it. REGNUM CARYA with yet another win on the board here at PMRC. Hot Jukes, these guys are on fire.
Oh my goodness. Their bellies are so full of chicken. It is ridiculous.
How can they eat more? How can they eat more?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, they've already had it for breakfast, for lunch, and for dinner. Actually, this is the last day, so this is dessert, baby, at this point. They are looking too good.
They're saying, but what about second breakfast?
But what about second breakfast?
We throw him over a chicken dinner.
Yep.
They just keep doing it.
Oh my gosh, look at that. Just feeling good at this point. I love to see when you see a team just have such a dominant performance. When they just win, it's just like, you know, business as usual.
They know right now that they are dunking on this lobby, and who is going to stop them? That's the big question, as they have taken themselves chicken dinner after chicken dinner after chicken dinner, and here, the brilliant move to move north was absolutely phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, one thing that's so amazing about REGNUM CARYA is their ability to finish. You know, we saw NIGMA Galaxy in the last Sanhok. You know, REGNUM CARYA went out early. The door was open, right? Yeah. But they weren't able to take advantage of it. Now going into this match, boom, they had that high ground zone, did start going and favoring them a little bit, forced NIGMA Galaxy to push north, but they didn't just go out with that third or fourth place. They weren't content. They said, nah, let's take advantage and get that chicken dinner, and they did.
Definitely impressive stuff here from REGNUM CARYA, and as you said, they had NIGMA Galaxy really dead to rights as we take a look back at this game. For MADBULLS, they were able to win that north position for the most part against Brute Force, but then once you're in scrappy mode here, the MG3, man, I love the MG3 in close quarters.
Oh, it is the gun to have. You can definitely ramp that fire rate up too. It is the most disgusting weapon. Once that battle ended, Black-White just said, you know what, second place sounds good. Let's deny an additional point to REGNUM CARYA, and that is how it is done, folks. That is our Erangel match. Let's take it to a break. We'll come right back.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
If you came up to me before this event began, you're like, Jason Kaplan, well, first of all, you're tall, you're handsome, you're amazing at what you do. I'd be like, I know. And you said to me, REGNUM CARYA gonna have 7 chicken dinners in PMRC. I would have slapped you in the face. I would never thought any team out there would have gotten this many chicken dinners, but they have done it, and they're looking like the new kings of Turkey. We've got Maxman, we got 7 Worlds Gaming in our STC play breakdown of that last match. Let's see the match rankings, because it's all about that head-to-head here between REGNUM and NIGMA Galaxy. And we're going to see REGNUM get a ton of points here in this last match, up to 18. And look who's not there on the front page.
NIGMA Galaxy.
I don't care, REGNUM won. That's all I care about. Yeah, fantastic game. There's so much to really break down this match 7 as to how they got that chicken dinner. There were so many steps involved to get to that point. And not really blessed with the circle, this time around, actually sending it from the eastern edge towards a more central spot and trying to coexist with NIGMA Galaxy, waiting things out. No need to really engage the fight any further, but that push north onto MADBULLS and Brute Force, such a ballsy play, but it worked out amazingly well.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to disagree with you. I feel like I do have to compliment it on how fast they do end up rotating, but they are blessed in the circle for a very long time that it's not really any hard shifts. I do enjoy what they were able to do there at the end. I do enjoy that they were able to make the right play to push north. But the one thing I didn't enjoy about that is that it seems like they weren't sure if they wanted to take the fight with MADBULLS right away or wait for the right time. And you can see that uncertainty out of the players a little bit. But overall, I mean, great performance out of them. It's not that they were just blessed by the circle. They were able to coexist with NIGMA Galaxy like you were mentioning.
The thing is, once they push onto MADBULLS versus Brute Force, they realize that this fight took a little bit too long, so MADBULLS are just able to fully heal up as a 4-man squad, and then they're like, oh, do we fully commit? Do we leave them finish off their fight versus Brute Force, stop the third party, go back downhill, which is what I initially thought they were going to do, is not even push the heel top off Potato Hill, just stay on the low ground and try and play it safe, or maybe a top 3. But that play, the fact that they clear MADBULLS and control the high ground, makes that chicken dinner 100% secured. I think it was maybe a little bit too much, but REGNUM CARYA have the fragging power to back up a play like that.
The timing of it, I felt like, was so good when they decided to actually make that push up that hill, Jason. And I know you were.
I was asking about it.
Yep.
You take advantage of the fact that Brute Force MADBULLS are fighting. You take advantage of the chaos. You rotate in there, you go for the quick eliminations, and then you worry about the rest of the team. The only, I guess, downside was there were other players left alive on the low ground that could have maybe shot you on the transition. But you obviously have to give credit as well to REGNUM CARYA to realize they didn't have to push into NIGMA, because you saw Tron. He thought about it for a second, right? He started to walk towards him. He's like, maybe I want to go for this fight. But he reeled himself back in. He stayed back. And because of that, they eventually able to push in towards the high ground as 4. Though, obviously, like you guys said, they would have liked to have crashed on that fight a little bit quicker to make sure just to eliminate both teams at once, as we did see MADBULLS push back into Brute Force. But you can see here, I mean, the damage, pretty close to be fair, but the eliminations and obviously the placing, what's really going to do it for REGNUM CARYA. And I mean, NIGMA Galaxy, like, if you were in their situation, Max, because they had to fight up against Vision as well, what would you have done anything differently?
No, that was just the perfect play, is that you were waiting for the circle to pop where NIGMA Galaxy were going to be outside the next circle, which it did end up happening. And from the moment they get that information, just wait it out. They had 2-2 split.
No, I'm saying if you were NIGMA Galaxy.
Oh, if you're NIGMA Galaxy. Oh, if you're NIGMA Galaxy.
Would you have played it out the same way that they did?
It's complicated, because if you're NIGMA Galaxy, if you push onto REGNUM CARYA, you're going to get third party by Vision Esports. They're going to try and push you. If you push Vision Esports, then REGNUM CARYA are going to have even a better foothold in the circle. So it's tough. You just got to make one of those calls and fully commit to it.
I mean, we did see Koops get knocked. I believe it was by Vision. I'm not sure if they got him back up, but that was definitely the start to the downfall. But we can see the kind of final fight here between REGNUM and MADBULLS 7, and it actually came down pretty close for REGNUM CARYA, to be fair.
It did, and this is kind of what we were a bit uncertain at. I felt like they should have been able to third party this fight a lot sooner. They waited a little bit too long, and it's still that indecisiveness out of this team in certain situations that they need to still to be able to work on. Going back to what you were saying there with NIGMA Galaxy, ultimately they ended up having to push to REGNUM CARYA. I feel like they should have done it a little bit sooner. They had a lot of smokes. We saw all those smokes that they were being able to use, so it's not really about them being shot by a third party, whether it was from Team FALCONS or whether it was from MADBULLS, which they ended up fighting them anyways. They were going to have to move at one point, and I feel like they were, with NIGMA Galaxy, they were focused on 2 different things. First of all, you had Koops all the way in the middle of nowhere, just focusing on Vision Esports, and then you had the other players kind of figuring out, all right, when are we going to end up pushing on REGNUM CARYA?
Yeah, there actually one really small detail that made it so much easier for REGNUM CARYA to gatekeep the entirety of them Vision Esports and NIGMA Galaxy, is that Loxy, in that one little building, smoked up the entire building, and those little windows where you can just thread the needle with a nade, you just can't hit those anymore. So Loxy can just hold on to that position. It maintains that off angle, so you have 2 angles onto NIGMA Galaxy, which makes that crossing pretty much impossible.
All right, well, it's time to check in with the overalls. We got about a minute till we're heading into game here, and we need to see where the teams currently stand, and it's not 30 points. Like, this lead has only grown now for REGNUM CARYA, considering the start of the day, and when we can see NIGMA Galaxy have to have a good Final Four matches if they want to catch up to this. And even the gap between 3rd and 4th place has come a little bit closer, as you can see, 151 to 136. And also, looking down the list, MADBULLS, 7th place.
We're literally living in a world right now where top 2 teams could both be Turkish. Which, like, they could happen. I mean, of course, S2G not here, but you have the teams of FLUX and REGNUM CARYA that have been looking great, though a little bit lower on the leaderboards. I would still like to see more from RÜYA. I feel like this game in particular, they were in a decent spot over to the west, so maybe a win could be happening. Would like
I'd
to
like
see
to
it.
see more out of MADBULLS.
Also, yeah.
Yeah, maybe here. We'll find out. So we're going to head into our second Erangel of the day with Hot Jukes and Kalaris.
Second Erangel of the day. Here we go. I'll tell you what, man, it's looking pretty good for EU right now.
Yes, it is.
30-point lead.
I didn't realize it was going to be 30 points. And now that causes a lot of compromises that the NIGMA Galaxy is going to have to make if they want to try and get to that #1 spot. But let's get to it. It's a difficult playing path for some of those northern teams once again to try and make something happen. So all the shenanigans we saw with trying to take vehicles and shooting at each other at the very beginning of the game could happen and materialize again.
100%. Every single time you see an awkward playing path like this, you know, trying to go and hunt down a vehicle to get to your spot, there's only a few areas where they do spawn, so we could see some action off the rip. Let's see if that is what's going to happen. Like to see Gladiators drop Primorsk once again. Not their desired really drop spot, but they have no real choice with these playing paths lately.
Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. Already, I was noticing that there was still Coops is the elim leader. However,
he just got passed up.
Did he? I thought he was #1 just now.
He was, but Loxy, I think, just gave him the boot just a little bit just after that game.
We literally just saw it.
Maybe my eyes have deceived me.
Maybe.
But you know what?
Unless it's not updated on there, of course.
Could be. We'll see how that ends up playing out at the end of the day, because even if that is true, I'll tell you what, he still needs to watch his back because Loxy's coming for him.
Definitely, especially with them just getting 1 elim point on Gangsters. So that's already not the greatest start. It was Loxy as well, I think.
Wow.
Oh my.
Now he's the elim leader. Let's see. Yeah, this is gonna work out. Oh, go for some toes. Just get the kill. A little bit of the spray here. Can Loxy pull off the 1v2? Wash with the nade. Oh, that would hurt.
Yes, it did. Going for a pre-fire. And I mean, the thing is, we're doing that much damage on a nade. But here come the reinforcements now. Walsh is going to be absolutely dead to rights for this one. There he goes.
You know what that is, right? Oh, last day getting the slice and dice treatment right there. That's gotta hurt.
Chopping him up like sushi. This was terrifying.
Oh my goodness. And you know what that is? It's number 32.
Oh, no, wait. It was given to someone else. Someone else got it. Someone else got it. Anyway.
How dare they? Yep, but you know what? I'll tell you what. In total for REGNUM CARYA, 32 total points above NIGMA Galaxy. So that gap just getting thicker and thicker as time goes on. Very fortunate for them. So let's see where this ends up wrapping up. Playing path. Oh, sorry, Circle. Heading all the way over to the west here. Teams are going to like that.
Yes, they are. Of course, Gladiators here has an opportunity to try and kind of leapfrog forwards from their position that they dropped in Primorsk. But again, you know, considering what we've seen from them so far during this tournament, only 100 points, man. And again, it's not a Gladiators' usual kind of message they're sending out, but another attack.
Jafar got one. He tried to go for the instant thirst, wasn't able to get it off. So REGNUM CARYA make that 33.
They are absolutely pumping.
Yusuf, please.
Little moisten again. Let's do it.
Pop him out the buggy. You can do it. You can do it. Nope. And okay, he's got the M4 too. So let's see how Yusuf is gonna try and snake his way out of this. Is GANGSTERS Esports. Oh man, looking real bad. Yeah, he's gone. Here comes REGNUM CARYA. They're gonna send every single player to make sure that he's taken out.
Part of me does believe that REGNUM CARYA is now having fun. They may have been having fun before, of course.
Yeah, but now they're really having fun.
Yeah.
Ezel actually, pre-fires it. He knew exactly where he was. And down he goes. Bye-bye, Gangsters.
This is brutal. Absolutely brutal. Vision is actually lurking around here, so they're looking to try and take this fight. They know that they knocked someone on the path here.
Oh, they got wild.
And, yeah, actually even running him over would be great for this, but they will confirm that. So CARYA losing some players.
Maybe getting maybe having a little bit too much fun here. So let's see how they're going to handle this situation. They are holding it out for now.
I mean, you're right. Alamo could become a no-fun zone here for them.
Got to remember it. Never forget. See what Volt can do. Uh-oh, Gladiators now finding... Oh, the punch-outs!
What's going on?
Coming out hard here in the last day. I told you.
What's happening, Hot
The
Jukes?
shenanigans are going to come out, and we're starting to see them.
I do like it. I'm going to be real.
Yes.
Do some more of this.
Let's see what Loxy does
No.
here. Oh, the pistol.
Wait.
Bop, bop, bop. Goodbye. Wild coming on in. And then, oh, the disrespect.
Did he knock him with the Vector and then pick up the revolver to finish it?
Disgusting.
That is mega disrespect.
Mega disrespect. But let's see if that disrespect is going to get paid back here by Vision Esports, because they did take down Wild. They do have all four. Alamo is completely surrounded. And let's see if they can get another opening knock here.
Suppressed BB's on. I do like the suppressor on this. It sounds funny.
The Bison.
There it is. Look, like a stapler gun.
Oh, yes, it does. And let's see if Ezel trying to get that bounce nade. Is the bank open? Oh, it did get him up pretty good. Tron does catch Saif. Vaughn up on top of the hill, trying to find another off angle, as Tron with this mini has become problematic for Vision.
Love the spam throw. Doesn't quite connect with anything, but he could have, if he hits a 1 and then it actually continues to line up, he could hit a lot more. Vision is now going to try and help out here with those off angles they were taking, just be a bit more assertive about this push, because they know that one member of this team is far away. So if they get up close and personal, they eliminate that angle.
They know for a fact. They took out one. They have one another off angle. They have the numbers advantage. Use that. They're still using utility, though. They recognize that this is the leader so far. Oh my gosh, Loxy. This is ridiculous.
What more will he do with this? There is still an opportunity here for REGNUM CARYA to salvage this.
Here comes Ezel. He's going to try and get these confirms. He knows these points. Oh, wow. Okay. Lath does get the knock, but here comes Tron now. They have the advantage on Vision. This Molotov is going to look good. And
no way.
CARYA Esports. You could hear the crowd popping off. This is insane.
What a hold. What a hold. And what a time to reinforce as well. But the fights are not done just yet here as Tixi now going up against MUERTE. The rest of Gladiators is here in response. Kitsune already catches himself an ace. And we will see on the flop. Tapot gets Tixi.
Oh, but goes down in the process. So the MUERTE are eliminated. So let me ask you this. If you are NIGMA Galaxy right now and you're watching the elimination, just REGNUM CARYA. What are you saying to your team?
You've got to, well, I don't normally use this phrase, but you've got to full send it on a lot of fights. I think right now, one of your only opportunities, let's be real, with the amount of games that are left, placement points alone isn't going to cut it.
True.
You need to be taking some pretty aggressive fights as NIGMA Galaxy. And the cool thing about it is you've got Coops and Freak who are able to pull it off in this tournament thus far, right?
Yes.
So there is still opportunity for you to say, actually, look how good we are at this. Let's actually go for those fights. And now, as you can see, Loxy indeed has taken over Coops with the 7 limbs on the board here for this game. And what a shift.
Craziness. Goodness gracious. When is the last time we saw this circle? It has been a hot minute. You're going to see teams start heading towards Everest. Hospital is going to be in play. Hospital is a good place to hold down, but then again, if that zone goes away from it, it's very difficult to leave.
The great migration. I think everybody but REGNUM so far, now they're getting into their vehicles, but everybody is in vehicles. Everybody is moving, aside from the people that have already got themselves decent compounds, or at least something that they were already quite happy with. MADBULLS going to take the warehouses south of George to start things off.
I was staring at the blue looking for gangsters, but I realized they were already out of this match. So
that is true.
Yes, so they are out of this match, but you know what? what? We still have a lot more action left here. NIGMA Galaxy, maybe they heard your advice. It's time to send it because they need to put some eliminations on the board as now they're going to be challenging next RÜYA.
Yeah, can't be too reckless about these sends, but you really do need to start hunting down some of those teams that are trying to take off angles against you. Maybe you want to try and crash into a compound. Maybe you feel your breaching capabilities is a bit better than some of these guys in the lobby. But for now, Coops is just sitting pretty here on this compound. It's a decent compound. You can play from this for a little while here and then move up wherever you need to go afterwards.
I think he's looking for that M4. He's got the Scar and the B-Zone, and I think he's trying to hunt down just a little bit of a better weapon to get ready for the rest of the match. Let's see where everybody else is going, though. We're looking at Road to Glory in the blue zone, pushing in from Pachinki side. REGNUM CARYA pushing in really late, obviously due to how many battles that they had with 3 players. So this is a big game for me to study, and everybody watching as well, because if REGNUM CARYA do well here, this is ridiculous, because they are coming in super late into this circle.
Yeah, they're very weak as well. So as soon as they get in, they're going to need to heal up. They're probably going to need to stop in the blue and then heal up again. So they're going to be coming in even later. There will be minutes behind basically all the other teams. So it's an edge game for them. I won't be surprised if they go up Everest, to be honest with you.
It would not be a bad play at this point. So yeah, they're at an extreme disadvantage, but they do have those 7 eliminations. So even if they were able to go out now, they still put some decent points on the board. Let's take a look here as FLUX, right? Trying to possibly pass up NIGMA Galaxy, and we'll have a double EU finish here. So they are a little bit behind. They need a good game here, definitely.
Yes, they do. And we are going to get a circle shift soon. There are still a few teams not in the circle. You can see them here on that east side. Where is the circle going? Just have a load of water in. Just cause chaos.
Let's go.
Just cause chaos. Let's do it.
We've been waiting for a full water circle. I have not seen it yet so far. Here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Are we going to head towards the water?
Oh my
goodness. Here we go, baby. The hands have now reached the top of our heads. This is what we've been waiting for. Absolute carnage.
Okay, yeah, this is about to get super wild. Everybody's going to be sending it through. There's going to be multiple breaches and multiple locations every single time. Already shots going off from GQ here to try and stop people on the edge. There are going to be moments where some of these teams on the edge are just going to shoot at everything because they realize they can't get a position to play properly in this circle.
100%. You can see the anxiety levels have risen tremendously. Everybody realizing they got to get to this circle sooner rather than later. Road to Glory,
no way.
Trying to take out, trying to get some shots down range on the Team GQ, but Evo Station is going to hold them down for a little bit. This is causing that late rotation, even later than ever before.
How do you play this circle? I've never played this circle. Not a circle as aggressively full of water like this near Georgia Pole kind of coast. This is going to be brutal. FLUX is done, so their road to try and catch up even to second place is now in question. NIGMA Galaxy is still in the compound they were in prior. They can move north into some of those hills eventually, but currently they're looking towards Falcon, making sure that they will not impede their entry to the circle.
100%. They want to get into this next zone, but they're going to have to do it right on the edge. Let's see how they decide to handle this. Do Falcon and NIGMA Galaxy decide to share and kind of hold fire until the next zone pops, or take the fight immediately?
REGNUM has gone to North George.
Interesting.
And actually, NEXUS is coming in behind them as well here, so that could actually be very, very curious.
Wow.
There's still a spot where they could take west of North George. It's an interesting one.
It is a very interesting play, and honestly, it's smart for REGNUM CARYA because they know they have such a big lead. They already have the eliminations. Now it's time to get some points. So maybe even going on the George Pole Bridge, going underneath it, swimming, just trying to find a place where they can just stay in the circle longer than later. But they may have to meet up with Nexus Gaming in the process.
I mean, a swimmer in this kind of circle sometimes almost guarantees you placement points.
That's true.
So they might gamble on that, but they're blitzing it across North George Bridge. We're seeing these fights unfold in the south, though, here as Falcon still trying to hold out some teams.
Super wide rotation and super smart because this hard shift is going to leave that north side open, but we see Team Falcons punishing GQ on their invasion here. Korka getting a nice shot onto Punch King, does get the finish. Meanwhile, we see Teak loading up those nades as Another player from GQ goes down. That's going to be Toffee's down. Korka and Daisy. The last one's up for their team.
I like that from Teak. Cool guys don't look at explosions. He throws that nade, drives on away.
Oh, what a shot from 6.
Very nice.
Lasered right out the vehicle. Oh, he's going for the res on Axer in the wide open, but he knows the blue zone. There's nothing he can do. NIGMA Galaxy coming in hot and picking up a nice couple eliminations on the way into the zone.
Got to roll from fight to fight. Let's see what else they can find here. The circle has been as kind as it possibly could have been here to these teams, as we're seeing players die to the blue zone and left, right, and center. They found themselves a compound down south of what we would consider the center of the circle, but anybody coming in from the south along this beach is going to be absolute shark's bait here, basically, for NIGMA Galaxy.
I don't like that NIGMA Galaxy left their vehicle wide out in the open as well. I would have liked to see them protect it just in case, because this zone could still go north. Now we're seeing Nexus Gaming do that strategy of just hopping in the water at this point, just saying, hey, let's just try to get some points on the board. You know, they're in last place, so it's not a bad play. Let's see what REGNUM CARYA could do, because they're in first place and they're trying to hold it.
Yeah, full smoke wall going off here for REGNUM CARYA. I think they're going to use that because they realize Nexus could have had line of sight on them across the bridge, but they don't realize that everybody now from Nexus is in the water. So it's just a little bit of a defense play. Loxy's their anchor spot in the middle of now South George. And REGNUM CARYA is going to continue moving over. But MADBULLS, meanwhile, in hospital, trying to recover FLUX.
And that's the right place to be if you're trying to pick somebody up. Yep. So let's see how they're looking to handle this. They're still on the edge of this next circle, so they're going to be fine for now. But this next zone, where is it going to go? Is it going to go onto the beach side, center up near South George? It's been a while since I've seen this much of a Southern George finish.
Yeah, very, very unusual, as now Falcons still taking shots over towards Gladiators. They will return some in turn, though, as Falcons quite spread out here. They have a few angles available, but Matic on Teak is able to really open up this fight.
So huge for them, and if they realize that this is the same squad, then they're going to definitely come for the push hard, and that's exactly what they're doing. Tixie been so aggressive today. Laser nade right onto Axer, a heat-seeking missile, and speaking of heat, here comes a Molotov to kind of finish him out, and we're going to watch the Falcons go for the push. Right into the center, and goodbye.
Absolutely blitzed down. Coop's able to hit all of it. And meanwhile, though, they're even going to take fights against the Gladiators over in this direction. But here comes MADBULLS rocking up on this fight too.
Our third party time, right? They heard the fight. They were trying to take advantage of this action. They do have the hillside. They got plenty of room. Uh-oh. GEEKAY putting some shots on the MADBULLS. That's going to eliminate that comfortability here on top of this hillside. So yeah, you can see them getting back in their vehicles and realizing, oh, they did get Matic. So they're going to push, get that flush onto him. So Gladiators down to 3.
I'm going to be real. I'm stretching to try and find analysis points because I've actually never analyzed this circle before. I'm thinking about...
It's a first!
I know the area. I don't exactly know the dynamics of how these 4v4s are going to play out. It's a little wild.
It is a wild circle indeed, because there's still a chance that we could get an urban finish here.
Yes.
If it does go up to the north where GEEKAY is holding. Meanwhile, next RÜYA opting for a very interesting split. You can see there on the north side of this next zone. Where does the circle go? It has been crazy all game long. Come on.
Please go urban, because I can talk about that location.
Yes. This beach side would make it absolute craziness. Let's see here as it does decide to center up. So it's very, very kind to these teams here. Brute force, dead center right now. Full squad up.
Yep, it's not a bad spot. The buildings there, they don't exactly have the highest of rises or whatever, so they won't be able to have hugely high angles. You can see, for example, against where next RÜYA is, they're not really able to fire at them because it's not exactly the tallest of buildings. You can see them in the distance over there, just the 2 stories. Meanwhile, REGNUM CARYA, they found themselves an entry point. You can transition from some buildings to some buildings when you're going left to right or southeast to west, but going south to north or north to south on some of these lanes of buildings is very open between them, actually. So you've got to be careful about that transition.
Man, REGNUM CARYA is so intelligent to be able to get into this circle the way they did and put themselves in a decent spot, you know, compared to where they were at. Meanwhile, you know, I'm looking over there at NIGMA Galaxy. I wonder what their IGL is telling their team right now, because they didn't protect that one vehicle that they had. The zone did end up going north. They're going to have to play with their M4s on their back and hit some shots on the way to the next zone.
They might try storm the beaches, try and make something happen that way, but even that is going to be difficult. Next RÜYA has got a very interesting split. They're all going to group together now, realizing, well, there's no point in us being all the way at the very tip of that beach. But yeah, these teams down towards the south, I think they're going to have a very rude awakening once they start cresting hills and looking towards those buildings.
100%. Let's see what Kitsune does as he tries to drive by MADBULLS. Meanwhile, Frozen against McHugh. McHugh does get the heads-up play. Uh-oh, the DPS not able to get it done. And McHugh punishing MADBULLS in a major way.
That was a big play coming out from Meku as well as Gladiators here. Kitsune also helping with some reinforcing fire. Now all that's left here is Zerich. I don't think they know exactly where he is, but it really doesn't matter. They can just go elsewhere, but they've got to be careful of NIGMA Galaxy.
Oh, you see the frustration in MADBULLS, where their players taking off the headset. The game's not even done yet, but he said, I'm done with this one because this zone is absolute craziness. NIGMA Galaxy, so the vehicle did survive. So they did survive that vehicle.
Nice.
They were able to make it to this hillside and try to take advantage of the chaos here. And third party this, Coops, opening up with a massive nade onto Kitsune.
But they've got to keep doing this. It's Coops and Freak once again, this two-man show coming out from NIGMA Galaxy when it comes to fraggers. And if they're just able to push on this, control a little bit of this lip, it's okay. I'm just scared for their transitions after this fight.
Well, I'll tell you what, if they do end up winning this fight, and with Miku trying to get it done by himself, not able to do so. So NIGMA Galaxy pick up some huge limbs, a ton of loot, and a lot of vehicles. They just have to finish off Zerich.
Zerich just all of a sudden coming out of nowhere.
I'm coming for you.
I mean, they didn't realize that this snake was still alive, right? But whereas Gladiators did, they will take him out eventually. That's another one on the board. 8 in total. Freak with 5. Ooh.
This is getting interesting. Now, NIGMA Galaxy, crazy. 8 eliminations. You think that would catch them up big time to REGNUM CARYA, but it's only done it by 1 point because they're still alive with 7 eliminations.
Still alive. Difficult here for NIGMA Galaxy to try and solve this. That's a really good underhand.
Ooh. Black White, yeah, Doran said, I didn't like that. Let me group up with my teammate.
Oh, no.
The worst place to be because we almost got double naded. And here comes another low toss nade. Oh, Octavian's in big trouble. Does he have another? Black White, throwing them all.
How many did you have? That's
He's down to 1 HP. Black White anointing it. He's going for the eliminations. 360. Goodbye.
Oh, wow. What a 360. Black White here able to finish them off. Going to be looting on up and getting going. He actually had some nades himself as now NIGMA Galaxy trying to move towards some position of safety for a second, but they still have to make the transition north eventually.
And you can see this field is not the place to be.
No,
There's just nothing but crates all in this area. So they are stuck. And honestly, every single team is going to be looking at them, trying to pick up this one. REGNUM CARYA, the leaderboard, leading team, popping out. Oh, Freak. Barely making it to safety. Back it up. Beep, beep.
This is a safe spot. This is a safe spot here. You're out of line of sight of a lot of angles. They sent Freak out initially to try and scout this out just in case it had some vulnerability, and it doesn't. Now, REGNUM CARYA is the one with the pressure against them here. On that eastern side, they're split, and they are vulnerable. Lox is already down. It's up to Ezel to try and do something for REGNUM CARYA.
The last one up, so trying to get some placement points, but meanwhile, NIGMA Galaxy with this little hill, they are able to secure themselves a great spot into this next circle. Now, the zone, if it centers up here, it is in the wide open. All these teams that bet on the zone coming towards South George are going to be in big trouble.
There is a world where NIGMA Galaxy could do even more. Black White being taken down from the distance. Brute Force has been chilling here for quite a while. This is potentially their first elim of the game. It is their first elim of the game. So they had a great compound setup, but nothing really to shoot at for a good while.
Yeah, nothing really. No one's really been moving up in this north side. Big heads-up play for them to catch Black White on the rotation. Didn't have just one more smoke, and he might have been able to make it to safety. But that is going to leave this remaining member for, Havlik, all by himself. And he's got a nade. Can he take it? Can he hit this nade? That's going to be the question.
He's got 5.
I think you got to throw it. What do you think?
Just give it a go. At this point, I mean, you're really up against it. You're going to be up against the blue soon. You've got to try and make a transition, yeah, you've got to try and dislodge some teams.
That's absolutely right. Let's see if he does have. He has it in his hand. Does he decide to throw it? onto the side of Satan through the window.
You're really building up this nade, Hot Jukes.
And
you're really building it up.
Taps him a little bit.
Nice. Here's another one.
I like. Goodbye, Satan. Goodbye, Satan.
Goodbye, Satan.
That is how you do it. He's going to go ahead and finish him off as well with the DBS. It's him versus Ragnar.
Hello, Ragnar. Bye-bye, Ragnar.
Bye-bye.
Sorry.
Just like that. Meanwhile, REGNUM CARYA gone. So now they did do one heck of a performance here.
Yes.
So NIGMA Galaxy, even though they have 8 eliminations, need
They
a
got the
lot
circle.
more.
They got the
They
circle.
got the zone.
Oh, okay. This is it. This is where catch-up happens. We thought maybe before this game it was a done deal. No, NIGMA Galaxy has the circle, and all these teams to the north have to move towards them.
Oh
How
my
are
gosh.
they going to do this?
Dream scenario. If you're NIGMA Galaxy, you need to soak up every single elimination that you can get. Here goes next RÜYA. All the smoke starting to come out. You're going to see some vehicle walls, but I don't know if next RÜYA even has any vehicles left. They're going to make a smoke wall all the way to NIGMA Galaxy.
In a rare happening as well, there's actually 2 crates in the middle of, well, not in the middle, but on the edge of this circle that could act as a little bit of extra cover. So there's a bit more to work with, but for the most part, you can see it out these windows here, Hot Jukes. Yeah. It's pretty flat.
It is going to be tough for these teams to make it in, and Brute Force realized that, so they say, you know what, let's just hold it down, let's try to take out GEEKAY and soak up as many points as we can, because trying to win this game is going to be tough.
Trying to throw some long-range nades here. GK's already going to be on the move here. They have a little bit of a lip that they can start working with. This is just on the edge of the circle. They'll try and work with this for now. Next RÜYA is the first challenger here to NIGMA Galaxy.
Crazy smoke wall. They're getting mighty close and getting that much more into nade range. And those nades were just to kind of make NIGMA Galaxy back off for just a little bit.
That's the thing, right? When you've got this many smokes down and you're throwing this many nades, one stray nade could cause a problem. That nade might be it. Doesn't go far enough to be able to be of huge
That's
impact.
a good one.
But another one.
Oh my gosh.
Catch Ralph.
It actually looked like it bounced off of him. That's crazy. But this is like a red zone right now. Ralph does get punished. NIGMA Galaxy getting abused by the nades, but they got one right in return. They take down 2 players from next RÜYA. It's a battle of the grenades.
You've got to expend everything here. You need to
Throw it
survive as
all.
NIGMA Galaxy. Yetka actually gets a great angle on Coops. They need to survive this. If they do not, they're not going to be able to catch up with REGNUM CARYA here in this moment.
They are so grouped up. One nade is all it takes, and NIGMA Galaxy is gone. Next RÜYA opting to go for the reset. Not a bad idea. That is going to allow NIGMA Galaxy to go, but they do lose a player in the process.
Unfortunate there, because you can only pick up so many members when you've only got one left alive. The bleed out is very real. Shots coming in. Hits Coops as well. Doka Machine with great little spray through. The car is gone. It's all on Lord. Will he survive? He is not going to be able to. NIGMA Galaxy goes out at the hands of next RÜYA.
Next RÜYA with the most insane push. Nothing but smokes in the wide open. I cannot believe they were able to take out NIGMA Galaxy there.
I want to know how many grenades they threw during all of that, because
Oh
they,
my gosh.
as you say, created a red zone all of a sudden out of nowhere here. So dislodging them, NIGMA Galaxy had a circle advantage, but it was not to be.
And they didn't even lose a player, Kalars.
Yeah, big.
That is crazy. Next RÜYA now with the most dominant position. One seems to question if REGNUM CARYA was in the spot, would they have lost it? We'll see how it ends up playing out towards the end, though. Meanwhile, GEEKAY forced to snake their way into this next zone. Brute Force in a position that is so difficult to even move into.
We will have them. Next RÜYA trying to spin around here on this one. Yekta with more shots coming in across. GEEKAY in the distance. They will shut down Brute Force completely.
Yeah.
There's no one thing they're going to be able to do.
Yeah, nothing they can't do. Here comes Papa Blue looking to punish him up, and there it is. Prepod gonna stand and wave, baby. Smile and wave. Oh, he actually ran out. He ran out into the zone and is still alive for 2 seconds, and he is out. So here we go. Next RÜYA versus GEEKAY. It is next RÜYA's game to win.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. After dislodging NIGMA Galaxy the way they did, that was brilliant stuff. I don't know how Doka Machine has another nade in hand. I feel like they threw 500
Look
at
at the
NIGMA Galaxy.
confidence. Look at the confidence next RÜYA has to throw up these smokes, start running up, and just putting that pressure onto GEEKAY with some more nades.
They're just trying to shoot through any little bit of grass they can see here. Whoa, what a spray coming in, though, against Dogger Machine. That confidence was a little bit overstated here. They revealed exactly where they were, and GEEKAY punished them.
They are going to be able to get the reset. That's going to be the hard thing, though. Oh, there we go. One of the players from GEEKAY does get knocked. They are down to 2 remaining members. It's really up to Gaeth here to make a play.
Yeah, Hope getting absolutely destroyed down the end. And
Nice
more
shots.
shots against Frozen. They're hitting some great shots here. I just don't know if the lack of man advantage is going to be enough.
Gosh!
They're really good shots.
The tightest of peaks, but he touched the blue zone. That was the touch of death as he goes down. Let's see if Ragnar can make something happen from this crate. 1, 4. Take a deep breath, brother. It is your time to enter PUBG Mobile history.
They're shooting at the crate already. He actually knocks one. He knocks Wolf to start things off. That's actually pretty good. Can he get another? Dogger Machine's moving around, but no, it's not going to be enough here. Next, RÜYA with a belter of a game here to get it done and absolutely dominates the competition, playing the beach the whole time.
That was insane. That was a well-deserved chicken dinner right there, because trying to displace NIGMA Galaxy at the wide open field without a vehicle, just nothing but smokes, nades, and shots. That is how you get it done. Textbook push there from next RÜYA.
Man, not only were we treated to a very interesting circle, but how often? When I was looking at a circle like that, how often would I be like, yeah, the beach team's going to win?
Yeah,
like very, very rarely, considering that situation. But what a game from them here. It shows a complete understanding of how to play an abnormal circle. For
sure.
And when it comes to that kind of adaptation in PUBG Mobile, it means a whole lot.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And you know what? I think this is going to be a tough game for NIGMA Galaxy, because by all intents and purposes, from their spot, they should have won that.
Yes,
you know?
yes.
So not being so far behind, losing a game that you know in your heart you should have won, that's going to be really tough on their mental. They're going to have a big hill to climb if they want to steal first place away.
Yeah, that's for sure, for sure. Well, we'll see if they're able to challenge in the next games.
Yes, indeed. We'll take it to a quick break. We'll be right back.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
Paradise through dirt.
İsmim Kadir Öçmaz. Oyun nickim Tron. Regnum Karya'da oynuyorum. Otelde oynuyoruz. Oyunu Gaming House'da oynamıyoruz. Otel daha rahat. Antalya'dan geliyoruz. Yani heyecanlı değilim. Tecrübelenmiştim zaten. 3 kere daha LAN oynamıştım. Bu da onlardan bir tanesi. Kendi bölgemdeki takımlara karşı tabii ki de oynamak istemezdim diğer bölgelere karşı ama burası bir rekabet. Aynı şekilde oynamam gerekiyor diğer takımlar oynadığım gibi. MENA'nın oyun stili biraz daha agresif, rotasyona dayalı değil ama Avrupa tamamen rotasyona dayalı aslında. Neden MADBULLS bize daha rakip görüyorum? Daha agresifler. Ya bizle hemen hemen aynılar ama biz onlara göre biraz daha hızlı rotasyon atıyoruz. Onlar daha çok fight'a dayalı. Yani MENA'ya tek bir mesajım var. Dikkat etsinler. Yani biz geliyoruz Regnum Karya olarak.
Well, REGNUM CARYA might not have won the match, but they did get saved by the eventual victors of next RÜYA, able to take down NIGMA Galaxy before they were able to close in on that gap any more than they already had. I'm just Captain, still joined by Maxman and Severworld's Gaming here to break down this last match, and it was a hell of a match considering the zones we had.
Yeah, I mean, another Turkish chicken dinner, right, with next RÜYA. So that from Europe right now, the Turkish teams are looking the best by a pretty significant margin. But, I mean, as Kalaris mentioned at the end of that game, the fact that the Beach team won this is insane. And the Circle just kept coming their way. They were able to take the fight versus NIGMA Galaxy, heal up, fight Brute Force, heal up again, and fight at the end onto GEEKAY, which is all over the place, a bit weird, but they secured it.
It was all over the place, but, I mean, REGNUM CARYA? They were still able to get so many ilms, and they actually ended up doing some cool rotations towards the north of North George and then through the bridge. I was actually impressed. This is the first time that I see them not being super blessed by the circle in a way that they were moving the whole time throughout that match, and they were able to take on big fights. And I mean, next RÜYA, 23 points, NIGMA Galaxy, 12 points, but then they're trying to catch up REGNUM CARYA, 10 points. Only 2 points gain.
So the gap went from 30 to 28. And there's only 3 matches left. So it's going to be very difficult here for NIGMA Galaxy to close that gap, but they are trying. And GEEKAY, again, we're seeing a team who's not hot dropping, able to get a good placing. Speaking of hot drops, GANGSTERS hot dropping on REGNUM CARYA here. And we did have a theory. Whether it's true is obviously to be seen. But I did want us to at least say it because it does add another level to the game, especially if we see it in the next 3 matches.
Yeah, there's maybe a little bit of regional pride coming into play. Maybe GANGSTERS like, okay, we start to play a little bit more aggressive. PMRC's not really going our way. What if we hot drop onto REGNUM CARYA and in the process help out NIGMA Galaxy, have an opportunity to catch up first place and actually overtake it and allow then MEA to technically win in this PMRC event. So maybe that's going on, or maybe they're just like, we're still feeling good after that TDM. Let's just keep hot dropping.
I hope the hot drops continue. I mean, I'm never going to be against them, especially with Erangel coming out, the last Erangel 2 that we're going to be playing, and then going into Miramar. I wouldn't mind it.
Well, the question is, are they trying to help their region or help REGNUM CARYA? Because if you're going to drop on them, you better eliminate them. Instead, they just gave them 4 points and made it hard for NIGMA Galaxy to close that gap.
They got like 7 elims in the first, what, like 3-4 minutes of their game? There was 2 teams coming by. The thing is, now they're also dangerous in the early game, which is where I thought that was where they were at their weakest, when they haven't yet looted, they haven't really regrouped, and yeah, they just won it so easily, it seems. So it's hard to analyze that game, really, but the plays on the early game from REGNUM CARYA, when they were so split and able to win it, I mean, this team is so dangerous at all stages of the game now. It's mental.
Quite surprising to see them that split right so early on as well.
You know what's also dangerous, Max?
Tell me.
When your teammates become your enemies, which is exactly what happens when you play out solos. We had a solo event kickoff actually here at PMWI. We got to see players take $30,000 for taking a chicken dinner. We had a $100,000 prize pool for that. And there's the potential for more. If you're interested, take a look at this. The rules are different. Your teammates are now your enemies.
لذلك بدنا نتحلى بالروح الرياضية وجمال الإي سبورت وننطلق في هاي المباراة المجنونة.
One of these legends is going to be able to take $30,000.
But he got it! Oh my God! في يعني تخيل لاعب يلعب على 30 ما راح تحرك مكان.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
I want to know what this solos challenge is, man. I want to see what's going to be on the line. I'm going to maybe get into the hyperbolic time chamber and start preparing just to watch myself lose right away and not even qualify.
I see that
Maxman
happening.
knows something about that.
Oh, no.
I wonder who would actually win if we had a solos tournament. I think Hajukes.
I think Kalaris could take Hajukes.
If Kalaris doesn't have an MG3, he's not doing anything. So, there you go.
Okay. All right.
Well, okay.
Getting some fire on the desk here.
I don't want to see a 1v1 now.
Yeah, well, speaking of fights, let's take a look at the head-to-head fight here between NIGMA Galaxy and REGNUM CARYA. The battle, the race to first over the course of this day. And you can see it's pretty close. The damage obviously favoring NIGMA Galaxy quite heavily, but the damage necessarily isn't going to get you the points you need. And they have to hope that REGNUM CARYA are halted. They had an opportunity earlier on today when in our first match when they got knocked out early. But then NIGMA wasn't able to capitalize, building up enough of a point gap or a closing on that point gap. So now with 3 matches left, Max, like, do they drop on REGNUM to try to make something happen? Like, do they hope REGNUM got early? Because the way REGNUM are playing, the rotations are smart and quick enough that they're not really getting caught off guard.
If you're NIGMA Galaxy right now, especially after this next game, if it doesn't go your way, the hot drop is not going to work because 5 Flux are still, lingering. They're in the shadows waiting for their time to strike, and they are getting a few points here and there throughout the day. So if they do take that risk and it fails, 5 Flux are going to be in top 2, and we're going to have 2 Turkish teams in first and second, which would be a great moment, not going to lie, for the region of Turkey. But yeah, it's too risky. I feel like NIGMA Galaxy just need to try and reach the late game and just get so many more eliminations because placement points alone are clearly not going to cut it today.
Well, let's see our overalls. You get an idea the point lead that REGNUM CARYA have. 205 points, a pretty strong lead here for them, and it's continuing to stay this long, or this big, I guess, unless NIGMA can close it up. But FireFlux as well, we talked about them potentially going for second place, but honestly, with the way things have been going, not quite sure they're going to be catching as they're still 25 points behind.
The thing is, with FireFlux, I mean, they do still have those 2 Miramar matches left, and that's usually one of their strongest maps, especially, I mean, I mentioned it earlier, I'm going to have to mention it again, they have 4 podiums in a row when it comes down to Miramar. If they had a chance, that would be it. The thing is that NIGMA Galaxy, even though they're not really catching up to what REGNUM CARYA is being able to do, they are being able to stay alive for a long time. Their average survival time is right now, it's a lot higher than REGNUM CARYA. I think it's by 4 minutes. They're currently at 20 minutes, and REGNUM CARYA is currently at 16.
Actually, I just checked a few stats right now. 5 Flux just had, what, 152, 53 points right there. They started off the day was 149. During that time, Falcons had actually a really good day. So top 3 is not as safe as we had at the start of the day. We could see a new top 3 contender happening even possibly after this game if Falcons pop off.
I hope so. You know what? We've seen Falcons do it in the past, but it's going to take a lot of work. Obviously, 6 was a major impact player for them on Miramar when we saw yesterday. But honestly, today is a new day, and Falcons haven't been looking... I don't know. I feel like we've seen them play better in different times during PMWI. But they have the potential. But Max, I'm gonna make you call it now. Are they going to do it? Are they going to finish top 3? You don't have a chance to answer. We're going to head over to our commentators instead. It's going to be our new commentators coming through. It's going to be John, Allen, and Blake.
We are getting into match number 4 on the day. The final 3 have ridden in, and it is the last Erangel we'll see here today, Blank, and in this tournament.
And for Gamers8, it's all over from there. With no more Erangels after this one. And then we're all going up. Oh, I know.
It'll be sad to see it go.
It's so sad. It is so sad. But Erangel, match number 4, and heading into this one, we will crown one final victor on the grassy pastures.
Ooh. A last chance. I mean, that last circle we just had was pretty wayward, pretty crazy. I mean, RÜYA did quite well, I think it's safe to say, to be able to take that one home.
Yeah, I think when we looked at it as well, it's like it should have realistically been a NIGMA Galaxy win. Like, they had the circle coming their way, but it was a very, very good push from RÜYA, which I don't think NIGMA Galaxy were fully prepared for with the smokes coming through. Some really, really, really good nades over the top from RÜYA too. So I think that was NIGMA Galaxy's chance, right, to get a bunch of points on board and a chicken dinner to catch up to REGNUM CARYA. I think right now it is now becoming very, very difficult to even think of doing such a thing, because I think with that circle, NIGMA Galaxy were thrown a bone.
I mean, they only managed to put a 2-point dent into the point gap that they had between those two teams. and only 3 matches now to play. I think that puts them at a 28-point difference, if memory serves, on the overalls, which means you're gonna need to play at 10 points better than REGNUM CARYA every single match from now on.
Yeah, and right now REGNUM CARYA is going into turtle mode, right? They're all up in that shell. They're not coming out anytime soon. They're in survival mode. And I think with plays like that, where they send towards North George side, it is very obviously not a winning move, right? That is a move that's going to get you towards a top 5, which it did, 5th place exactly, get you enough points on the placement point side of things. And with the fact that they got 7 eliminations at the start, that is the really big number.
Hopefully able to keep that one rolling. MADBULLS playing split. Again, that's the adjusted drop that we've seen from their adventures in Rozhok. Let's put it that way. GEEKAY have managed to isolate that location for themselves. Very well done. REGNUM CARYA over in Kameshki, trying to keep that top spot on the tables under control as we head into the final stretch of the tournament.
Yeah, pretty central circle here as well, John. So really, no one's too fussed about anything. The moment REGNUM CARYA up towards Kameshki side, playing on that split at the moment. It's not bad, it'll work out well for them. They still don't have that far to get in towards the circle, so it could have been much worse. Nice little emotes on the back of the buggy right now. You know, the 3-man buggy, it's a rare thing to see, but they made it happen. And he's flexing on us as he does it. A great little surf coming through from Groza.
I wonder if the masterminds, Kale and Hot Jukes, can figure out the puzzle as to why he was doing that one. I mean, keeps you on the buggy, keeps you nice and safe, not moving, I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, you can't have 3 people in a buggy.
Well, yeah.
So you only have one vehicle for 3 guys.
I would point to the clip we just saw as counter evidence to that.
Yeah, it's not as simple to pull off as they made it look. I have tried before, and I've been thrown off into a tree and died.
Was that your fault or the driver's fault?
My fault, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah,
100%.
My slippery soles refused to remain on the bumper there.
Yeah, I need to get some Velcro on those.
Yeah, Velcro or just straight spikes.
Most people,
coming out my feet.
when you say Velcro shoes, most people think of the fastenings. No, Blank needs that on the sole.
Yeah, I bring portable hooks for the Velcro with me. I can just apply to anything.
Ooh.
You know when you walk up walls? I can pull that off.
I do that every day.
Oh, I know you do. I know you do.
I'm climbing them walls.
I see you on the ceiling watching the games in the background.
Kate Bush only runs up hills. I'm the next level.
Okay. REGNUM CARYA, on the other hand, they have been
Kate Hedge.
scaling a mountain in terms of the points they've been able to accrue during this tournament. 205 is a really impressive result. And with how fast they made it happen as well, I mean, they've had rockets strapped to their backs since day 3. And they've done pretty well during day 1 and day 2 to keep up. That's the main thing. NIGMA actually right now in Pachinki, keeping things nice and chilled out over in this direction. I mean, until we see this next circle, there's not going to be too much action going on around the map for ourselves, considering how fair it is right now. Very likely to be the central island of Erangel that we'll be ending up on. Gladiators, though, they've climbed. They have climbed.
Yeah, I mean, it would be, it was the only direction they could go, really, given the start of this one. They're up in 11th now, 110 points, with the potential to leapfrog fairly far up these tables if they have a couple of pop-off performances. Over the last few days, I was thinking about which team I've enjoyed seeing the most in these matches, right? And my mind falls to Falcons on that front. I think you highlighted it the other day in terms of they're trying stuff. They are going for these alternative positions, and I think, you know what, I respect it. I respect that. I think we've seen them be instrumental in a lot of the later circles that have been the most interesting so far this tournament.
Yeah, they've done some really quite maddening plays before, and so have GANGSTERS recently. They have just been taking names wherever they can. Vision finds themselves in a nasty run-in with them. In the distance, you can see those vehicles. What a scattering. Don't want to go against the GANGSTERS, who currently are on a warpath at the moment. 13th place, looking to earn some more points today before they finish things out. Did not want to be a 16th place team. at all. But you're right, Team Falcons have tried some interesting stuff. As I said before, quite maddening at times. You know, Sanhok sending all the way across the map into one of those compounds that, you know, it was very much occupied, and there was some other options along the way. But yeah, I think Team Falcons have had a really nice journey throughout the Gamers8 tournaments here, over an All-Stars stage, PMWI, as well as now into the PMRC.
Been an enjoyable journey to follow them there. And I think moving into this tournament as well, if we're talking about what we've enjoyed, Maxman has definitely enjoyed himself. He was a REGNUM CARYA shill right from the start, and it's paid off.
Yeah, from day one. I mean, none of us believed him, which is a bit sad. But they've proved Max right, to be honest. I think we have to give him credit where credit's due.
Nailed it.
He nailed it, yeah. He was like, I'm waiting. They were going to pop off at some point. And, you know, he said to me, 4 chicken dinners on a day. That's easy for REGNUM CARYA. Just you wait.
Do you reckon they could do it again? 4 chicken dinners today?
It would mean, how many would that be? It'd be another 3. They'd have to win all 3 games now, right? I mean, I'm here for it.
It'd be cool.
It would be double-digit chicken dinners in 4 days.
In 24 games?
Yeah.
Which, having almost a 50% win rate in a lobby. I mean, this is purely hypothetical, but that is just unbelievable.
But it is silly that they are only 3 matches away from hitting that kind of number.
Yeah.
I mean, at the moment, it's like, I would say, it's almost a 33% win rate. So almost a third of the games they will have taken. Right now, it is actually a third of the games. Exactly. On match 21 with the 7 chicken dinners they have.
Oh, I see. I was going to say 22 isn't divisible by 3, but yeah, no, with 21. Yeah, you're right.
Thank you. I did the maths.
Good job. Although...
This one's not over yet. It's not over yet. It's not over yet.
Exactly. It's not over yet.
It's not over yet.
Oh, dear. Gladiators moving out from North George. Something that Max was critical of them before was having that slowed down play style that they go back to at the start of tournaments seemingly every time.
Yeah, there's a lot of positions around the map that Gladiators could pick up and go for the simple approach, but often go for this complicated approach, and it does lead them to be getting into a lot of these engagements that they can't finish quickly.
See if the Falcons can conclude their scrap. Less of a scrap, more of a standoff right now. They're down on the southeast side. They're close to Nexus. They're close to GANGSTERS as well. We know how dangerous they can be given the right tools. GANGSTERS moving a little bit further north from that, but we're hopping on over for GEEKAY, taking shots over towards Vision, who lost a player already. Brute Force as well, going back and forth. The MADBULLS actually take them down, have been taken down entirely by them.
In the meantime, there is a third party that is coming through from the Gladiators over towards that position. That wasn't an easy fight for Brute Force whatsoever. They currently only have 1 player left remaining, and they're already starting to throw the nades over the tops from Gladiators, looking to find some of these eliminations, but all the while, these reses are going through in the process. That nade looks good from Matic.
Prepod on a low HP bar, still taking shots out from the building. Matic wants to launch one back. Tixi tries to post it, sends it straight on through. Excellently found. The reses can still go through, and the heal comes out for Prepod. They need to hold these angles and hold down the fights as well. But Tixi rolls in, looks for the flushes, goes low though, needs backup from his team. Prepod's down, and it's just 1 more, and Brute Force fall. Gladiators pick it up on a fast cross to Sunken.
Yeah, it's a really decisive play coming through from Gladiators as well, and we needed that for some time. Nexus, though, they are being picked to pieces here by GQ, who have actually had some very decent fights recently. Toffee's on the swing over on Sanhok in terms of that 180 onto the vehicle after initially picking off the first player. You know, I wasn't a big fan of GQ at the start of the tournament. I felt like they were being gifted a lot of these free wins as they finally go down, but they certainly have some skill on side. Nexus, though, they've been thrown a bone here, because I do think a lot of their rotates are really slow jump.
Been stuck in the quagmire on the southeast side, trying to just lift those feet through. But sluggish and slow has been the mood of their tournament. It's safe to say Octavian wants to put the shots down, but not given that opportunity. Octavian stays safe with a smoke. In the meantime, Solke spotted Meku from the Gladiators. Not too close to that team, not going to be looking for that crash blank going across the headshot hills in between School and Pachinki and Rozhok. Unwise, I would say, so Gladiators should be able to pick that one up, and indeed they don't. Hang on a minute, they lost it fully.
Yeah, he got flushed out, and it's very frustrating because this seems to be a reoccurring trend now for the Gladiators, which is have one good initial engagement, Meku or Kitsune or Matic goes wide, gets knocked, and is in a very flushable location, in which case they just lose that fourth player for free, leaving them down to just 3 players, which is always unideal for their end game. So I don't know why they do this so often. Like, their scouts are very reckless at the best of times. Look at the circle, though, heading down towards the southeast side. We have a little bit of the plateau, as well as those staging areas over on Potato Hill in the southeast that should give some good abilities for that information gathering over towards Road to Glory, who's used this position in the past. There's also Pachinki Fields involved, John, which is going to be nasty for teams like MUERTE, who have still yet to make their way through.
The hills on the east side of them not under control at the moment for Pachinki Fields, but maybe soon to change if MUERTE are looking for a spot anywhere they can get it. Vision going down to a nade from Ralph, and NIGMA Galaxy capture one more corner. But they're playing on with 3, and if they want to close that gap further up to REGNUM CARYA, they do need to bang out some really solid games. As we talked about, that differential will not close itself.
Yeah, I mean, they've lost Coops, though, which is a big deal for NIGMA Galaxy. He's such an influential player on the team. They don't have him anymore, which means Freak now has to step up in the limelight. They also have Kryptonite next RÜYA next to them. So NIGMA Galaxy suffering slightly here. We'll take a couple of shots down towards FLUX will next RÜYA just to keep them at bay. But holding out, NIGMA Galaxy coming out from Pachinki doesn't seem to be that big of a deal for next RÜYA, and they can just coexist in this space for the time being.
Not top of the list of priorities for the time being. That central strip along the road, high-value compounds. Next RÜYA, the first on that route out of Pachinki. GK, FLUX looking to hold down further on those northeast sides, but at the moment, Potato Hill being fought over. MUERTE, Road to Glory, trading shots, but the first lick of damage goes to MUERTE as Jose has to hit the deck. I like saying it like that, but I think it's Jose.
I think it's Jose.
Jose. It's more fun.
It is more fun. There's a lot of phlegm involved, though, and I don't enjoy that.
To get a couple of tissues.
Can we get a couple of tissues up in here now?
The monitors need a
so
wipe
I
down.
can pronounce Kose.
I've been talking about MUERTE. Let's get the tissues.
Get the tissues out. REGNUM CARYA over towards the eastern side, though, are being beset upon by NEXUS. Now, this is a big fight. Obviously, REGNUM CARYA don't have to try too hard to keep themselves involved in the conversation, considering how far they are ahead. But NEXUS can stop their run quite quickly, which might allow NIGMA Galaxy to get some profit on this game, which is better than nothing. Circle heads down towards the southeast side. Quite a grim circle, to say the least. You know, the tree lines are available down past Schoolway.
REGNUM CARYA just died.
Yeah, I think it was NEXUS. They're on a hot streak right now. 9 eliminations. Wow. That's big. That's a really quick wipe. And that is what I was talking about as well, is that if NEXUS can come off the back of that initial good engagement for themselves, head over towards REGNUM CARYA, take them out, NIGMA Galaxy needs to make the most out of this game. But they have lost Coops. I'm going to keep reiterating it because I think it's a really big deal.
They are Coopless right now.
Coopless.
They cannot contain it. 2 hard southeast shifts on these circles in a row now to bring us over towards the hill, near the Potato Hill, the east side of Pachinki Fields as well. As, excuse me, crash on into the 3-player roster of NIGMA Galaxy. Coopless and will not be able to find the first blow, but it is traded off. Ralph goes down. Lord looking to cook up a nade, try and keep them in it. Freak as well, still active, but across the way, needs to back him up. A lovely nade finds Havlik, and Lord able to find more as well. Almost single-handedly dealing everything he needs to, and they're being swept aside. Excuse me, roll up and straight into the fire. Freak goes down on the doorframe, and Black-White tries to keep them alive as well for excuse me. 3 players active, Rezable sure, but Lord, actually, he's not going to go for this drop down. He's going to look for that nade once more.
I mean, can he get this? He knows directly the location. A bounce off the wall could be really good, but he slams the car into the wall instead. Both players alive, and he's taking shots from the distance as well.
GK from that northern side, trying to chime in with a third party, but Lord under the windowsill needs to keep them in it if they want to try and close this gap. It could be the final moment for NIGMA Galaxy to come through, and it will not happen. Excuse me, lose 2. Havlik needs a res, and GEEKAY are here to play.
Good. I mean, Lord went on a absolute freak performance there. That is something you don't see every day. This is the cleanup coming through from Nexus over towards REGNUM CARYA. And of course it's Doran to start off the engagement strong. This boy has always been amazing for the squad as that heavy hitter in the front. And they're on 12 eliminations. Nexus finally shows a bit of what they're all about at the end of the tournament. Better late than never.
And the Gladiators are next up to fight Nexus on that north side. Meanwhile, bombardment on Potato Hill. Kevin rolls straight on up for the Gangsters and takes the fight. Does pretty well against Road to Glory. Rio goes flushed away. And now MUERTE want to try and launch their assault onto the Gangsters. The sandwich has closed now. Only one player for Road to Glory. And that's going to get taken care of by MUERTE. They pick up the point onto the final player. And now they turn their attention. Kevin goes down first. And the Gangsters lose the opening trades.
Yusuf in the smoke has to back out a little bit as Tapok goes for a mad spray to pepper the Gangsters themselves. Yusuf does something similar but can't quite find Tapok as he moves back and forth over the top of this rock.
Tapok still through the smoke, laying down the laser beams emanating from the barrel. In comes the roll down. The cavalry's here to play, and MUERTE want to deal death to anyone who steps to them. They will succeed in winning out the fight for Potato Hill. All 4 of them alive as well on that southeast side. Gladiators, who did crash on into Nexus, still going back and forth with them.
It's a gorgeous double rundown coming through from Elementrix as well. Doran, though, first to fall to Tixie, but he will run immediately into the fire. Gets onto the rooftop to try and put out the fire itself, getting away from the molten remains underneath him.
Ooh, that is tricky, and a lot more damage still to come as Exo Machina tries to find the angle. The heal comes through, and the Gladiators maintain 3 players. They crashed straight on into Nexus, and they didn't all go down. So I count that as a success.
Next RÜYA as well took a really quick rotation earlier on in the game towards the compound on the eastern side of the fields, which should give them a really good chance against a lot of these teams that are moving out from that western side. We're talking GEEKAY as well as Excuse Me on that side. It will give them sightlines over towards MUERTE unless they shift up towards the north to try and take this engagement between these 2 teams as it's concluding. Great shots from Gapahala with the help of some lovely nades from Exo Machina.
Matic down, crawling around on the inside behind cover. Elementrix may be a pivotal part, but Matic's next to go. Sorry, Tixie's next to go. Kitsune, you can see immediately repositions behind cover, but Nexus do not want to let this one go. The pedal is all the way to the metal as they ride on in and get the flush onto Matic. The res did come through. It looks like, no, hang on a minute. They've all been taken down, but Kitsune won't go down that easy. Finds one, but that is all he will find. And Kitsune falls last for the Gladiators.
FLUX from that west side will be looking over towards Nexus, and they're trying to extricate themselves from this situation with 15 eliminations in 15th place, matching their placement to the elims they find in this game. But this could be a massive jump up for them, but they have to be careful. There's a lot of teams looking their way with MUERTE on that high ground and FLUX for relative safety in their compound.
It's like they've remembered how to play the game, Blank. It's incredible from Nexus to be able to take these fights coordinated, maintain that cover on these hillsides. We'll see what more they can achieve. Taking shots down towards FLUX, a helmet just peeking on through, and Lutz not quite able to do it.
Exo was just fully teasing the head there. That is so unfortunate that he couldn't find the headshot over towards him. And we'll move away. Elementrix, though, still having a quick scout. Move around. I think Nexus has got probably one of the most difficult rotations for themselves, but you're right. I mean, Nexus has been in a straight fugue state throughout this tournament, finally breaking free of the amnesia.
They are the one who knocks.
Exactly. You know, it's been a dark descent for them, but finally they're seeing the light.
Right on the edge of the circle this time, though. We'll see if that order is tall enough for them to mount that hurdle. MUERTE on their south side, and Doran will scout out behind them on that wraparound, looking to try and push into the northern side. It is bold. Elementrix and Aces.
One.
The first to first to go into the fight. And actually, yeah, you're right. They do manage to get that opening knock. Now they can start to convert aces down and out. 3 players alive for MUERTE and a 16th elim on the board. Meanwhile, across in Pachinki Fields, GK trading back and forth with excuse me.
Again, this is most likely a fight that will be concluded, not by either of these teams, but by RÜYA, who currently have the best compound right now on that eastern edge of the field. FLUX will have to move out from there, and MUERTE was running scared from the powerhouse that is NEXUS this game, looking to set a record on the amount of eliminations we've seen during the PMRC.
16 right now, the tally for NEXUS. Let's look at that table as well for most eliminations. 6 for Doran, Octavian up on 4 as well. Capahala and EXO not too far behind. A really even performance from the squad.
I mean, Doran, like, he's gone from team to team to team, and, you know, he is not a relatively new player, but he seems quite like a young player. And he has definitely honed his skills over time. And I think he was one of the best additions to the squad. But he was making quite a few mistakes at the start, fixed them. You come into an offline tournament, it's a little bit more difficult to find your footing like that. But this is the NEXUS that we're used to. They're very, very good. And these late rotations are starting to feel just a little bit tighter in terms of their timings. I think they continue like this, maybe they could end up in 14.
It is still quite a gap to make, but you can see on the tower graphic on the right-hand side, with 16 eliminations, they sat 30 points behind at the start. That means that, if my maths is correct, they do need to find another 14 points on this game to breach that gap.
Yeah, I mean, right now, it is a nice start, getting up towards 69. Hopefully they can go further than that. GK, full squad. FLUX, full squad. RÜYA is a full squad. So is NEXUS. This is a really heavily team-packed ending.
Octavian, Capahala both just swerving, snaking about in the buggies, trying to bait these peaks. Allow the teammate to move on in. Playing together. Good news. Nade over the top. But not going to find anything. Octavian nice and safe for the time being. North side, meanwhile, FLUX up to the wall, pushing out against GK.
EXO, that is dangerous maneuvers coming through from EXO at the moment. Does not spot height at all from GK. Solkay certainly sees him though. EXO will just move out. He has been playing without a care in the world at all. Poking the helmet out and now moving up towards MUERTE. This is the fight that they keep want to take because this makes no sense. They're heading down towards MUERTE. That's the basis of it because this is the team they know they've already taken one player from and they're looking to finish this fight so they can clear and compete for that eastern side of the circle.
Solkay actually taking a shot and Solus goes down to NEXUS? I thought they were fighting MUERTE. What's going on? Hang on a minute. Exo Machina just opening up.
Hello?
Straight on in. And now it's MUERTE rolling around in the buggies, taking down Capahala. This is all going crazy, but Doran is there to maintain sanity for NEXUS on the eastern side. They're looking for more shots towards the backline. Tapok forced up into the blue. Capahala crawling away, looking for that res, and Doran
That's
just
dangerous.
anchoring for the roster. The nade over the top allows him to go for the flush, and in they sail. But next RÜYA are here to party. They've swung out to the east. They want to push MUERTE back up to the top of this hill, and they will do just that. They find the backlines, and it is down and out for MUERTE atop the hill.
That is a kind of a strange push from RÜYA. They just left one of the compounds that is the only one still inside the circle. They clear out and finish this fight. They can still head back over to that because GK's not taken full control, but they have essentially allowed GK just get across. They immediately wrap back in, as I said before, to take this compound once again. What an interesting play, but getting back in is more difficult than they expected as Frozen and Yetka take an absolute barrage.
Will survive for the time being. The building they hold, though, right on that edge. And they'll need to deal with more to get out of that. 4 teams remain now. 17 eliminations for NEXUS. Now they need 13 more points. That would be 3 eliminations and a chicken dinner. Or a whole bunch more eliminations all the way up to second place.
Doran takes shots. I don't know if getting in the buggy right now is a good idea, my dude.
In the
You're
blue?
not in the circle as of yet. In a flaming buggy on 1 HP, still goes for it. I really think the Nexus has just sent everything into this game. They don't care anymore. And a beautiful nade from Kapahalo over the top absolutely decimates the squad of FLUX.
The bright red bars for FLUX bring them low, and another to fall.
This could be a
GK
massive.
look for this flank on as well from that western side. The nade over the top to find them again, and Solkay now the last to stand for FLUX. The Turkish roster, who's been laying down the law across tournaments, falling under the gaze of Nexus here. Shots from Kapahalo, see Satan, and try and banish him back to the depths of hell. Solkay cooking up a nade, last to stand. Kapahalo sees him peeking through the front of the smoke, strafes across with the bullets, but doesn't quite find the target. The cook is there, and the buggy sidestepped. Kapahalo low, needs to be careful. Will go down to the nade, but in comes the swing from Makeda. Solkay still on the warpath. It's GK to chime into the fight. Find that third party, and Solkay finally falls, but for the first time this match, Nexus lose one.
21 eliminations, John.
Huge.
Nexus is on a hell of a streak right now. Looking for more from the guys on GEEKAY. Smokes come down. They try and collect Kapahalo, get him back into the engagement. Right now, the sightlines can't get over towards his side. And next RÜYA might just be enough to slow down the push from GEEKAY, allowing Nexus to get back into the fray. But with the blue pushing, things are getting difficult.
GK looking to move around and control, temper the position for next RÜYA. We've seen their intelligence in final circles in that last Erangel. Need to force their minds to play ball with them once more.
Next RÜYA, I think, have made some pretty interesting rotations, looking to cut off positions around the map that's going to cause them the most amount of trouble into that late game. I like that push over to MUERTE and then slingshotting back towards their compound and then flexing out a little bit. Yes, it's let GK get out, but it's forced them over towards the slope side of the circle itself. Nexus still has a fair way to push in here. I think they're quite happy with how this game has gone, but next RÜYA looking for another chicken dinner on the day.
Would be quite something. But for
There's
Nexus,
no way.
They're going in. They want to go for the fight with GK, but Kapahalo's down. Maybe a little bit of a misstep here. A little bit too bold. But there is still more left in the back. And Doran goes big. Goes for two. Finds the backline. And now one more player stands. Next RÜYA, so present in these fights, though. They move up. They take the perfect opportunity. Doran breaks wide. And he finds the third. The man is on a mission. 24 eliminations and a chance to take it back.
24 elimination, Frozen whiffs it, and he looks for more. Octavian finds at least one, but I think the deed is now done. Next RÜYA takes the chicken dinner, but Nexus takes home all the glory on a massive game. 30 total points.
Even when it is darkest, hope remains if one only remembers to turn on the light, and it is Doran to shine bright for Nexus. What a play. I mean, they're on the screen, and it is a back-to-back chicken dinner, but I cannot overstate the impact of that game.
It felt like Nexus just stopped overthinking everything, and if anything, started underthinking everything. They were like, look, GK's causing us problems, man. Let's just rock up in the buggies, pull out the DBS, see what happens.
Oh, man.
But next RÜYA's got to be happy about this. This is going to add a good tally to their total so far, push them even further up the rankings. And I mean, I think for next RÜYA, they're making a good push towards that podium today. It is still a little bit difficult to make happen, but the guys at the top got to be slightly worried.
Definitely something to consider to fend off that position at the back, but still REGNUM CARYA maintaining their position on the tables. For the time being, though, with 2 matches left to play, the gap is still there, still ways down from the top.
Man, look, sometimes all it takes is someone to open the door, and Doran's your man at the end of the day.
He is.
He is the way.
He's not opening the door. He's removing it from the equation.
Yeah. It's mad. It is mad.
What just happened? Honestly, I'm still reeling. I think they managed to get 30 points on that match?
30 points. 24 total eliminations.
Unreal.
It's unacceptable.
I think that actually brings them level with the 14th place team, despite the gap we saw at the start.
I think it might have been 81 points, but I mean,
It's a step in the right direction. Insane stuff coming through. I feel like that swing down towards GK right at the end may have been the bullet that was just silvered enough to take them down. But either way, Nexus are back to play. A little bit too late, but they certainly found some glory. Next RÜYA, back to back on the chicken dinner.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take every day. Take every day. Leave 'em with nothing.
Paradise, we dirt in
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah
Welcome back, everyone, to PMRC. We had another great game. NEXUS took themselves another chicken dinner. That's 2 in a row. You see NEXUS trying to climb up the leaderboards. We had Nexus game taking one of the best games we had ever since we saw this 24 elimination game. STC played to be analyzing this one. Maxman, Several's game, joining me. Jason Kaplan on the desk here. We're going to break this one down extremely quick because we don't have a lot of time. Maxman, let's get into this game.
That's a lot of eliminations coming out from Nexus Gaming. Really good game. Good game. Go. I loved it. It was great. Good times. Yeah. What do you think, Seven?
Nexus Gaming 24 kills. I wanted to speak in Spanish so bad.
They got twice as many points as the team that actually won the game. That is mental. And I was talking about it. If they eliminate all of next RÜYA, that's a game, a record-breaking game. There you go. That's words in the right order. If they got, because currently it's held by 5 Flux, they got 27. That would have been 28. That would have been super cool.
Yeah, and to be fair, next RÜYA were able to get some great angles and get into some fights that they didn't really have to at the end. They could have waited out a little bit longer, but they decided to fight between Nexus and the MUERTE. I thought that third party was actually really nice. I thought they were going to actually continue to fight Nexus, but they decided to back off to their shack that they were in, to the building.
Can you say the MUERTE again?
The MUERTE.
I like how you say it. But yeah, it was really aggressive. They went onto the MUERTE at the end there, got himself the angle, and then a lot of control with that split, making sure that teams like Nexus and GK had no chance to take that chicken dinner away. The REGNUM CARYA not doing much. It could have been a great opportunity for NIGMA Galaxy, but they unfortunately just don't get the points they desperately need.
Yep.
Likewise, for FLUX, as you saw NIGMA Galaxy going out, which was obviously the team they're trying to catch up to, but again, being overrun by the Romanian powerhouses that are Nexus Games. We'll take a look at their player stats here in this last match. 24 eliminations, 10 of them from Torin, 5 from Octavian, 6 from Kapahala, and EXO with 3.
More of that, please. I love...
You okay there, Blank?
Why did Blank have an
I'll have more of that.
Have more of that, please. This is good. It's just good game of Pokemon. Loving it. 10 eliminations for Dory then. They just stopped caring. They just stopped caring apparently in this game and just started breaching every team, which is great. You know, sometimes that's what you need to start popping off.
and boy, did they end up popping off. The fight between them and G.GLADIATORS was actually super impressive because they were able to get so many angles on GG, and they were on top of that fighting an uphill fight, which is usually a disadvantage, but they were able to take on GG and wipe them out without losing anybody.
Yeah.
More of that.
More of that, please. It's good time.
Excuse me, sir. Would like some more of that.
Oh, we got a replay. Oh, so we got more of that.
I was like, wait, are we going to Miramar?
But actually, FLUX, I think, were definitely way too idle in this game. I was expecting them to potentially try and swipe over the western edge and try and get control of the ridge, but they didn't.
That's what I'd propose, is like, they know Nigma's out, so they technically don't need to get extra aggressive and potentially lose. But then again, there's that line you're saying, right, where they're playing way too passive and they need to make moves earlier.
The thing is, placement points alone are not going to cut it. They need to get eliminations.
They were 25 behind, right?
Yeah.
Chicken dinner would have been like, cut it down to 15. They would have had some elims to obviously close out the game. But then that would have mean they had to do it again later on. But we are going into Miramar.
Yeah, and you're also expecting then NIGMA Galaxy to get almost no points. So I still think that there's definitely a need for eliminations to come out from FLUX. They're playing super passive today, which is not really what we expect from a team that's normally renowned in Europe to be hyper-aggressive. So yeah, I need to see more eliminations coming up. Otherwise, I think the first and second place might just be set.
I feel like not even today. I feel like they've been playing passive the past 2 days, and I'm intrigued to see what REGNUM CARYA is going to be doing because remember, we have had some hot drops in Picado.
We're going to find out shortly as the next game's going to be kicking off. We have 2 matches left to go. They're all going to be on Miramar. We're going to head over to Castro with Blank. John Allen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jason. We're going to go into Miramar, of course, that first mirror of the day. As you say, thank you. It was excellently broken down there on the desk. The 30 points that it was able to accrue for Nexus Gaming, they did incredibly well. More of that, please. Oh, dear. You had a bit of a moment there.
Oh, it really,
it just got you.
Really cracked me up.
You know when you just get got?
Yeah.
You Maxman is Doran.
He had me in a vice lock, and you know I couldn't help myself but laugh. that really got me good.
It was instinctual.
Yeah. It was a primal laugh.
Bestial.
It was a primal laugh. I was wheezing afterwards. Doran, though, yeah, absolutely crazy game from them and Nexus overall. And the boys on the desk kind of broke it down as best they could because on it, I think that NEXUS did make an interesting play, looking to clear out as much of that eastern side as possible before making the wrap back. You know, the slingshot. I like the slingshot. It was good. It was very, very good. And they ended up taking it all because of that. And I think that was more because of the lions that was Nexus just going around, just ravaging everyone, and NEXUS was like, I don't really know what's going on, but they seem to be tearing themselves apart in the process, but I guess we'll finish the game now. Either way, it was amazing, and I hope Nexus takes this same energy into this match because, as Maxman said, more of that, please.
Nexus just slay, slay, slay. They do so much work in that last one, but it is only the one match. They did manage to close a bit of a gap, but they are too far away from the top to really find that glory, I would say. But that will definitely be a game I'll remember for a while. Right now, north of the MADBULLS over in Impala. And they'll play from that eastern side circle, very central, playing path again. Pretty kind, just seeing those parachutes start to expire over in El Azahar, as REGNUM CARYA might have a little bit of trouble not going to Picardo.
Yeah, there is a disturbance in the force at the moment with GANGSTERS, who currently are no longer in the blue very often, which is a bit odd. This is interesting though. Next RÜYA, 147 points, 10 points behind FLUX now, so they are catching up. And it's almost amusing because, you know, first it was S2G. They were meant to be the big dogs. They just simply weren't. Then it was FLUX. They were meant to bring balance to the Turkish forces. They didn't. And now it's truly REGNUM CARYA at the top. And next RÜYA is trying to take FLUX off that podium as well. So we have completely new Turkish faces who are at the top of their game. And it's amazing how much talent comes out from Turkey at the moment. I love to see it.
I was really, really trying to find a way to crowbar S2G into Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah.
So that you could have FLUX Skywalker.
Yeah.
And then REGNUM CARYA.
I see what you tried to do there.
But I couldn't for the life of me get one.
Yeah, it's not happening.
No.
S2G, they just refuse to be part of the show overall. They're not even here.
Didn't even like the sequel trilogies that much.
Yeah, they were the cancelled movies, unfortunately. The ones that didn't.
They were the Christmas special.
Yeah. Oh dear. Anyway, I think maybe S2G can bounce back. I hope they do. I really do like the team, and I think they've got some very, very good players. And they shocked an orders over in the PMGC. Maybe that comes back again over in the fall split, or we head over towards Turkey proper.
Oh yeah, it's going to be great fun heading over there. Hopefully we will have a team from Turkey.
We will.
Able to stand up towards the top as well.
Yeah, undoubtedly.
It was a bit of a surprise to see S2G, to be honest, take home the PMGC last year.
Yeah. At this rate, there's going to be 5 of them.
I mean, they outperformed everybody else there, and we didn't really see at PMWI a Turkish team have as much impact as we would have liked. I mean, FLUX were still in the conversation, but not quite what we expected. But now,
I will say they've been fairly consistent. I've got to give them, I will have to give them that. They've been a pretty consistent team.
Consistently consistent, one could say.
Yeah, just not CCT. That's all. That's all.
Not anymore. Not yet.
Not yet. There's still time. There's still time to fix this. Looking at the map, though, you saw at the beginning of the game here, again, another central one where a lot of teams have a pretty good shout into this match. You have NIGMA Galaxy all the way on the southern side, though, which does make things slightly more difficult heading up towards the north, with a lot of teams in this area next RÜYA up towards Power Grid, playing on that ridge side, overlooking GEEKAY. FLUX is most likely going to head towards that top side of Los Leones before they start heading in towards that circle. You've got Road to Glory in front of NIGMA Galaxy as well. So a lot of very good teams and teams that have significant gun skill ahead of them in the way. And, you know, that rotation up towards that eastern side felt a lot easier a lot of times to make that one happen for NIGMA Galaxy. But now MADBULLS and NEXUS are both in the way there too. Two teams that have stepped up during this tournament.
Try and keep that Stairmaster going for the MADBULLS on the east flank. Taking a look at the tower graphic on the side. Oh, I thought they had caught up the NEXUS, but they're 1 point behind the GANGSTERS on 84. Hopefully, they'll be able to jump on over that hurdle, maybe even turn their attention to MUERTE and GEEKAY right around the corner.
Yeah, well, I mean, if the hair starts to turn a little bit white and they start shimmering a little bit blue, then we know there's a slight problem in case. And if I start to hear trumpets, there genuinely is a problem. Because like we said, that last game just felt instinctual to them overall. Pretty crazy experience. Gladiators, it's what Saif from Vision. Matic opting to just run right past. Better position. Oh, five grenades, yeah. Okay. I see you.
This should, by all rights, be a knock, but safe. No, extricates himself effectively. Does take half his health bar in damage, and Tixie's there. A 1-2 punch from the Gladiators to keep them all alive and pick up a point.
I like that play. You know, that was probably the most casual elimination I've seen in quite a while, as Tixie just plops the buggy down, goes for the shots afterwards. Again, quite a central focused lobby here. A lot of teams are already heading towards that side, including GANGSTERS, which makes me sad. Mon, though. Oh, dear. That's the 3 players, once again, for Gladiators.
Volt brings the potential difference between the two teams into equilibrium. No current flows anymore, as they are 3 versus 3. Meku, though, still on the high ground to maybe control a push forwards. No, still backed off the line. Mini 14 and M4 volley out towards Meku. And he has to step back or be humbled.
Nade over the top there. There's no one. It is completely free. Don't you worry about it. Team Falcons out in the blue will be moving in. NIGMA Galaxy in a similar situation as is MADBULLS. And you know what? Nexus have moved in fairly quickly from Impala.
Okay.
This team has literally woken up from the PMRC coma that they have been in.
Meku shots towards Lath. Not really tagging too much damage, but vehicle takes a bit. Not really too bad a shape, though. Should be fairly good for it. Matic, though, catches Lath crashing a tree. That is unfortunate. Mon is there for the backup. Kitsune on the off angle now. Moving on into the fight. Kitsune has not really been present so far in this engagement, but can now start to marshal the lands in front.
Next circle pops. We're heading over towards Hacienda del Patron. So quite a bit of fielded areas over here. There is obviously that urban area towards that northern side. A couple of ridges around the edges of this circle that you can take place on high ground. That elevation is going to be quite important. Teams moving up through La Bandita and past that region towards that south side. You know, the terrain isn't as nice as it could be for a lot of these teams, but that's Miramar for you. Over towards that eastern side in Graveyard, where it's slightly more difficult to play around, as you can see, because we're right here, right now, with these ridges in play. Does split up a lot of the engagements, but Nexus have heard this, and they're rolling in.
Bolt nade cooking close to Meku. This scrap has been going on for a while now. Does find half the health bar of Meku. Good start, but he's already backed off fully to reposition away. With Mon down, bleeding out. Not going to be able to find that res. Leaving Vision down on 2. Southeast side, and Nexus crest the ridgeline. Immediately you hear a crackle through the ether as the shots just ring out, and the volley is strong here. Volt does get taken away, though, by Meku for the Gladiators, so the point does not go into the Nexus bank.
Gladiators like, get me out of here right this instant. EXO has a nade, starts tossing it over towards the likely positions where players might still be roaming. But yeah, the amount of bullets that just suddenly came out from that region of the map was fairly terrifying. Octavian has a nasty little bit of high ground looking down towards Meku as he runs through this tiny area of Sanctuary.
Brute Force scrapping out with MUERTE on the northern side. GQ trying to isolate positions in the center near San Martin. And at the moment, everybody just looking to step their toes in. MUERTE, though, turned away on the northern side by Brute Force. REGNUM CARYA will hear these shots, and it looks like they are going to send out to that west side towards water treatment and down towards Hacienda.
Yeah, Brute Force trying to hold on to this high ground as long as possible. It's over towards the west, and they will have to come down at some point. REGNUM CARYA is making a fairly dangerous push past water treatment, as you were talking about, John. So this is quite intense for them, but they will pick up some form of a compound to play around with going forward. Give them a bit of safety, but they are in that fielded area to begin with. And I think that they will likely just hang around here for as long as possible before this next cell comes through and decide on the next rotation from there. Nexus still want to push in. They are in the blue at current pace, and Gladiators are in front of them, looking for a single knock to open things up and possibly go from there.
This road that runs through the middle of the circle, dividing the teams, and a lot have taken position on the south. The northern side a little bit less occupied, but do you want to isolate into those urban environments or the hills to the south of Hacienda? Can be a risk. At the moment, Brute Force look like they are going to disengage from MUERTE and try and move further to that road with the next circle pop.
We see this circle actually quite frequently, and it's that ridge side that cuts down the southwest edge, which is quite important for a lot of teams, where it's got these plateaus that stage downwards like stairs down towards that southwest edge. In the meantime, though, we are having a lot of teams sent immediately towards that ridge side. It's where a lot of teams would like to play. MADBULLS will find a player over towards Gladiators as Excuse Me rolls down some of the lads from Team Falcons. So an immediate response from a lot of these teams to try and get in the few spots, few places that you can play towards the center of this circle. NEXUS will struggle to get in. I do sort of like GEEKAY's position right now, John.
Playing in one of the more solid spots. A lot of control over this ground. The ridgeline's still operable, though, on the west.
Yeah, I think with the way the circle's landed as well, John, because there's this area on the top side which is still open outside of that ridge that comes up from Picardo, because we're not fully on top of it, right? With GEEKAY being here, it gives them the option to send in towards those shacks that are just on the east of the ridge, but it also gives the opportunity to dip out of that ridge at any moment. Whereas some of these other teams are kind of locked in for the long run, like RÜYA, who currently on that large amount of high ground, will have to step off at some point if we move away from here. So GEEKAY's playing for options at this point in time.
And it's teams like RÜYA who are going to have to fend off against this swing down from MUERTE potentially if they get past Excuse Me, who again might also go for that RÜYA position.
Yep.
So a lot more hotly contested on that southwest side. In the meantime, over on the eastern edge, NEXUS, who have already put 2 on the board, and we're not going to oversing them in this game just yet, but they are pushing in from that eastern side. You can see along that road and into a compound on the east side of the circle. MADBULLS, really their major threat on the south side, but also GQ across the road to the north.
I think for RÜYA, what they really have to be careful with is this northwest edge of them, alongside where MUERTE, Excuse Me, are currently fighting. It's quite flat terrain the closer you get towards RÜYA, so I think that Excuse Me and MUERTE both identify that this fight has to finish now. As you can see just up towards that top right-hand side of your screen, that's terrain you're going to have to cross at some point. It's terrain that you don't really want to have to cross, but eventually that's going to be the obstacle.
Excuse Me holding so far against MUERTE, and the Falcons have oversight on some of these pushes as well from the angles that they hold a little bit further out to the east. Circle goes to GEEKAY, keeps the NEXUS compound in as well, just the edge of it though. However, they might opt to go for an earlier cross. We'll have to wait and see what they have in the bag to be able to make this one happen. RÜYA moving Frozen out further east.
Yeah, again, it comes back to it, right? Those options that are available to you when this isn't really solidly on that ridge side in the first place. I do like that position taken by GEEKAY. It's not easy always to get there, so they chose to pick up early, so there wasn't a huge amount of teams around them all taking shots at the vehicles passing across that quite open space, which can result in just about 3 of your vehicles exploding along the way. That includes your players too.
The main chase, Blank. The second to first place chase. Let's talk about NIGMA Galaxy on this south side for a second. They are wide split. Freak playing close under the shadow of RÜYA. 3 players over on the east, close to Road to Glory. And with REGNUM CARYA taking a little bit of scrap on the northern side, it is another opportunity for NIGMA Galaxy to potentially earn some points here. But there is a lot of open ground ahead of them. There's a lot of teams above them on the west, and that eastern side isn't looking any easier.
No, not at all. And I think that you're right talking about this, because with REGNUM CARYA actually taking this position over towards that northeast, yes, you can push down from here and kind of tuck inwards, but you really do have to tuck at that point in time. FLUX are looking to dismount REGNUM CARYA from this position. And although REGNUM CARYA is in this turtle mode, right, the survival mode of just maintaining that tiny gap between them and NIGMA Galaxy the entirety of the remainder of the tournament, yeah, if they keep going down early, they're going to keep giving opportunities to NIGMA Galaxy. And it's not like there isn't a chance for NIGMA Galaxy to have a massively pop-off game. We just saw one from NEXUS. It's unlikely we'll ever see one again this tournament as big as that game. But certainly, 15 elimination games, 16 elimination game, that's in the wheelhouse of NIGMA Galaxy.
and with one more game in pocket as well, they give themselves that platform should they be able to achieve that mark. REGNUM CARYA looking to try and hold on here because right now it's a 25-point lead at the top of the tables from second to first. So any points from here on out that REGNUM CARYA can earn makes their final game a lot easier. Octavian just got taken down for NEXUS on the eastern side. Doran as well suffering, and that's GQ taking shots out their way. A full flush and a knock sent out towards NEXUS. It is not good news for their run. Did they burn too bright? Have they extinguished their flame?
Yeah, I mean, NEXUS haven't played amazingly this whole tournament, but that last game was something to definitely witness. I mean, I highly recommend watching it again after this broadcast finishes if you didn't get a chance to tune in for it. It was amazing, but I don't know how likely it was for them to continue on that pace as they continue to lose more and more members. Sandwich between GQ as well as MADBULLS is always difficult in that sense. So for NEXUS, I don't think they've got too much longer to live here as they go down in 13th place.
2 elims, and that should be a reminder as to the general performance that we've seen from them this tournament. An exasperated but relieved sigh from GQ to push in from that northern edge. FALCONS also falling.
Oh dear.
As the circle shifts northwest. Keeps GEEKAY in there, but REGNUM CARYA can sit down for a while.
Yeah, this is an insanely strong position, REGNUM CARYA. This is the one that you can start to sweep downwards on the western side. I think the main problem for them at the moment is FLUX. I think if they can win that fight versus FLUX, who are currently only on 3 members, there's a big chance for them. In the meantime, NIGMA Galaxy going for a wide wrap on that south side, kind of tuck in as well towards these lower elevated areas of the map. It doesn't give you the most amount of control possible, but you can set yourself up to take shots at the teams on the top side. But RÜYA very much aware of this situation, immediately relocates 2 players onto this side. I think they understood that a team might try and go for this wrap down here, so very, very, very much heads up play coming through from RÜYA, even though excuse me now is really laying in the hurt towards NIGMA Galaxy.
Excuse me, saying, hang on a minute, that was our idea. We did this first. We're going to shut you out on this south side. RÜYA taking a scrap with brute force and winning a point over on the top side of this terrain. And brute force now down to 3 players on that high ground, with GANGSTERS a little bit further around the corner up to the north. REGNUM CARYA still playing with 4, but they've gone for a wide split, 3-1, with Wild playing all the way back towards FLUX. This is only 3 players from REGNUM CARYA who can fight in this.
This is actually hilarious, and also quite a confident play coming from. I think they're comfortable with Wild setting up towards FLUX. They understand they're probably not going to push that location, so he maintains anchor on that side of the map. And they push over towards this compound because it's one of the stronger ones on the northeast side, but they do it purely because they identify this rotation coming through from GQ and they want to hold them out. If they can do that, fantastic. They're going to control even more area on that northeastern side and stop a team more significantly from taking those sight lines over towards them on the west edge. What a heads-up play coming through from REGNUM CARYA once again.
And FLUX will control from the western side as well. They need Wild to stay alive, but as you said, it's unlikely that FLUX go for that push, but Solus is getting a little bit close. As we go back over towards RÜYA, though, 4 players still alive, playing on that southwest side. Excuse me, and NIGMA Galaxy both trying to keep themselves alive. GANGSTERS and Brute Force resolve their engagement, and in come GQ to the fight.
Yeah, the fact that they've got up this far is quite difficult now for REGNUM CARYA. Get a little bit further, but I think REGNUM CARYA has been fairly good at these defensive holds in the past, but let's see if they can live up to the name, because we've seen a lot of times these things go very awry. It's quite difficult to get past this building, though. It's very easily nadeable. We have seen REGNUM CARYA in the past expend a huge amount of utility very quickly. They want to maintain some of these nades going forward. Easel down to none with just 1 Molotov remaining. So you can see Tron and Loxy here being very much cautious.
Here they go.
And conservative with the grenades. The first one's really good.
finding an excellent pickup. The Molotov to stop any pushes coming through. Another nade put out through the window and tags some damage to get the flush. And there he goes for the first. Bringing them down to 2 active. The nade not quite successful there. And Loxy puts more damage out through the window. Toffee's given the run around here. As REGNUM CARYA playing with 3, hold perfectly on the longhouse. Ezel on the off angle, getting bombarded by AZ out the side, and Toffee's forced for a wide peek, pre-firing the window, controlling that hop out. Nicely played on the corner.
Yeah, eventually they'll have to move away from this compound. Great peek from Loxy. That is just disgusting.
He's looking for more, but he might not need to find it. Hops in through the window, but Tron controls it. Excellent form from REGNUM CARYA playing as 3. Did we doubt it for a second? I don't think so. In the meantime, Wild still holding their position. They can regroup back there should they want to. The Gangsters, though, pretty close by.
Yeah, Road to Glory pushing over towards this position, but looks like REGNUM CARYA is jumping in towards their vehicles. Gangsters with a replay over towards Brute Force, removing them. I really like what the guys of Claris and Hot Juke says, like, Gangsters is a good team now, apparently. Some reason, I don't know what happened. Maybe their coach gave them a stern talking to, or maybe a very kind VOD review or something.
Oh, FLUX opened up on Wild. He's been hidden for so long. They didn't expect him to be here, but they know about it now. Ketch wants to try and trade it off. The heal being enacted for Solus as Ketch marches forwards, but Wild still has more in the magazine, and the roll down for REGNUM CARYA. They move on in, and the last is there to fall. A brilliant regroup sending back out to the west. But they have Road to Glory and Gangsters all turning their way.
Leaving Wild behind as an assassin has to be the wildest card I've seen all tournament versus FLUX. They had no idea. They saw the vehicles leave. They assumed the remainder of REGNUM CARYA had just paced out. But no, they remained for much, much longer. This is what we talked about earlier. Getting off that side of the plateau, very difficult, John. And Excuse Me took up that role of trying to take down these players as they left. And they find the pickup as to pretty much eliminate the entirety of NEXUS. They do get 6 points total and will slowly close the gap here with FLUX. Loxy goes down, but a good start for them.
Trying to keep themselves in this one. 2 players now active for REGNUM CARYA. As Tron goes down as well, just the one remains. The newest addition to the roster. Looking to try and anchor them from the back here, but they may have already done enough now, Blank. 8 eliminations on the game, with NIGMA Galaxy going down with just 1 point this match. It could be now that the bell rings and the death toll sounds for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, REGNUM CARYA has done more than enough. Another top 5 position today has just been all about cranking out those points, and they've done it like really just getting these points on a conveyor belt and just sending them off, packaging them over towards PMRC has been lovely. Ezel doesn't even want to help Tron at this point in time. He's just going to crawl on through. If you can get a top 4, that's what matters most. It's unlikely they're going to get a huge amount more elimination, so leaving Tron behind here for a more favorable finish for themselves, it makes sense to me.
Shots over to Tron. The flush for Groza. Road to Glory. Snap up another point. And another player removed from their side. Gangsters from the top of the hill. GK have been chilling in this compound for so long.
Yeah, very, very quiet, man. And I think that's the thing I don't really like about this. I think they haven't had as much impact. But again, if we take a look at this, they sent towards this compound very early. You can see Satan, he's only got 36 more bullets in the mag, right? And 38 in the chamber currently, but 8 smokes, 7 grenades. That is the main thing that they're looking for towards our end game. Should have any of those crashes coming through, they needed to have those nades to take control of maybe one portion of this compound, of this area, and then just nade any team that moved in, which is the smart thing to do considering it's quite open getting in towards that space jump.
Gangsters looking to marshal the top of this hill now. Control downhill towards Road to Glory, Groza, and it's Reva, both playing a little bit further down, but they are in the circle. Gangsters a little bit closer to that edge. At the moment, though, Excuse Me, under the most pressure, likely the next team to go down here, Blank, with the blue zone, pushing them off of these ridge lines. There really isn't that much safe ground for them ahead, and you can see your Gangsters just going to pick off Outlet there. You either step out this way and expose to Gangsters, or you go down and expose to GK. There are no two ways about it. You're going down here.
28 bullets left, but I mean, at least Hive has a few left remaining. They've got DBSs and UMPs for the late game, so they are running a different ammo type. Right now, they're just expending all their long-range weaponry onto these teams as they move down. But the question is, with them being on the edge of the circle, what happens when they have to move out? Right now, though, Gangsters look to clear out over towards this northern side. I don't know what's gotten into these guys or what kind of breakfast they had, but it's working out for them right now.
Trying to tag it's Reva, but a reposition with the buggy sees him a little bit safer for the time being. The Molotov from Jafar launches over, and the buggy goes down as well, forced off of the cover. Jafar looks to push further in as well. GK now looking to move out. They want a third party here. Satan leads the charge, spots the first player. The DBS around the side to shoot down into the smoke as the Gangsters close the other side of the jaw. Finding one onto GK and traded back and forth between the two over the top. It's Reza still standing. Jafar goes down to him. The spray is there, looking for the flush as well. We'll be able to find it. Finally falls to an aid from Yusuf, but the damage is done. Gangsters lose one and also take another knock. GK moved out in a really heads-up timed play.
2 versus 3 at the moment. It looks like GK will pick up their 4th member here. More nades are coming through, but at the moment, Gangsters are remaining pretty safe.
I'm surprised that Black White's been able to stay alive for so long, but everybody turned their attention to this fight on the northeast side. Black White just managed to get out of the blue with some cover as well from the vehicle. He brought with him a nade from Yusuf. Behind the rock is absolutely huge. It opens the door. Gangsters with a chance now. 9 eliminations so far, and they want to find these 2 more. Bring them up to 11. Spinal Tap on the playlist. Yusuf gives them that shot.
Jafar goes down, but he's done so much for the team at the moment. An absolute monster from that hillside. And the Gangsters continue to push in. GK did not see this one coming. Crip walking down the hillside to take down the remaining members of this team.
A little bit of recovery found for GK. The damage continues to pour on through. 5 eliminations came from Jafar this match, but he is out of the mix. They'll have to rely on the rest of the roster, but can Yusuf spot another miracle nade?
Gangsters can be happy to wait this one out at the moment, though. Because eventually, Ragnar, he's going to be pushed out by the blue himself, pushes through the smoke. It's a decent start one. Watch has to spot him, gets him on the jump through.
That is absolutely huge. It removes an angle and immediately they send straight over the top. The Gangsters shut down onto Satan as he burns away, and it is a Gangsters chicken dinner. 22 points on the match, 12 eliminations are found, and what a way to close it down. A big nade for Yusuf to open that bidding.
Man, Jafar picks up the AKM and slays from far away. What a nutter in this match. He has improved so much throughout this tournament, and what a chilled out guy. Gangsters, they've got to be happy with how this tournament's gone for them. Definitely the most improved team in my books.
Gangsters so good that match. They looked clean. They isolated that position over on the western side. They took that fight with brute force and resolved it. It looked like there were so many roadblocks over to that north edge with REGNUM, CARYA and FLUX both playing there.
I mean, REGNUM, CARYA did go for one of the most, most crazy plays that works out.
Well, you know.
The fact that they left Wild behind and he's able to pick up FLUX, they predicted perfectly what FLUX was going to do after that point with Wild tucking in, and it was the biggest bait in the history of PUBG Mobile as they all sent away towards that top side, whilst also clearing out the east. I mean, they were doing a lot with the little amount of utility and time they had on that northern edge, but I think they should have now secured that position in first place.
You would certainly hope so. At this point, they seem to have laid that claim. We would need NEXUS levels to be able to take that one back. From pretty much anybody else in this lobby at this stage, Blank. Taking a look at these final moments yet again, Gangsters absolutely put in the work here.
Yeah. It's funny because, right, it's the 14th and 15th place teams that are the best right now.
Where were they? in days 1 through 3? That's what I want to know. It's crazy. They take it in turns. Nexus, no, you can't catch up to us. We're the gangsters. We're going to keep you down there. In 15th place, they take a chicken dinner to close out the first of 2 Miramars to see us into the final match.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر. أنا تجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah.
It's a gangster's paradise here on Miramar as they take the first of 2 today, but they still have more to do if they want to be able to claw their way up the leaderboards. We're going to head straight into the match rankings, though, since we don't have too much time here while we get things underway with our final match of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. 22 points coming in for the Gangsters. GEEKAY getting themselves 12. As you look down the list here, REGNUM, CARYA getting 11. Who's not on that page? NIGMA Galaxy.
NIGMA Galaxy, yeah, they're not up there. I mean, Gangsters Esports, that TDM buff has been lost in the entire day. Surprisingly enough, and Jafar's been doing, well, he got 5 eliminations towards the end of that game. Like, he has been really standing out throughout these last 2 days of play, which is great to see some new upcoming teams perform so well here in PMRC.
Yeah, but like Blank and John were saying, where were these teams, right? Where was Nexus? Where was Gangsters? Well, why now? Why now? I mean, I'm not against it, right? They are putting at least a good performance. They're being able to get some highlights, like Jafar being able to get a bunch of elims, which is good, but oh man, I wish we would have seen this a lot sooner.
Power in the money, money in the power, minute after minute, hour after hour, man, as we're going to dive into our overall standings now to see what the current breakdown is, and it is a big one. First, second place, and even second and third. However, FLUX, I think they have the opportunity, but all NIGMA have to do, stay alive.
Hot drop! Okay, maybe a bit. I'm gonna hot drop it! No, you don't want to do that. Next row is really way too close behind them, but it would be really cool. I would like to see more of that. They will have to see if that's going to be happening with NIGMA Galaxy and FLUX. Though, some step-ups that have been happening is, MADBULLS have been a little bit on the first page.
I mean, or if FLUX doesn't end up performing, I mean, I can see Brute Force even taking over.
Even Brute Force,
anything can happen there between 3rd place all the way down to 7th place, which is crazy.
You really have that sponge effect with NIGMA Galaxy and REGNUM CARYA Esports, where so many teams on the bottom side of this first page can overtake others by having this chicken dinner on the final game. We get into the final match here, so a lot of changes can happen in this match on 4 days only. So still some movement can be made, but yeah, on the bottom page, Gangsters started off at the very bottom.
That's so crazy to see, too. Gangsters Esports having 2 chicken dinners, they're currently in 13th place. Like, that's, come on. Come on, Gangsters. And also, GG, at one point, it's like,
we start slow.
Yeah. They stay slow.
I expect to win now.
They're just enjoying the money out of PMWI. That's what happened. Yeah.
Oh. This is the warm-up for PMPL for them. So they're starting slow here, so they can hopefully not start slow.
I hope you're right.
I really am. Like a month-long warm-up.
I think we're actually about to head into our final match really quickly here. But Maxman, I'm going to make you a deal. If you can predict the correct team to win this last match, I will not be mean to you for a full year. However, if you guess wrong, you're going to have to do that one TikTok video that we all made fun of. Live on air here in our closing segment.
Okay. NIGMA Galaxy.
NIGMA Galaxy, okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to head into our final match and potentially get to hear Maxman do something really fun at the end of the show. So over to our casters for the last time here with John Allen and Blank once again.
I sincerely, dearly hope that NIGMA Galaxy go down immediately in this match.
Why are you going to do my boy like that?
Look, I think he would do it incredibly well.
Okay, I believe you. We'll see if it happens. I'm rooting for NIGMA Galaxy. I hope they win. I'd like to see Jason have to hold his tongue versus the Maxman.
Actually, now you bring that up, I forgot the first part of the bet. I was so excited about the second one. I like it. Yeah, okay. I can see that.
The bipedal giraffe will not be able to attack the Maxman.
No, it does.
And that is the main thing.
He'd have to change his spots.
He'd have to. He'd have to go stripes. And if you know anything, he does not like stripes. I don't know that for certain, but it sounded good.
That is the one thing I say whenever I think of Jason Kaplan. Stripes. Oh, hang on a minute. REGNUM CARYA on the northern side there. Over in La Copraria this time around.
Yes, Gangsters.
Gangsters are with them.
Yeah, hot drop them. Get them down. I'm ready for this. I want to see the Gangsters absolutely obliterate REGNUM CARYA because they are simply the better team in every aspect.
That was really mean.
I rate REGNUM CARYA very highly.
Gladiators have a scuffle of their own on a wide split for the Gladiators to MUERTE have a player here. I'm getting clear.
Oh dear.
That's as far as I can go.
I like that.
Elementrix close to Matic, but with the pump action shotgun in these 1v1s, early drops, no armor as well. It is very, very dangerous. Shots through from Elementrix get the first tag on. More shots can come through as REGNUM CARYA are just over this ridgeline as well. And the longer this fight goes on, the more chance it is that a third party comes through. His teammate Kitsune on the high ground has a little bit of an impact, and in comes the backup. Matic can get res here, but Tixi only has a pump action as well.
The double pump action coming in clutch here. Tixi comes around the corner, but the athletic beast of Elementrix vaulting through these windows will not allow Gladiators to even take an inch from him.
Limber, ready for the fight. Elementrix tears through 2 from the Gladiators on the northern side on their wide split. To be fair, there's 4 teams around La Cobreria, which they are just not used to. Gangsters take the scrap with Erangel on the high ground. The micro Uzi at close range is devastating. And they've already managed to find the first here, but REGNUM CARYA have lost Tron in the process to Kitsune previously. Shots again ring out across the hillside, and Erangel has to put that on the back. Try and get away here, because Yusuf has the micro Uzi of his own. A helmet as well, meaning those headshots can't sit him back fast. And a lovely little spray down over the ridgeline. 4 players still there. The double barrel shouts pull, finds the pick.
Yusuf will take him down. Wild's coming in from the backside. Jafar with the sniper looking over towards Loxy. He's got the pistol on lock too. Secondary smoke goes down. Wild will spray wildly into the smoke. Gets a good amount of damage. Kevin comes out from nowhere though. Fancy footwork won't be enough to save him as he taps down straight to the ground.
First to fall, an immediate flush as well. Those iron sights serving purpose. A second as well, soon to follow. That is picked up by Wild once more. 2 points on the cards, and at this stage, it might not even matter. No matter what NIGMA Galaxy do here. Now Jafar left last standing. Is he the one?
Can he make this one happen? Jafar, a player close to our hearts, looks to finish off one of the most dominant players in the lobby here in Loxy. Pistol pulled out. Jumps around the corner.
Ooh. Micro Uzi, the secondary there, but really low on ammo. Loxy needs to be careful and wants backup more than anything now. Jafar, he's scared, he's scarpering. Get to a building, no. Catches the heel, and Loxy goes down. Jafar for more, and it is the machete to finish it off. Cuts him apart. To pieces you go, Loxy.
The quick slice and dice comes through from Jafar, and Loxy is no more. Nexus, been doing a good amount of damage over towards Vision as Scythe sends away, realizes that the time is not now. And we'll just leave. Circle heads down towards the south side. Oh, dear me!
Oh, I love it. He spears him with the machete there. Claps him down. A lovely little throw from Kapahara on the high ground. Doran was going to get it. He says, hang on a minute. You had plenty of eliminations. I want to up my numbers.
I love that there.
Big.
The kebab mode. Did you like that one?
I did.
I could tell.
How did you tell? How did you find out?
It's not the usual John Allen laugh.
Oh.
It's the reserved one, kept in the back
It
pocket.
was multi-octaval, that laugh.
It really was. Fartho gets the bullets back in as Wild comes in for a little bit more, but I don't think you want to be going toe-to-toe with Jafar. Pulls the Glock out the bag. Oh, dear.
Ooh.
He's got overconfident.
A little bit too laid back there for Jafar. On the exit, Wild finds the first and immediate flush. Yusuf cooking a nade. We saw nade do a lot of work for him last time around. Has got that shotgun, 2 barrels loaded. Wild would only take 1, but you need to hit it. That's the difficult part. I feel like that's the name of the game in general for PUBG Mobile, but Wild wants to pursue. Yusuf just hiding around the box, waiting, biding his time, and there it is. Unloads the cartridges, and 1 player stands. REGNUM CARYA blank, they are down, but they are on 219 points. Sat so clear ahead, and at this stage, they have done enough.
Yeah, for NIGMA Galaxy to win now, it would have to be an unprecedented match. And with the way these players are hot dropping each other right now, there's just not enough players to go around.
35 eliminations and a chicken dinner needed for NIGMA Galaxy to be able to jump up there. And in fact, one more than that as the shots go back and forth between Excuse Me and Brute Force. A flick over the window. The DBS on the inside doesn't matter. It's looking at the door. Does not find the ducky jumping in the window.
Chicken D, John. It's just not going to happen for NIGMA Galaxy. As Coops goes down, the spearhead of the team, the spear is snapped off.
Needs to be picked back up, but just not possible. You know what? I've never spelt Coops with an L, but you should put a big one on that name right now, because he has, in today's games, fallen off.
Well, they call him Kloops now from now on, according to John.
Oh, I thought I was going to call him Koopel.
He's had a couple of good games, that's for sure.
That's another one.
Another multi-octaval laugh from John.
It's a special today, I don't know.
Circle down towards that south side, though. This has been absolutely monkey business from the start, to be honest. Everyone's having fun, though, and that's what the PMRC is all about. It's MEA versus EU. It's exactly who comes out on top.
Gotta be
wow. Oh, NIGMA Galaxy!
Oh, my goodness me.
This could have been the game.
That is so unfortunate, to have lost Coops in an opportune set. Well,
this could have been the game to try.
If they'd have had 4 players, it would have been even better than it currently is, because it is still pretty good for them, let's be honest.
Yeah.
That's a hard south shift.
You know, if they hadn't fluffed that Erangel game versus NEXUS as hard as they did, you know, maybe there would be a chance at this point with that circle. And it just all comes back to bite them in the end.
They sit so far behind. I said it was 20, 35 points before. I think it's even more than that, because the 3 eliminations that REGNUM CARYA were able to get puts them up to, what, 25 elims and 3 extra as well.
38 points.
38 points, and then
just
the one more to break.
Even.
Yeah, exactly. The tiebreaker goes to REGNUM CARYA, because they have, what, I think,
57 chicken
dinners at this stage.
Yeah,
so they would need 29 eliminations and a chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's not happening. Excuse me. Hunting down Team Falcons. That's an M249, though. That has been backed off. That doesn't happen very often. You've got to be bold with that, good man. You've got to be confident.
Not going to be too confident when you're knocked there. Teak with the DBS close to the ridgeline could have an impact, but a nade from the back of Excuse Me will put him a little bit further away and potentially keep Beck out of harm's way. Excellently positioned there to find that repression, that force back on the position, and another nade being cooked up by Furia. Stage 2, the blue zone, will be kind enough to these players to allow them to stand tall.
Dre here looks to send some nades over the top, reloads the UMP. Will smoke his teammate. Furia smokes something.
At least one thing.
Yeah.
Has been smoked. Got something to say about his team going down. Oh dear.
Wow.
This is...
Oh.
If they don't know about this angle, which I imagine they probably wouldn't, they'd just go down here.
Yeah, I don't believe they're getting any further than this. Havlik actually hits some really nice shots over towards Dre. Ooh. T-Cogsor goes down, and now it's just 6 remaining. The MVP from this squad, but Furia's got an angle too. They're all over the place, this team.
My goodness, mate.
7 limbs, though.
Yeah, doing all right. Doing all right. Duking it out in the blue on the western side, though, near La Briera. They'll have to get a move on should they want to shunt into the circle, move past Chumacera. Those hills on the south side, I mean, we saw that finish earlier in the proceedings of the PMRC, down towards that south bridge blank. It just about cuts down there, but unlikely we see that again as the next circle goes a little bit further north than that.
You know what I like to think? I like to think REGNUM CARYA realized they were so far ahead that they just went out early to take a break.
I mean,
they're going to go now get ready and practice their trophy lift moment.
Yeah, they needed to get there for rehearsal.
That's true,
We're making sure they have the blocking.
You guys just die at the start. That would be really helpful.
The referee was just pushing their shoulders, like wobbling them about, trying to get them to finish. Oh, so sorry. You guys died. Oh, that's unfortunate. All right, come on. We need to practice.
Let's will you out of here.
Yeah. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if they needed to, because they will be exhausted with the shift that they have put in this tournament.
Yeah, man, they've done overtime. They really have done overtime on some of these games. You know, 17 of their placement points is all that they've got other than the chicken dinner wins.
Take a look at that trophy. Will be clasped firmly by REGNUM CARYA fairly soon. I'm pretty sure.
Firmly grasp it.
Mathematically, it is possible. But it is so highly improbable that this goes any other way at this stage.
We can call it now, and we'll be surprised later.
That's true.
But I don't think it will be.
I am so unprepared to be surprised.
Yes. Next RÜYA. I think there are some teams here still that would like to get a lot of points in this game. And it's slightly unfortunate, actually, with the way that some of these teams have played this initial opening. That some of these teams actually are going to be struggling for those elimination points. Excuse me, though, with 7 eliminations, you know, Max and everyone saying on the desk that there is still a possibility for a lot of these teams down towards Brute Force, even though Brute Force is now out. We can count them out. We can count Team Falcons out as well. There's still a chance for these teams to jump up to a podium position and knock FLUX off of that spot. But speaking of FLUX, here they are versus NIGMA Galaxy, looking to end the run right now.
Lord and Ralph, 2 players stand in the face of indomitable odds. And FLUX just underneath them. Lord forced back to the inside. I think there's off angles chiming in for third parties here. And the burn should just about tag around the side. Ralph goes down. There's the knock. And it is all over now. NIGMA Galaxy have fallen. And REGNUM CARYA will take it home for Turkey.
Now, the real question is, does FLUX get second place?
Ooh, interesting question there. They sat 22 points behind at the start of this match. With the 4 points that they've earned, they have shrunk that gap. If they're able to take a chicken dinner, I would say that is a second place.
I would say they have shrunk it even further as well with the old shrink rate by eliminating NIGMA Galaxy. Of them no longer being able to gain points, that's a really big deal. And you wonder if that's targeted at all. Because now they can start to build up even more points ahead of them. If NIGMA Galaxy are able to profit on this game, it's so difficult. And in other news, Maxman, you better be preparing and practicing your little TikTok.
Oh.
I don't know if it's a dance or if it's something else, but I'm ready to watch it.
I am very ready for that. Certainly going to be looking forward to that. And unfortunately, that does mean that Jason gets to bully him for the whole year.
Yeah, he agreed to it.
I hope he doesn't,
heard him say,
you know
yes.
what? I think it is time for Jason to live up to the promise that he made. He said he could do it, which means it's a choice that he's making. And I think it's time to turn the new leaf. Allow Maxman some rest, some recovery.
Nah. Next RÜYA, though, looking for some more points here. Again, another team trying to climb up the rankings, the ladders, up towards that third place position, potentially. GK sending these over the top, though, over towards Hope. Doesn't quite do the deal, but nice airburst there over the top side and into an instant Molotov. Hope has to tuck back in, and next RÜYA's life is made quite difficult. They are on the inside of the circle, so GK will have to move first. In the meantime, we will have MADBULLS going toe-to-toe with Road to Glory. That southeast side, and Frozen creeping now.
Ever closer. Circling his prey. Frozen moves for an angle onto Hope. Octavian from NEXUS. 4 eliminations so far for NEXUS on the northeast side. They are getting cinched in by the blue zone belt, and they will need to move forward. But Octavian much further out than the rest of his roster. FLUX on the menu for them on their crash.
Now, FLUX lost this exact game to GQ by not taking the high ground on the western side. And I think they're going to be happy right now to be holding on to this compound, dealing with a lot of the players on the east, because they know they need elimination points more than anything. But I hope that they would try and challenge out versus excuse me towards that top side. Now, NEXUS are rolling up towards this team. There's a lot of nades in hand. Which ones will be successful and which ones not? Doran opens with an absolute mega grenade over the top side.
Soulless blasted black into the shack, into the cover. should be resable, though. Can they get it up in time to be able to have some impact onto the hold? It looks like they will find the first onto Doran on the defense. Upstairs, leaving their player down, but safe for now. Ketch trades 1-for-1, and Solkay's there to cut Octavian on the cross. Solkay now the last standing for FireFlux. Kapahala the last for Nexus. All 4 players are alive here for FireFlux, and they can res. You do not want to be pushing in as Kapahala. You know there's more damage to be pouring out of those door frames. You can't push, and FireFlux are going to get back to their feet.
166 points right now. They are 15 points behind of NIGMA Galaxy. There is a chance in this game. Only 22 players remaining. 9 teams. NEXUS is out, so their run's over. FireFlux won't be threatened by them anytime soon. And the MADBULLS dealing even more damage over towards Road to Glory.
It could be a Turkish 1-2 blank if they're able to convert. 5 more elimination points necessary on top of the chicken dinner. That is the mark that they need to draw for themselves. Now, Road to Glory moving on in, and Solkay wants Gallagher. He's got that flank, and through the window he goes, looking for the shot over the top of the stall, but instead, Ketch sails on in, and Solkay does manage to pop that final DBS shot. 2 more added to the tally, and 3 more eliminations to add on to that chicken dinner.
Lovely distract play coming through there. I'm excited to see the Turkish stinger right at the top there. It's going to be big. And even bigger for EU, taking 2 of the podium places and being first and second place. That's big news.
Big, big statement made in the PMRC. The EU, we always knew Turkey had it in them to keep our tables higher. They have shown the power that resides in the region.
Tudika, stop it.
And they have shown up, I think, a lot of the other European teams, especially the heavy hitters coming into this tournament. I think if you'd have asked anybody who their favorite was moving into this, Gladiators would have been top of that menu. But you can't start slow and then also finish slow.
They've bumped up the rankings as much as they could. I'm sorry, Tudika kept doing this thing where he was, I don't know how he could even play like that because it was make my eyes go funny. Are they looking 2 different ways now? Am I good?
Look at my finger, look at my finger, look at my finger. No, you're all right.
I'm all right.
You're good.
How about that? I want to do that in game for myself. It made me feel funny.
Wait, oh my God, I can't stop doing it. It's a new thing. I'm going to have to take a good hard look at myself and sort
right
that
now,
out.
MADBULLS definitely one of the bigger threats for FireFlux. And again, they have to earn more points on this game. They need 2 more points and a chicken dinner to break even. So 3 more eliminations on the match, and winning the game would do the trick. I don't know about 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. I'm not working that out on the fly. 10 points is easy to do in my head, and that's what I'll run with right now. So 3 more eliminations and that chicken dinner. The only other 2 4-man teams at the moment are MADBULLS and GQ. GQ were the ones to dismount FireFlux on that northwest edge way back when.
The Gladiators, they fought valiantly, but underperform here at the PMRC. Not the representation that they would have wanted, and they do not lift that trophy. As they foretold at the start today, we saw them walk out, X on the arms there towards that trophy for Gladiators. Not going to be able to achieve that goal this time around. Maybe next time. We'll have to look to them in the PMPL to improve. As they said over on the desk, you know, are they going to be able to speed up and use this as their slow start for PMPLs?
Currently, we've got Team Falcons, MADBULLS, Team GQ, and FireFlux. Now, finishing zone. Team Falcons, obviously, one of the best teams in the entire world. Now looking to finish strong. Only 1 player is 6. The MVP from the team. Done a huge amount of work for them in the past, and FireFlux has to move in. MADBULLS do have that ridge to play around with, though.
To make it clean, 13 eliminations total needed for FireFlux. They sit 9 currently for that 2nd place spot. That's the benchmark they need to achieve with that chicken dinner, but MADBULLS, a fight to the south on the north edge, GQ. And they will need to ride forwards here. with everybody looking their way and trying to stop them from getting that Turkish 1-2.
There's been some pretty good leapfrogging happening from GQ so far, and it's kept the guys from FLUX from being able to hit these shots. I think at some point FLUX will have to realize that they need to move in and do something similar, because GQ have sightlines over towards their position with M24 and a Mini 14 in the hands of Evo Station. A real heavy hitter on this squad. He can have a massive impact in the rotation that comes through from FLUX, but looks like they already have a couple through already towards that roadside.
Solkay leading the charge, and they want to take the north side of the road. A crash
towards
the GQ position now. FLUX fighting for the second place finish here. Solkay forwards, takes damage from the nade, as does his teammate as well. Lutz goes a little bit lower than he would like, but can hit the deck, stay safe. The initial bombardment from those nades does not catch them unguarded, but they have to weather the second barrage and try and push over the top now. The heals have come through, and they have not answered with a barrage of their own. Excuse me, have a sideline here. Lutz spotted Shaw, and a lot of damage found over towards Corker for GQ as Solar steps up to the ridgeline. Backs off, and no more to be found for now, but the MADBULLS have moved in on the south.
FLUX just crunching the guys from GQ in over towards Excuse Me, as GQ once again takes that high ground for themselves. This is what FLUX fell prey to in the past, but Excuse Me this time around might just be able to get something done towards them. That is a big old play coming through from Solkay, but it leaves Lutz out to dry as he takes the knock here.
Lutz down, smoke covers. GQ low but not out. The roadside covered off. A nice line established. But a sideswipe from MADBULLS could be devastating. The payload looks like the care package looks like it's going to be dropping just to the south of FLUX. Closer to the MADBULLS, though.
I mean, on this line at the moment, FLUX can live this one out, but they have to hit some big shots. A lot of damage comes through. Solus goes down, but they do get at least one knock. And now Furious starts to chime in towards the action here. Corker goes down, so does Lutz. This is bad coming through from the MADBULLS.
FLUX down to 2 players now, and it looks like they might not meet that mark to jump up into that second place position. Enigma Galaxy second place, and Turkey will probably still take 2 of those podium spots, even if FLUX don't make it much further here. With 5 teams remaining, 9 eliminations on the card, they're looking good to secure that third. It would take a miracle to bring them up to second.
They need more eliminations now. Like we said, it was 3 to break even with the chicken dinner. The 2 players are going to have to get some cheeky steals to some of these squads. Try and maybe get a second place. Push it as far as they can. Ketch steps up. A guy that has been magnificent in the past for FLUX.
If they want to finish second here, they need 7 more eliminations, Blank. They would need to go up to
16 total.
No, 8 more eliminations than they have right now, actually. 17 eliminations. 16 would see that draw for them. So they do need to put in a shift if they want to pinch those away, because right now, I think that might just be everybody else in the lobby. Okay, -2. They would need to eliminate everybody but 2 players for the rest of it. So they do need that chicken dinner, most likely.
Can't count them out yet. Absolutely not. 6 runs up though. Beck has an angle. Takes shots. Again, this team is another that's chasing towards that top side with 8 eliminations so far. 6 crawling around in the smoke.
And exhausting Beck's ammo reserves as well. That's now 3 magazines he's emptied. Over towards the smoke. Finally goes down, but not even to Beck. Frozen picks that up for MADBULLS, who are on 4 eliminations now, Blank.
MADBULLS pushing up. Furia has no idea where Frozen is. He gets up towards that ridge side, looking to take the side swipe over to him, claw him off the plateau, leave him trembling.
At this point, FLUX, the ground in front of them, you can see how open that is. They are right on the edge of the blue zone. They will need to push forwards, and most likely when they do, they'll just get cut down here, bring their run to a close. Solkay makes it into some smoke, half HP, the buggy's there, but the MADBULLS and GQ both have sightlines. Only one player stands, Solkay for FLUX, and GQ wanting those shots. The buggy tires, the first to go. The shots pepper the ground around his feet.
It's over for this boy, unfortunately. Solkay did extremely well at the start of this match to open things strong. It's not only Tulika, it's Zerich as well. What's happening here? Solkay goes down and that's it. The run is over. FLUX tried as hard as they can.
But they will not be able to overtake NIGMA Galaxy in that second place. In turn, though, that first place is secured by their countrymen. REGNUM CARYA up in first. Glorious in their ascent. A massive chicken dinner day yesterday. 4 out of 6 matches were found by REGNUM CARYA, and they were able to find one today as well. They've demonstrated exquisite rotations throughout the tournament, Blank.
But this game isn't over yet. As I turn Welsh for a second. MADBULLS, 4 players alive. They've had a real big step up. Yes, it hasn't been first places across the board, but it's thirds and seconds. And this is a team that has struggled to work well together in the past, but it feels more and more like they're a well-oiled team. And they're looking to ascend the mountain to take down GQ. And already Evo Station takes an absolute battering from the MADBULLS. They come through with the consecutive punches.
Far from it, far from regular this game. MADBULLS look to take down Evo Station with the nade. One more player up the top for GQ, and Toffees will get choked out of this game. Hits the deck again behind the defilade with the DBS up to the tree, looking for an answer, but will not be able to find it. The ka-chunk falls flat in the hills of Miramar, and now one player stands between us and the end of this match, that being Beck. Moves out towards the roadside, gets a little bit of cover. Is he just going for the blue?
Gives them the old do-si-do here. Gets behind them, looking for a wild play. Beck moves back with the UMP. Not many bullets left in that M4. Quick peek around the side, and then MADBULLS, pretty sure they've now found them. And it's only a matter of time here for Beck. Looks for GEEKAY.
Beck trying to hold off 4 players from the MADBULLS and won't be able to find any of them. Either way, the game finishes, and REGNUM CARYA stand atop the mountain. A dominant showing from the Turkish roster. They reign supreme, and what depth this region has shown. Turkey is proud. Top 3 for 2 of those places going to this region. EU proud as well, as they take most of that podium.
I mean, the Turkish team, they love chicken dinners, man. 4 in a day is absolutely crazy. They're happy about it. They were pretty chilled out, to be honest, the whole while through, which was just absolutely mad.
Let's present this trophy, well deserved. At the top of the tables, REGNUM CARYA down to the stage with Barney.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the Gamers8 arena, make some noise for your 2023 PUBG Mobile Regional Clash champions, REGNUM CARYA Esports.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، أعزائنا الحضور، أبطال نسخة PMRC لعام 2023. أعطوا تحية لريغنوم كاريا إيسبورت.
This team lives, breathes, and eats chicken dinners. It is insane how well they played in this event, taking the title, and again, looking to be the kings of Turkey, because S2G, they fell by the wayside in PMWI. FLUX, who? It's all about REGNUM CARYA.
Yeah, REGNUM CARYA, they slay. They just went, lassoed the lobby, and they got the win. They got the win. What a great time for Turkey. Really for Turkey, yeah. What, 7?
I'm so proud of you.
What, 7?
Good job. That's great.
Are you done?
What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't know.
Tell me how you really felt like about that last match. Like some of the rotations we had come in. Obviously, you know, the closing we had with MADBULLS getting a victory too. Like really break that one down for us, Max.
Oh, I loved it. I loved it. It was a great chicken dinner, an amazing chicken dinner from MADBULLS. They got so much control in the late game, and especially 7. I love the way that they took full control of the lobby, of the full lobby.
The same words. I didn't expect me to be the same.
Isn't that how it works? I don't know. They slayed.
Okay, you know what? We'll let you off.
Thank you. It's a great time here in PMRC. I'm enjoying my time here. Can we move away from this solo shot, please? Thank you.
Well, Max, I think 7 and I both agree that you slayed.
Oh, I did. I definitely did.
Max good.
Oh, yeah. Love big time.
Balloons. Pop, pop, pop, pop, pop, pop. Yes.
Match rankings. Let's see the last match here at PMRC.
Match ranking.
Okay, you're done. You can stop. You're just sounding like a parrot now. 20 points for MADBULLS, 14 for, FLUX, unfortunately, able to close out the points they needed at the very end there to take home a 2nd place, but can still make Turkey proud. NIGMA Galaxy, I mean, the second we saw them lose a player, Max just immediately hated life.
I lost it. But no, Gladiators still got themselves some points.
Yep.
A few points. And 7, what do you think of this second page? I
can't just repeat that.
I don't know.
NIGMA Galaxy 0 points. 0 points. No, but on a serious note, I mean,
Big L.
What a way to finish the tournament, right? We expected so much more out of NIGMA Galaxy. We expected so much more out of NIGMA Galaxy.
Great job, NIGMA.
They ended up with just such a bad streak. Like, they were not able to recover from what they were able to do in the first 2 days. Third day, we're like, okay, you know what? Maybe you're allowed somewhat of a day off in a way. And today, nothing was working for them.
Okay,
they were not slaying.
To go more seriously, they were known as being the consistent team, but there were so many like X factors entering this final day. Like we saw some teams, like we had that big pop-off game from Nexus Gaming. We had those big pop-off performances from also GANGSTERS at one point. So it's a little bit tougher to remain consistent. And they just couldn't do it. They didn't slay. They didn't slay at all.
You guys who are watching, make sure you guys fill out the survey and chat and let us know your feedback on Max's impression here, because we love to hear exactly what you have to say about the show and obviously about the event as well. And make sure you take a picture of you completing the survey, and Max will send you a very own video clip of himself doing whatever you need him to say.
You slay.
You slay. You slay. Just make sure you hit him up on social media.
Hit me up anytime.
Yeah.
I'll do it for you.
He'll do basically anything you ask him to do. I mean, I don't know why you agreed to this. You didn't even know what he was agreeing to. That's the weirdest part about this. You just said yes.
He didn't even try to go against it either. He's like, NIGMA Galaxy.
I don't know, man. I thought that
you know what you're thinking about? You were thinking that NIGMA Galaxy would power up to Super Saiyan with the Dragon Ball Super crossover with PUBG Mobile currently in the game at the moment. There's sweet game modes, there's items, there's vehicles. Go ahead, Max. I mean, you can't whisper. We're on microphones. Like, I don't know what you're trying to whisper.
I just wanted to say yes, and that was it. But yeah.
Okay. Make sure you guys check it out, because it's for a limited time, but honestly, one of the coolest crossovers we've ever experienced.
Yeah. It is. We got a chance to play it. I actually want to get a chance to play it, too, before we leave tomorrow.
Well, we leave tomorrow. You leave the next day.
Let's not talk about that. No.
Wait! Stop this! Stop the solo shot! I'm not enjoying this. Okay, I'm moving away.
Okay. No, come here, Max. It's fine. Come here. You can get a my solo shot with me. Okay. Well, moving on from that. We can do our Colonel's Choice by KFC here of the day, and I think my personal Colonel's choice was Max.
I agree.
I slayed. Great.
Oh man, he just loves being on solo. You know, it's not fair. You get so much time on solo shots, man.
Oh, yeah.
He even got the middle one.
This is
too.
where I get my day rate. Oh, look, he just went. Oh, he's got all of them.
Swing, swing, swing on the side.
Nade, nade, nade. Boom.
I didn't think it was gonna be this though.
There's some good nades.
Yeah.
I mean, gangsters were looking pretty gangster.
It was Jafar.
Yeah, it was a good actual match by them. It was nice to see them take a victory as well. I mean, they talked about first event for them, got some experience. They definitely got more experience than some other teams out there that met for the first time in this event. I won't say their names.
Yeah. I hope that they're gonna take their teachings from this event and understand eliminating is. It's good. You need to slay. Slay, slay, slay.
Stay away from the blue zone. That's what the gangsters are going to be learning.
Hopefully, yeah. No solo shot. Don't do it.
Oh, they were on that solo shot the whole time.
What about the save of the day by Dr. Suleiman Al Habib? You don't need to guess it. We're gonna take a look at what the save of Max. Okay, pretend you're me and like talk as I talk.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to take a look at Slay Slay Slay, our save of the day.
Oh, that was a pretty good save.
This actually was a good one though, right?
He saved a great one. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
This actually cost them to get the chicken dinner.
I mean, it kind of put the nail in the coffin as well for NIGMA Galaxy with them like winning this match for the amount of eliminations they got. Just put them too far ahead.
Yeah.
Hold up. Oh, okay.
Important res to eliminate the last player.
Wait a minute.
Hold up. Something ain't right. I thought he was going to back up. I was like, no. He's got to finish that save.
Nice save.
Dr. Suleiman Al Habib would not be happy if he didn't finish that save.
He'd be proud.
I'm just waiting for more solo shots.
No.
So many solo shots.
Can we stop this production,
So our
please?
solo shot of the day, provided by our production team, is Max Benson.
Oh, yeah. This is great. Wait, how far can we go?
You can see your eyes reflecting. Well, our ride of the day by Abdul Latif Jamil Motors as well. We had, I think, this entire event. So many great vehicle action, to be honest, with like drive-bys, ride-overs. Max been trying to back it up to confirm. Let's see what it's going to be here today.
I confirm. I concur. What is this? Oh, that's the push-up. Whoa! That's a double slay.
That was you, Max.
That was you driving. He confirmed back. He went back. And we had a lot of really good roll-bys.
We did.
It's been a good tournament for that.
Oh, look at that. Oh, De Muerte. Okay.
De Muerte is...
Please close it out.
Can I let you do the final?
Oh, no, please,
the
Jason.
final like outro. Can I let you do that, Max?
No,
nice solo shot?
Really?
You don't have to. You can say no.
I
know that's
no.
That in your
I do not want to, Jason. I do not want to.
All right. Well, more importantly here, obviously at the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, it is about the regions going head-to-head, and we've been keeping track with our regional points the entire time. EU was winning, and I'm almost sure and certain that EU did win the whole thing as well. As we're gonna take a look at this in a second, and they were in the lead by like 30, 40 points, if not more than that. Let's go ahead and see it right here, right now. If EU is the more dominant region, Atik, Banks, I hope you're watching this.
Oh,
Banks, you're right.
Wow.
Let's go.
Considering how close that was at one point, like, that's impressive. That's pretty much all REGNUM CARYA right there.
Actually, at the start of the day, you had a lot of the MEA teams in the middle of the pack that were doing better, except for then FLUX and REGNUM CARYA. So they were definitely pulling their weight into this one. The TDMs also did help a little bit on top of that. But yeah, congrats to the EU teams, doing good and making us proud.
And for MEA, I mean, yeah, for MEA, it goes back to... You know what? I'm not going to be too critical on some of these teams because I know they were definitely trying some new stuff, so never mind. Not going to say what I was going to say. I will not go full Jason on that.
What do you mean?
I will not slay on the team.
I thought it was me for a second.
That was so good.
I was like, oh, it's not me. They didn't do it.
Cameraman slay.
Oh, they're slaying real good, right?
Why you got to say it like that?
I don't know. I don't like this.
That's why you never sit in the middle.
Stop it!
Let's take a look at overall rankings and stop seeing Max's face, because it might be just as impressive. 219 points for REGNUM Cars. They do take the title with 7 chicken dinners on the event.
That's
honestly
ridiculous.
very impressive. And to be fair, for excuse me, 0 chicken dinners, the only team in the top 8 to do so. I think that's also impressive and gives me hopes for them going into Europe.
Yeah, some OG EU teams. Good to see a little bit of presence there, but really Turkey are is easily the region 7 that has brought the most heat in this tournament. REGNUM, CARYA, 5 Flux, Esports, and NEXUS. NEXUS, what an insane leap on this final day. There was a little bit of circles coming their way, but the amount of presence and control they were able to just display in those final moments was amazing. So yeah, I want to see how these Turkish teams can do once again coming back later on in the year in international events.
And I was pleasantly surprised to see, excuse me, they're still finished within the first pitch, because they had a big fall off yesterday and they were able to bounce back, and that was a big thing for me. Now, going to GANGSTERS, I'm actually glad that they're not ended up in last place. I do hope that they have learned a lot of stuff here out of this event, especially with how late they were playing those rotations, how much they wanted to spend time in the blue zone. Considering today, I mean, one of their best matches too was when they weren't in the blue circle. Hopefully, they're going to be able to learn a lot of that. And I mean, GG, Gladiators, GK, I think we can't be too harsh on them, right, Max?
I agree. Oh, no, it doesn't happen. I
thought he was going to snap on them. But.
I mean, clearly in this tournament, a lot of teams have had their first time playing together in a LAN tournament. So it's going to be, I mean, Brute Force too, right? So there's definitely a lot of learnings that have been taken from these teams. So if they do make it back in LAN, they can just adapt a little bit faster, which is always something good to have under your belt.
I agree.
What was happening?
Nothing. Nothing's happening at all, man. Yeah, obviously a lot of experience for the teams. And again, thinking ahead towards PMGC, right? We discussed this before.
Yep.
If you're a team in contention for that slot at PMGC, this is very valuable experience for you that you can take potentially into that event with teams of an astronomically higher caliber than what we've had here, because you have like literally the best teams from every single region all going head to head. The metas are going to be hard for you to adjust to, but at least you get some experience.
I mean, we're talking about that earlier, right, with Nexus, and I kind of mentioned it too. If it is going to be your first LAN event, it's okay if you're not going to perform that well, as long as you take a lot of experience from this event, because if you for some reason you do end up making it to the PMGC Grand Finals, that is not the stage where you want to end up choking, especially with a team that has so much potential coming out of the EU region.
Yeah, just want to get as much experience before entering into PMGC. And now you know some regions already played their full season, but so for those that have not, you can definitely try and see what you want to try and do in that full season, how you're going to try and adapt to the lobby and just try and get as much experience and information before going in that event. So yeah, PMGC, the race is on right now for all these teams, so I'm really hyped to see how it's going to conclude at the end of the year.
Well, speaking of races, what about a race for MVP of this event?
Ooh.
And do you want to make a bet on it, Max?
Yes.
Oh. No, production told you.
No, they didn't. They didn't.
You looked it up then. Who's the MVP in your opinion?
Fluxy.
Loxy?
REGNUM CARYA.
7?
It was Coops at one point, and then it stopped being Coops.
And it started being Luxy.
Luxy.
Okay. Well, let's check out who's our MVP of this entire event here.
What?
That's MVP of the day.
Oh, that's of the day. Oh,
I didn't think we showed MVP of the day. I thought we showed the entire event.
Max got so scared just now. He thought he lost another bet.
No, okay, no, it's show me the real MVP.
Well, this is our day MVP, I guess. I thought we'd show the overall event MVP.
Max lost him
but, you know,
they had a really good day. To be honest, NEXUS had an insanely strong day. We talked about the late game control, their splits, and we saw some good presence from them. It's just NEXUS tend to have this tendency to start slow events.
Yeah.
We see many teams have that, right? But they don't play too much out of their region. So I'd like to see if they can perform the same way they did at the end of today in future events where they play outside of Europe and Turkey.
Yeah, with what you said too, like their proactiveness today, especially in some circles where they didn't really have to push for certain fights or certain third parties. They still went for it. It ended up working out.
Okay, let's check in who our MVP of the entire event is. It's not the day anymore, so we'll have it for today.
Yes. That was really angry. You're the MVP.
No, I thought he disappeared from the picture because he was going to surprise us with a shoe and start hitting you with it or something. I don't know. Kalaris, I think, kind of
Kalaris from the top
a little bit of PTSD.
You could actually throw it right above, actually.
Hold on.
I had to check up there. No, we're good. He's not there. There you go. Loxy going to be taking it. 40 eliminations. Honestly, a phenomenal performance out of him. He was a player to watch for us as well at that point throughout this entire event. And 40 eliminations, 10.4 thousand damage is a lot of damage.
And I'm so glad to see the performance from REGNUM CARYA this tournament, because we knew how good they were back in Turkey. It's just they always struggled when they were playing outside of their home region. But over the past, I would say, year and a half, they have been slowly but surely improving, becoming more and more aggressive and adapting faster to their lobbies every time. And the addition of Erangel, more specifically, not only Loxy, but Erangel has been doing great. So the team as a whole is looking amazing, and I want to see them make into PMGC and slay in PMGC.
And the thing that I enjoy for Loxy is that he was able to also perform today. That was the big question mark for me, right? Was it just going to be one pop-up performances? Because we kind of saw that throughout this whole PMRC was pop-up performances from a bunch of different players. It's good to see that he was able to follow it up here today as well and pretty much get that MVP because he came down to the last two games. We're following it.
I think Coops was like still MVP in the middle of the day. Yep. So it was that close.
I think before our first Miramar.
Yeah. Well, Max Ben, so did you want to end the show for us? No? You sure? You're positive?
100%.
100%? Okay. I'm going to leave you a chance. Well then, you know what you can give me? Give me a goodbye here. What? Tell me a quick little recap. Say your piece. Before the stream
What's going to happen to me when I leave the studio?
Before the stream sees what you did.
That was very ominous. No, it's a great time. I heard something on my mic there for a second.
I heard it too.
I'm going to wait. No?
Slay,
no?
slay,
slay. Slay, slay. Not happening. Oh, wait. Stop it. Okay. Slay, slay, slay. Great. So we had a great PMWI. PMRC was great too. Riyadh, I loved it. It was an amazing time. And
I the camera.
Because it's just me on the shot.
Talk to us.
No, it's just me on the shot, Jason.
We're still here.
I'm scared. But yeah, I enjoyed it. We had some great teams. Vampire looking great and REGNUM CARYA looking good for PMRC. And I can't wait to see what's going to happen in PMGC at the end of the year. Very cool.
Okay, 7.
Fair enough. I actually very much enjoyed PMRC. Not only did we get a chance to see some regions that we usually wouldn't get a chance to see fight against each other unless it's PMWI or PMGC, and I hope that we kind of continue on this event. It was kind of fun seeing the different styles match up and how people were able to adapt, and I'm with you. I can't wait to see what PMGC, especially League Stage, is going to be showing because I'm really hoping Vampire Esports follows it up this year.
It would be good. It would be good indeed. You know what, Max? I need to borrow your card really quickly. Thank you, sir. But obviously, it has been, 10 days of action, right? We had 3 days in the All-Star stage. We had 3 days in the main tournament. We had 4 days of PMRC. We're tired, but we're all tired from just the excitement we've had from seeing teams from all around the world compete consistently and play to such a high level. And of course, Vampire taking home so much money. But we also appreciate you guys watching at home. Of course, our production team who's been here for weeks and weeks and weeks, putting on all the games here at G8. And of course, to SCF as well for putting this whole event on. For myself, for Maxman, for Severworlds Gaming, for Hot Jukes, for Kalaris, for John Allen, and for Blank and Zute, who couldn't make it here. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you next time for some more PUBG Mobile action.
Atik, they left it here. Is this one for us?
We should take it, I think.
With that being said, that is it for the 2023 PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. Thank you so much to everyone for watching. Thank you to the production, to players, to the talents. You've all been absolutely incredible throughout this entire week. And a huge thank you to all of the fans for watching and supporting your favorite teams. What a blast it has been. I cannot believe it. $100,000 will be distributed amongst all of our teams. Congratulations once again to REGNUM CARYA, your champions. And of course, the region of Europe reigns supreme. I'm not going to ham it up too much, don't worry about it. But with that being said, for the final time, my name is Banks and I am your host alongside Atik. And thank you so much for watching, and we will see you very soon.
Before we end it, this is for you, Banks. Congratulations. You won now. لكن الحين أعزائي المشاهدين أعزائي الحضور وصلنا إلى نهاية هذه البطولة. شفنا فيها أبطال نسخة PMRC لعام 2023. رحلة كانت جدا ممتعة. شفنا فيها مستويات مختلفة. كل الفرق اللي جونا إلى هذه اللحظة جونا من كل أنحاء العالم. مستويات عظيمة وشفناها وبإذن الله القادم أفضل. شكرا لكم جميعا على تواجدكم، على حضوركم، على تشجيعكم ودعمكم لهذه البطولة. وشكرا لكل من عمل عليها من منظمين، من مشغلين، من كل شخص كان له بصمة في هذه البطولة. شكرا لكم جميعا. كان معكم مقدمكم باللغة العربية عتيق، ومعنا مقدمنا باللغة الإنجليزية بانكس. والحين ننهي لكم هذا اليوم في هذا الحفل العظيم.
Face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, we're making some noise, making some sound. You gotta through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok.